I think if you live an interesting life, you write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There's always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to improve the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities. Digital India is more for the poor, the privileged and the deprived.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down, as in the next couple of seconds, we are about to begin with the program. Requesting everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. During the event, if you are to take an important call, I must request you to kindly exit the hall, talk away in the premises, and then come back to join us. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful, bright, sunny day after a long time. My name is Sahibjeet Kaur, and it is an absolute delight for me to be a host for the day. Welcome to the second edition of BW New Gen of Trailblazers Summit Awards. Followed by awards, BW Auto World Community of BW Businessworld is pleased to welcome you all to the second edition of BW New Gen of Trailblazers Summit and BW Auto World 40 Under 40 Awards for igniting innovation with the new gen of trailblazers. The conference will be followed by awards that will recognize and celebrate outstanding achievements of future auto leaders for their leadership skills, impact on workplace, contribution to the community, future potential, innovation, problem-solving abilities, achievements, and effectively implementing game-changing strategies. Before we move further, could I please request everybody's undivided attention towards the big screen? Let's quickly take a look at the community AV. The prestigious second edition of BW New Gen of Trailblazers Summit and BW Auto World 40 Under 40 Awards will bring together future masters of Indian auto industry. Today's conference will have keynotes, conclusive discussions, case studies, corporate AVs on interesting subjects by the industry experts. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are some exciting offers for event attendees. Our latest issue explores the surge in small and medium enterprises hitting the stock market with their public offers and a special conversation with the former RBI Governor Sri Raghuram Rajan on accelerating Indian economic development and more. To date, digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwautoworld.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share their learnings from the day across their social media platforms using the hashtag BWAutoNewGenTrailblazers. That's hashtag BWAutoNewGenTrailblazers. And before we move further, let's quickly take a look at the event, AV. I would like to quickly take a moment and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turning our vision into reality. Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandram, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to commence this day filled with valuable insights and enriching lessons, it is now time to welcome the personality, the man of the hour, to deliver the opening address. With a big round of applause, please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder, Exchange for Media.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. My apologies, we are starting late. We are doing this conference as a editorial content to contextualize the BW Auto World 40 Under 40 Awards, which are in the evening. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji will be here in the evening. I'm not an expert on auto or on EVs or on green energy and so on and so forth. I'm a student of all this. I try and know. I'm not going to talk to you about this, but I just want to talk to you about the process we follow in our awards. It's a jury-led award. Some of the jury members are going to be here in the evening, and they'll tell you how they chose the winners. And I must tell you that we have a brief to the jury that they can choose 40, they can choose 35, they can choose 30. They should maintain a certain quality and a certain benchmark and a certain filter to be able to choose that. It's a process-led award. It's a three-tiered process of editorial shortlisting, the pre-jury, and finally, the list being arrived by the jury members in consultation with it. In a world where almost everything can be influenced and bought, our awards are absolutely honestly done. No awards process is perfect. It relies on data provided by the professionals and individuals. It also relies on the collective wisdom of the jury to be able to arrive. And we've seen that by and large, the process is almost close to perfect and absolutely honest, absolutely fair. We don't give any brief to the jury chair or the jury members. They're free to choose people based on their understanding of their content, candidature, and presentation. Now, coming to the auto sector. The auto sector, if you look at the consumer demand, there is waiting for certain vehicles. There is a trend of premiumization. If you look at any automaker, their premium vehicles are, and India is not an either or country. It's an and country, which means all segments are doing well. But like in every product and service category, in auto also there is a trend for premiumization. Also, Make in India is finally delivering, and Made in India cars are being bought by consumers. And the last is the movement to vehicles that are green, where mobility also keeps the environment in mind, and there is a huge movement from vehicles which use fossil fuels to vehicles that use, batteries and so on and so forth. So really, this is a sector which is growing. Look at the market cap of most auto companies. Look at almost every segment auto is growing, and the whole ecosystem is growing. I know a legendary figure from the auto industry couple of months said that a leader in the auto space leads the largest auto company, that we'll come into EVs later. And I keep saying there is a late mover advantage in every business. You don't have to be the pioneer and spend too much energy and dollars in paving. But the EV ecosystem is about building the ecosystem, the charging stations, and developing it and learning in the ecosystem earlier. So those who miss the bus now, I'm not sure they will be fully able to leverage the movement towards EV. Of course, the high prices of EV are still a deterrent for a lot of auto buyers. They're progressively coming down, but not coming down enough. Those are issues that I'm sure you will debate. I'm going to briefly talk to you about three things that are on my mind. One is sleep. How many of you sleep more than 8 hours in the night? I'm assuming none of you sleeps in the day. How many of you sleep 8 hours in the night? Nobody sleeps 8 hours in the night. You sleep 10 hours in the night? How many of you sleep less than 7 hours? So yeah, most 80% of audiences are. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? Okay, so mostly sleeps around 7 hours, 70%, and about 20% less than 6 hours. India is a sleep deficit country. Most Indians sleep much lesser than they should be, which is at least 8 hours. 8 hours is the right amount of sleep. Then is the quality of sleep, which is another uh, topic by discussion, and it has many multiple layers. In what is the environment in which you sleep. Today, you can measure your quality of sleep through devices. It can tell you when did you have deep sleep, basic devices, watches, and then there are advanced devices where they can give you more granularity. So I'm going to talk to you about sleep. I'm going to talk to you about kindness, and I'm going to talk to you about sustainability. I sleep 8 hours every night, most nights. I can't say every. I was in Dubai last week, and I was there for the launch of an artificial intelligence company. And 2 nights I slept very late, 2 a.m. I'm not a 2 a.m. person. Next evening I slept at 6 p.m. to catch up on my sleep. But mostly I sleep 8 hours. I slept 8 hours last night, more like 8 hours, 15 minutes. Why am I talking about sleep to senior executives who are CXOs, who run companies, who are building products, companies? Because we are a sleep deficit country. If you sleep less, you're opening up yourself to diseases. The three foundational pillars of health: one is sleep, the other is nutrition, what we eat, and third is movement, which is exercise. I don't go to a gym, but I walk, I do my yoga, I did my Jal Neti in the morning, which keeps my breath. Life is only about what happens to your gut and what happens to your breath. Everything is around that. Uh, so really, I do want to raise the awareness of every CXO in terms of how much sleep they give. If I'm able to get one of you to sleep more than 8 hours, I think I would have done my job. Uh, and why do I say that? There's a book called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker. If you read that book, you would never compromise on your sleep. Sleep is 60% of your health, if not 70. If you sleep well, you'll eat less. You'll be mindful. You'll be more productive because does matter to a lot of executives on what they are getting done in a day. You'll be more kind to yourself. You'll be kind to the people you're talking. You'll have more clarity. Uh, if you don't want to buy the book, I don't get any royalty on the sales. You can watch he done a TED talk on why we sleep, and really you won't compromise on sleep. Second is I want to talk to you about kindness. I wanted to show a visual, but I'm not sure my team has cued that. But how many of you know Nadab ben Yehuda? Does anybody know Nadab ben Yehuda? So he was an Israeli, he is an Israeli professional. In 2012, uh, he made an attempt to become, and he was very close to becoming the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. 2012, that's 12 years back. He was somewhere between the base camp and about to reach the Mount Everest when he saw two of his friends in a very precarious situation near the Mount Everest. And one of them died, and the other was on the verge of dying. Now, Nether Ben Yehuda, that's the guy. He had two choices: either to be able to go to the Mount Everest, become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, or save his friend's life. Guess what he did? What did he do? Good. So that's why I'm talking about it. Subsequently climbed the Mount Annapurna. He's become a rescue climber. You can see his fingers have. This is immediately after that. Eventually two of his fingers were amputated. People who enter awards, people who are building companies are very competitive people. All of us. I'll count myself in them. But in a world where you can be competitive and pursuing your dream is the right thing through the right reason for the right means, there's nothing wrong with it. It contributes to society, it creates an impact, it contributes to nation building in a true sense, you provide jobs. But also we are very, I believe leaders are becoming very memey, whether it's political leaders, whether it's business leader, whether it's entrepreneurs, whether it's CXOs. I run a company, 400 people. Uh, be kind to people. That doesn't mean sacrificing on basics, but do things for other people. People who enter awards are clearly focused on them, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not looking down on that. I'm just saying while you continue to do that, also make time to be able to help other people with your time, with your energy, with your feedback, with your encouragement, whatever, with your money. I, each contribution is valuable. It doesn't have to be a money contribution. It can be time. Time is the biggest asset. That's why I apologize that we're starting 15 minutes late, but we'll catch up during lunch. This is a book on kindness I read last year in March. It's called Humankind, A Hopeful History by Rutger Bregman. It's a book which has a lot of research. He's a young Dutch philosopher, writer, outstanding writer. And he basically says human beings are very kind. They help each other. And he's done research over 150 years. There have been many books about how human beings are competitive, they claw into each other, they come to their base forms. Harari said it in his book. That may be true because in business, in life, there is competitiveness, but that doesn't make us unkind. Being competitive doesn't make you unkind. But read this book, it's a fascinating book. Then I read his first book, you can read that also. But I like this second book more. It's called Utopia for Realists. And last but not the least, sustainability. There is green hydrogen. Mr. Gadkari will talk about it. It's his favorite. He'll talk about his impact. And really, it has a profound impact on how our future will pan out. The movement towards electric vehicles, mobility, uh, which is green, is truly important for the country, both from a green and energy security standpoint, and also protecting our environment. I was reading this issue of Time magazine in August last year, and in April the year before, I was with my daughter. She speaking at a UN conference in the US in Mumbai, and the head of the Indian Navy was there. He was talking about how oceans are shrinking, and the mammals within the oceans are shrinking, and the large mammals absorb the carbon dioxide, and really they help us in keeping our environment better. And I was reading the New York Times yesterday morning, coming back from Dubai in the lounge, and it had a similar article echoing this, that, the more the flora and fauna shrink, look at the wildfires in every part of the world, in Europe, in America, in Australia, also in Sahara. Summers is coming 4 months in advance in some parts, but definitely 2 months in advance in lots of parts. We've had a winter which has been very erratic. We had a summer which was very erratic. Summer didn't come for a while and then it was very hot. Winter didn't come in till mid-December, should have come in November. And then the last week of December and most of Jan was very cold. Normally it isn't. So clearly there is something happening. And yesterday I was reading this New York Times article, which again reiterated what was said in this, two different people. In fact, there is a research that it quoted that scientists, it was in the Nature Science magazine, it talks about that, the parameter. I'm not an expert on it, so I don't know enough. And I am candid to say that. But it basically said that we believe that we'll be 1.5 C in a couple of years, but we're already at 2 C. And now some of the scientists say, no, that's not true. But clearly, global warming is a reality. Like a lot of things that Donald Trump says, which are not true. He's saying that global warming is a hoax is also not true. It's a reality that is touching. And you are CXOs, leaders. So in whatever you do, some of you are already contributing through your initiatives. I saw the winners list, uh, and I see the speakers in the room and the companies you represent. You're already contributing in your own way towards a more sustainable planet. Uh, but also as leaders, You must raise consciousness on climate change and sustainability in everything and anything you do. And I must say the young colleagues that I work with, they are very, very aware. They buy products and services that are kinder to the planet. And we live in an era of D2C. You order anything, look at its packaging. You order coffee, look at its packaging. You order food, whatever you order, that's a lot of waste. Some use reusable materials. Also, when I talk of sleep, there are two kinds of companies that are enemy of sleep. One is companies in my domain of content like Netflix, Amazon. You can binge watch. You start watching at 11 p.m. You can watch 6 episodes till 4 a.m. Enemy of sleep. Other is this food delivery companies. You can order food at 2 a.m. and eat the pizza, right? So, and like a good Punjabi, I have traditionally had a very heavy dinner. I've I've dumbed down on a dinner and I want to get to a stage where I don't eat dinner. My friends who are very fit don't eat dinner or they eat it before 7 p.m., some around 6. So, eating at 2 a.m., 1 a.m. is clearly bad. We've done it. But all I'm saying is clearly good quality sleep will lead you to kindness, and being kind to the planet is a part of our own DNA. I hope you, as leaders in the domain of mobility uh, and auto, will be able to do it. I look forward to learning something from you and knowing a little more about the auto domain. Mac and Utkarsh have put this together, and I wish you a day of learnings, connecting with each other, collaborating with each other, and in the evening we'll celebrate the success of the 30 odd leaders that the jury has selected through the jury process, and most of them are here. This is the second edition. My apologies, the original event was on 12th Jan, but we were very keen that Mr. Gadkari is part of it, and that was the only reason that the date was changed. So my apologies to you for changing the date. God bless you. And I only because I also founded a company called Exchange for Media. I do know about all auto media. I saw a post from my friend Normas. He was somewhere in Entuck. He was somewhere, and he was driving a Audi, right? And he was posting about the weather conditions there. He was in, where was he? Alaska. Where was he? Finland. Yes, he was in Finland. So I know we are a number 15, 18 player in this right now, but we will grow. I've seen a lot of initiatives that we've done become industry initiatives. The number one, for example, in the auto space, in the hospitality space, BW Hotelier is absolutely number one. BW Legal World is at the cross section of legal and business. It's absolutely number one. Not the first entrant there. And we are number one in editorial aspiration. We're number one in the yields and the we have on our IPs. So I know that auto world also will grow, and we'll be able to do something differentiated over the next 12 to 15 months, which will create some value for you to spend time on our site and be engaged with us editorially. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And taking away from what he said, it is said in the Vedas that eventually, always, nature will find a way to restore itself. But if we do not walk the path of restoration ourselves, we might not even be there to witness it. This brings us to the first panel discussion of the day. Driving green. Is the Indian auto industry ready for green fuel revolution? As India gears up for a green future, one of the legacy sectors that have transformed the fastest is auto. But what lies ahead with new technologies coming up? Is enough happening on the policies and infrastructure front? With this, let's commence the first panel discussion. Joining us on stage is the session chair. I must encourage everyone to offer their loudest round of applause as we welcome them. Please give it up for Utkarsh Agarwal, editorial lead, BW Auto World. Let's welcome our panelist. Let's give it up for Nirmal N.R., CEO, Three-Wheeler Business, Greaves Electric Mobility. Let's give it up for Tanuj Jain, co-founder and director, ElectroRide. Right, just like that. Let's welcome H.S. Bhatia, MD, Kelvon, Electronics and Appliances, Debu, India. Well, it's super easy to clap. Let me show you. How do we do it? We just bring both of our palms together, just like that, right? Just like that. Perfect. Let's give it up for Anil Srivastav, Professor of Practice, IIT Kanpur, Director, Epsilon Advanced Materials, and former Principal Advisor and Director General, Niti Aayog. Let's welcome the gentleman with a big round of applause. And completing the panel, let's give it up for Nikhil Bhatia, co-founder and chief operating officer, HOP Electric Mobility. Are we teaching the camera?
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Utkarsh Agarwal. I editorially lead the BW Auto World community for Businessworld. And this is the first session of the day. And to set the context, the topic for the session is Driving Green, is the Indian auto industry ready for the green fuel revolution? Now, as you know, as India strives for a sustainable future, the automotive industry stands at a pivotal juncture. And with the rapid advancements in technologies, we must ask questions around, is India ready for a sustainable future? And do we have enough policies and enough development for infrastructure for these technologies to be embraced? For this, I'll go across to my panel. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today here. Nirmal, if I can go across to you, how well do you think is the Indian auto industry equipped to embrace all the new technologies like electric and new hydrogen vehicles?
I think, so thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. Very apt topic, especially around the time when policies are changing in the country. Right. So I believe the auto industry it's not a new industry, right? We have been here for a really long time. A lot of companies have been in this business for really, really long, and one of the largest employment generators in the country, and most in all across the world also, right? So I think as an industry, what has happened is some of these companies have dominated the industry for a really long time. With electric and new powertrain technologies coming in, there is a real democratization of this industry that's happening right now, which is a huge opportunity for startups, for new companies to really change what is the current status quo. So here, there was always a barrier for entry in this industry because of some of the powertrain, the amount of capital that was required in powertrain, right? Currently, what has happened is that through electric and even with hydrogen, or many of these new fuels that are coming in, what's happening is that is changing. That barrier of entry is changing. The amount of technology that's going into a vehicle has gone up significantly. As many call it, an electric vehicle is more of a phone on four wheels. So there is a lot of technology that can actually make this industry very modern, very different, right? That is what is happening. So I really think that many of the old companies may not evolve enough. And a lot of these new entrants who have come in with a lot of technology and capabilities will change and have a completely new playing ground in this.
Right. Mr. Jain, if I can come to you and if you can share your opening comments around how well do you think is the Indian auto industry equipped to embrace all these new technologies?
See, there are a couple of challenges which auto industry is facing at this point of time, especially in the EV space. One is the charging infrastructure, if I talk about. Charging also, if I divide it into two parts, one is a fixed battery charging or probably detachable battery charging, and second is a swapping battery. So I think what we expect from the government or probably to have a better guideline in terms of having a standardized ecosystem. Like for example, if today in ICE engine somebody has to fill a fuel, he can go to a HPCL or a BPCL or IOC and he gets the same fuel, and any of the cars across the brands can use the same fuel and they can run the vehicle. But unfortunately, in the EV space, the challenge is like if I talk about swapping, station, Sun Mobility is creating its own ecosystem. Smart batteries, Battery Smart is creating its own ecosystem. Volt Amp is creating their own ecosystem. So basically, only Sun Mobility batteries can be fit only in Sun Mobility ecosystem. So if we have something which is standardized across, which is a common platform where, I mean, anybody is buying a swapping battery and they can go to any of the stations and they can swap the battery. Something in technology and standardization there is very, very important.
Thank you. You spoke about the battery manufacturing and everything, but we'll come back to that later. Mr. H.S. Bhatia, if you can share your views from the passenger vehicles perspective. How well do you think we are seeing some adoption towards the two-wheeler side and the commercial vehicle side, but the passenger vehicles is still at a pivotal juncture? So what do you will say?
From a capital expenditure and investment point of view, to manufacture a EV two-wheeler, it's much easier and cheaper as compared to a passenger car or a commercial vehicle. And therefore, we have not seen even a single person entering the passenger car or the commercial vehicle segment. Any newcomer, no newcomer has come because the entry barrier remains same. Only your moving parts have reduced in case of the engine, but the other investment is the same. So therefore, in terms of EV adoption for passenger cars or commercial vehicles, we will, I am afraid, will still be relying on the old names, whether the Indian manufacturers or the global ones like Tesla or BYD or the other people who are working on this. There is a Vietnamese company which is now again coming into India. So we will still be relying on the bigger names.
Nikhil, if you can share your views, what do you think from the two-wheeler perspective? Are people and customers buying an electric vehicles? What are their feedback when customers come to buy an electric vehicle?
So from our recent experience, right, as a company who manufactures and sells two-wheelers, to somebody who last week exchanged his petrol car to a friend who bought a ZSEV just for 4 days to see how does it feel to be around in an electric vehicle, right? What all things were there? We coined a term, right? Switching to EV is like you have not till the time you have not experienced it, you're not gonna be convinced that you can move there. Right, from the place of anxiety, questions, range, charging infra. Once I was using a vehicle for 4-5 days, it became okay. Planning, okay, organizing my trip, planning, and adding plus 1 hour to my basic routine. Right, is the difference that happened with me after using an EV for 4 days. From the customer point of view, I think two-wheelers have already reached a place where they are becoming a no-brainer now. Right, again, fluctuations in subsidies and all of that is a separate thing, right? Pricing parity, that we do definitely need to achieve that. But more or less, we are like there now. There are vehicles starting from 70,000 that gives you a 60-kilometer, 65-kilometer range, to about 5 lakh rupees that gives you a 150-kilometer range. Right, so you have got all plethora of products available in the market now. So two-wheelers is almost there. I think another 2-3 years when this will start taking over the traditional sales. For rest of the category, I think passenger vehicle, I believe if till the time somebody has not tried it, they're not going to be convinced to buy it. So I request everybody go experience it for 4-5 days, right? And then you'll understand, okay, why do you need to switch to this direction?
Thank you. Mr. Srivastava, if I can come to you from the government's perspective, mostly all the rest of the panelists over here spoke about all the challenges they face. But do you think is the government doing enough to support OEMs in manufacturing electric vehicles, and for customers also any policy initiatives to be taken?
Good morning, everybody. The government we started this narrative from the Niti Aayog in 2017 onwards, and I can see the things unfolding now, and they are kind of unfolding in the direction in which we had envisaged. Initially, people used to say, or the industry used to say that the government is moving faster than it is ahead of the industry and the other stakeholders. I don't know, my friends would agree with that. But now, subsequently, now I find that a lot which needs to be done, and my co-panelists have spoken about it. The issues are related with the standardization. Now the government has to come out with the issues in which the adoption has to be quicker. Adoption has to be with the people. Government has to tell the consumer the total TCO concept, the total cost of ownership. Now, these things have to be promoted. And now that the ball is in the court of the different ministries, different state governments, and other stakeholders, the things have to move in tandem and move forward. So the government has taken a lot of policy initiatives. Around 25 different policies were formulated in the beginning, and subsequently as well. I mean, there was tweaking in the FAME 2 and other related policies. But yes, there's a lot needs to be done, and the government has to do a lot of hand holding, particularly in the direction of, as I said, whether there should be a swapping thing or whether we should go for quick charging, the standardization of the charging guns, which we wanted to have it in 2018 onwards. We have not been able to do it so far. So all these things are lacking. We need to move faster, and the government has a tremendous role in transforming the mobility that we had planned right from 2017 onwards.
Right. Nirmal, you had a smile on your face while Mr. Srivastava had speaking. So, do you agree with him?
No, I completely agree when we say that the government has taken a lot of initiatives. I have no doubts on it. I think, yeah, one thing I kind of wanted to discuss was when we talked about standardization of some things, right? Petroleum, comparison with petroleum is not the right thing. Petroleum was controlled in all ways, in price, in the access to it, in everything till a few years back. It's only now that it is at least a little more decentralized, right? It's not really, whether you go to a BPCL, HPCL, all of them, they're all government agencies. I mean, currently not government agencies, they're PSUs, right? So, and there are some more companies which have come in. So I'm not very sure whether directly controlling everything and standardizing upfront is the best way of getting innovation into the industry, right? Because you should let some of these play out. Otherwise, who's going to invest? If one company has to invest in all batteries, it's not possible for any small company, right? That is almost like ensuring that small companies don't come into the fray. And so my request many times is that we should let some of these play out. The industries, the right kind of technology will come out. I'm sure part of that is what the government has done, right? Government did not introduce this policy upfront saying that everything should be the same. I think that is the right thing to do. I don't think there is anything wrong in that.
Mr. Jain, Mr. Srivastava also pointed out the total cost of ownership, the TCO. In terms of the affordability, battery is almost the half price of the electric vehicles. So what do you think to make electric vehicles more affordable? What should the OEMs and government should be doing?
I think one of the large challenges what we are seeing in the EV space is a retail finance. Unlike probably in a ICE space, be it a two-wheeler, be it a three-wheeler, or be it a four-wheeler, in a two-wheeler space in ICE, customer walks in the showroom, within 5 minutes, he's given approval of finance, and within half an hour, he gets the payment also. The dealer gets the payment also. In EV space, in low speed, unfortunately, there are hardly any financiers who are funding. In high speed, yes, there are a couple of financiers who are funding, but still not to that extent, the extent it has gone into ICE space. I think retail financing is going to play a big role in the whole process.
Nikhil, you can majorly explain around this. The batteries cost around half of the electric vehicles. So how can we reduce the cost of electric vehicles to make it more affordable for consumers? And government is pushing for Make in India to manufacture batteries in India. How can we do that? How near and far are we?
I think getting domestic sales is still a little away, another 2-3 years away to get the domestic sales. Whether they'll be at price parity with the imported sales or not, time will tell. One thing that government had already taken initiative was on the subsidy side of it, right? Incentivizing based on the battery capacity so that consumers are getting the product either at an equal cost or an equivalent cost. That is one thing that was already there, but I believe for a little bit more time, the certainty has to keep on playing, right? We've been requesting this, like, let's not change things too fast, too dramatically throughout the course of the time. Let things play out, at least give a 5-year horizon to, even if it is subsidy, even if it is 5,000 rupees as a direct benefit transfer to the consumers. But that has to be there. When he mentioned about the financing, we faced a similar challenge over the last 3 years of the journey. Ended up creating our own NBFC to fund by our dealers. We requested in a couple of sessions, a couple of months back, we also requested maybe EVs can be given priority sector lending status, right? That is something that will even push banks and NBFCs to start pushing finance, these organizations, right, to start pushing financing for the two-wheelers. I can understand the perspective of the financiers, right? Because they do not have certainty on the product life, product quality right now. They do not know what the aftermarket value will be. What if somebody defaults? What if the product doesn't work and the consumer stops paying the EMI? Right. So they are conservative on that side, but I think instead of 30,000 rupees subsidy, a 5,000 rupees per kilowatt DBT with a priority sector lending that reduces the cost of the EMI will be a good push to the entire market. That is something that we foresee. Okay, this can be a catalyst for a little period of time. And on the cost of the batteries, I believe it's already decently low now. Another 2-3 years when we see that the pricing will be at such level when we still are about 25% premium to the traditional petrol product, right? In a two-wheeler category, if it is apple to apple comparison. Can we close that pricing right now? Maybe not. 3-4 years down the line, once the scale hits that level, we have domestic cell production and all of that, that might happen. For the time, priority setting lending, DBT-based subsidies would be a great help to offset that cost.
Mr. Bhatia, if you can explain from the customer's perspective, the electric vehicles are costly, if we agree or not. So to make it cheaper, what can we do? What measures can we take?
So today, there are two major parts into EV. Let's say two-wheeler, we'll start with two-wheelers. One is the engine part and one is the body and the other components. Talking about the battery, like Mr. Srivastava mentioned about standardization, my comment would be that like we have now the same charger for all the mobile phones. That is the standardization we are talking about. Which means today, if you buy a mobile phone, you don't necessarily have to buy a charger. So you save that money, number one. Number two, the e-waste generated by the last charger wire and the pin is now like, you don't need to. So you are not only reducing the e-waste, but you're actually reducing the cost of ownership of a mobile. And I'm specifically talking of the normal mobile, which is 2,000-3,000 rupees, for example. For that customer, 100 rupees is a charge. If Vastav is talking about a similar standardization, I am for it. Because what will happen is your battery is standardized, for example, or the size of the battery. And therefore, the space that every EV manufacturer has to provide in the vehicle would be the same. So which actually means that the battery swapping becomes much, much easier. There could be many manufacturers of a battery, but the customer need not therefore buy a battery along with the vehicle, which means his cost of ownership goes down from the stage one, which is when he's buying. And after that, swapping becomes much easier. And I think the battery swapping will take off once the batteries are at least common in size, if not the other things. That's one. Also, when we talk of total cost of ownership, look at both the aspects. Your battery is not there, your vehicle cost goes down. This is point one. Second, after 3 years or 4 years, when the battery is done with, and you go and buy a new battery, in the meanwhile, you have, let's say, used this battery for 20,000 kilometers or something. So you're saying this 20,000 rupee battery has done 20,000 kilometers. So my cost is only 1 rupee, for example, just for an example. And suppose now the battery cost has gone down. So for example, we have seen that in the last 2 years, the lithium battery has dropped about 20%. In the next 3-4 years, as the Goldman Sachs report says, it will further drop by another 30 to 40%. If that happens, not only your cost of ownership in the first phase goes down, but when you are replacing the battery, then you calculate that as compared to a IC engine vehicle, what kind of petrol I was using over the last 3 years, and now what is the cost of replacement of a battery? If that battery, which was costing 40,000, is now available at 20,000 or 25,000, or through swapping, then the total cost of ownership, either at buying or in usage, goes down. That is where, apart from all the other reasons of ecosystem growth, the adoption will be much faster. Because like it was mentioned that there is a 25% gap between a IC engine, a two-wheeler and a e-two-wheeler. That price can only be bridged mainly by the, if we solve the battery problem. For the other components, there are lots and lots of initiatives by the government. And we have seen so many component manufacturers now. They are making locally. And once these local, the motors, everything is being made locally these days. Everybody is investing. Once that happens, probably the vehicle per se will also go down. So if the battery goes down, and here the vehicle price also goes down, and then the replacement battery price also goes down, either because of the lithium drop or because of the swapping, then you would see a much, much faster adoption. And then probably the target of 50% of two-wheelers being EV by 2030 is really achievable.
Before I come to Mr. Srivastava, I'll go to Nikhil. You had a response to Mr. Bhatia. Around the battery swapping
On
part,
this
if you
battery
can
swapping,
yeah.
on this battery swapping standardization, there was a draft policy document introduced about 8 odd months back. At that time, the document was well drafted in the sense that the dimensions were standardized, the protocol was standardized, and the connector pin was standardized. If we talk about the innovation part of it, it is all inside that, right? If somebody can pack more energy in the same dimension, that's innovation, right? Somebody can deliver cheaper kilowatt hour, that's innovation, right? Somebody can make it safe, that's innovation. From the OEM perspective, that also made sense in a way that I do not know what dimension I'm supposed to do at the time of design if I do not have a understanding on that. Right? Because again, it's not a generalistic volume that I create, okay, itna bada space bana diya, and any battery or every battery, somebody can come and plug it into it. Technically, yes, there are challenges because somebody's on 48-volt architecture, somebody's on 60, then 72, then 90, right? Different platforms, different architectures. Let's say if I have designed a vehicle that can deliver 90 kmph top speed, but a swappable battery that is put into my vehicle does not support that kind of C rating, right? How would my vehicle behave in that case? So it is a very integrated system. You cannot keep batteries and vehicles aside, right? It has to be ground up, developed together. Somebody has to take that initiative on a much larger scale. The current swapping market that is designed is purely on the e-rickshaw market, right? Two-wheelers is like less than 2% of the entire space. It's purely catering to that e-rickshaw space. That's why a generalistic dimension or open space, you have an open space to put 1, 2, 3 batteries. How do this pan out? See, again, the top tier players in two-wheeler market right now have a fixed battery architecture because batteries are structural members inside the vehicle. Right? We designed a motorcycle. We also realized that we have to have a fixed battery architecture. If I have to go at a top speed of 95 kmph and I have to have kind of rigidity and stability in the product, I cannot be variable with almost 40 kg of load inside my vehicle. So there are tricks and challenges, technical challenges involved with it. How would things perform? How are things integrated together? I believe for low speed or a closed community, low speed e-rickshaw space, battery swapping is right now working fine. It will work fine because in low speed category, more or less vehicles have similar part sharing ecosystems. How would it pan out in a high speed or a high performance mainstream product? It is yet to be figured out.
So Srivastava, you heard all the panelists over here. Battery swapping is majorly possible for two-wheelers only, but that's not an option for passenger vehicles or commercial vehicles. So how do you see this?
Besides battery swapping, I would say a few more things what my fellow panelists have spoken. Seeing this and taking it forward for the last 5, 6 years, I have a lot of things to say. Why there are no financiers? Because the financial institutions do not understand the technology. I'm making this a statement. They don't understand. I mean, a vehicle, whether it is a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or a four-wheeler, or a commercial vehicle, the body is the same. Everything is same. Powertrain is replacing the internal combustion engine, and the fuel is different. None of the vehicle comes with the fuel, whereas the electric vehicle is coming with a battery which will be lasting X number of cycles or Y number of years. So this is to be communicated to the financiers. What you guys are saying, meaning the same thing. I'm putting it in a very concise and very, very precise words. So these things need to be communicated to all the stakeholders. I agree, the government should have been at the forefront. They should have been taking it forward. But then look at the draft policy of the swapping policy, what the kind of lobbying which it had. And not from the startups, even from the leading players, that the draft has not got converted to a final policy. So these are the issues which all the stakeholders have to take into forward. This provides a tremendous opportunity for the country, for the automobile sector. We are the top manufacturer of the two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and agricultural automobile products, tractors, etc. We are third, fourth, we were fifth, became now fourth in terms of the commercial passenger vehicle production in the number of. I mean, there's so much of the market which is available in the country. I mean, it's a challenge for the OEMs, for the startups, and everybody to make use of this market, to start from here and then take a leading position in the world. We should not lose this thing I've been telling repeatedly. We should not lose this opportunity. None of the major good quality passenger vehicles were designed or developed in this country. But look, now the initiatives are there. Some of the domestic players, everybody knows the name also, I can name them, are now starting the original EVs, not developing it from the platform of the ICEs, the born EVs, the word which has been raised. Now we have to have the born EVs, and even in the two-wheeler segment also. The leading brand in the ICE two-wheeler could not launch its electric vehicle even after the prototype was tested 2 years back, 2.5 years back. It is coming now in the market. So these are the things which need to be taken into account. It's a challenge for the OEMs, for the industry, for the government, and for the consumer as well. Why should a consumer adopt EV unless he knows that it is the total cost of ownership concept, what you were talking, that it will pay in due course of time. The vehicle is coming with a fuel, I mean, kind of a fuel tank which will go on for 20,000 kilometers. So this thing has to be conveyed. This is to be conveyed, and they should understand these things. There are many such issues. Some of the points which were said about the price. Now, the price between an internal combustion engine vehicle and an electric vehicle cannot be bridged. For the simple reason, the electric vehicle is coming with the fuel. You take out the battery, and then you compare the price. It is lower than the internal combustion engine because internal combustion engine has 2,000 parts and the electric motor has 20 parts. So the price of an electric vehicle without the battery would certainly be lower than the internal combustion engine vehicle. So these are the finer points which one has to understand, which one has to convey to all the stakeholders, and all the stakeholders have to speak about it for the betterment of the environment, for the pollution and the transition which should take place in terms of the mobility.
So Srivastava, you made very prominent statements over here. Nikhil, I can come to you. What lessons can we learn from the world? We have had electric vehicles in India since decades, but nothing has been done prominently. We've been seeing the push since past 3-4 years, but nothing has been done. So Tesla has been there in outside countries. So what lessons can we learn from the world?
I actually think that we need not learn a lot from the world, really, honestly, right? I'm not being jingoistic about saying that. What I'm saying is that India is different. The context in India is different, right? The population, the amount of travel that happens, the last mile travel that is happening in India is very different from what happens in a Western country. So in an America, maybe a Tesla makes sense. Maybe the population density is so low, the number of people who are traveling is lesser. But in India, I think the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, the commercial vehicles being in the forefront of electrification, I think that itself is what is that is a real point, right? I think China is a place where we can learn from. may not be from the West a lot, right? Because I understand that we need electrification in personal cars, but if you just look at the amount of time that it needs to, the number of kilometers that a car needs to travel to essentially break even, not just on cost, being on the amount of essentially an electric car is not always considered green because it needs to cover so many kilometers to cover the same amount of carbon emissions that you have, right? So, but in the case of a last mile mobility, it is not so because the number of kilometers traveled by a personal car is way lower than a shared vehicle, which is generally traveling, right? So I actually think that we are doing a good job at that. The adoption on the two-wheeler and three-wheeler side is what is showing that. The next point really is to make sure that they reach that potential. And even after this adoption that we are talking about, it is still a smaller percentage there, right? Getting that percentage higher is one of the things that we should do. Automatically, when you see that a costly car need not be subsidized, in my opinion, right? That is not what the government money should be for. The government money should be to ensure that the mass adopts to electric and ensures that, I think that is where largely the policies have also moved. But what I'm trying to emphasize is that the policies or the product development, most of that, it's not just about blindly copying from the West. It's more about understanding the Indian context, which is slightly different, or I would rather say largely different, and going for that. So public money or any subsidy or any policy is generally should be spent on things which are closer to mass transit and also shared transport. That's my view.
Mr. Bhatia, you're also the manufacturing partner for Devo in India. So if you can explain to us from your perspective, how are you looking at the Indian market for this transition? What sectors, what challenges are you facing?
So the Indian EV market is in an organic growth state, and the numbers are growing very, very fast. 22, the numbers were just about 1.5 lakh, and last year it is 8.5 lakhs. No, it was 1.5, then it became 6 lakhs, and now 8.5 lakhs. And by 2030, it is going to be something like 12 million or probably 14 million. The share of the EV in the total two-wheeler rose from 1% to 5% last year, and is expected to go to about 40 to 50% by 2030. So there is a lot of excitement in the space, and the total EV industry is on an organic growth state. So obviously there is, in such a number, there is a room for a lot of people to, build their businesses. And there are opportunities therefore, and there are challenges, which some of them have been highlighted by this panel. And overall, we are very excited that this industry adoption is growing very fast. The ecosystem is building up. It is not an overnight job. The ecosystem is building up. The private players are doing their bit. The government is doing their bit. And overall, if you see, the ecosystem is building up. Coming to the government side, I would say just a couple of things. One is that, like the government is doing for many other industries, especially electronics and mobiles and now laptops and computers, there should be a PLI or a manufacturing incentive for the EV component industry. Not necessarily the EV manufacturers, but for the EV component makers. If the EV manufacturers are making components, then the PLI is applicable to them as well. But essentially, it should be for the EV components. Because today, most of the components are imported. And we pay duty and we bring it here. And we kind of assemble it only, So there, we must give a lot of boost and support to the EV component industry. Once that happens and India becomes a global hub or a domestic manufacturer for EV components, you'll see most of the problems will be taken care of. That is point one where I would look for government support. The other support also is when the consumer registers it. So like today, few states are giving the registration incentive and subsidy and few are not. So there is a lot of inconsistency with regard to the, for example, the FAME 2, which is now expiring on 31st March, and we are not very sure of the FAME 3. Then I believe this budget, the outlay has been reduced by about 40%. Then there is no consistency. It's going, it's there, then it is stopped and something like that. I know some people misused it, so I'm not blaming our own fraternity for that. But so there has to be consistency in the policy. The government should stay outside, give an outside support, see the growth of the industry, whether components, whether the consumers from registration point of view. If you do that and let the ecosystem evolve, then you will see this industry adoption rate will be even more faster. And that is the opportunity that we sense, and that is what excites Daewoo to be in it.
Mr. Srivastava, do you think India is different from other countries? And if it is different, what can we do to increase EV adoption?
Yes, this is the point we used to make to the people, that we have 80%, more than 80% of automobile production in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. So India is different. And in fact, if you look at it, different geographies have different kind of mobility patterns. Europe is different, US is different. The kind of car usage is different in US and it is different in Europe. It is much different in India. We use our car for 5 to 6% of the time only. Our cars are mostly parked in the garages or on the roads. So this is certain. So any stakeholder who is in this ecosystem has to keep in mind that it cannot be that it can be compared with the other things. Firstly, and secondly, your last question about the Tesla and the other global players, I must say that we need not ape or we need not follow any patterns from them. They are not coming to India for the obvious reason, because India is different. They are wanting certain kind of other maybe concessions, or what should I say, from the authorities, because India is different and they need different kind of groundwork. They need to do different kind of efforts to be successful in India. So the India, in terms of the consumption, it is different. The mindset, it is different. And a major reason why the four-wheeler passenger vehicle adoption is not probably as we had planned earlier in the Niti Aayog, that the way it should have been growing, it is not. Certainly 5% is a good figure. And 2030, we were expecting even much more than what you guys are now looking at. And even I find it that now the projections are not going the way we modeled it. We prepared the models in Niti Aayog at that point of time. For the simple reason, there is no acceptable product in the Indian four-wheeler passenger vehicle segment which is acceptable to the consumer's mindset in India. You have to understand, and you have to design a project which meets the requirements. There are products which are very close to the Indian mindset, and now even the global players are also coming out with their different kind of models which are not all that in high volumes in the other geographies, but they are different in Indian geographies. But Indian two-wheeler industry should come out with something which is to the Indian requirement, to the Indian masses. We use our scooters, we use our two-wheelers for very short distances. And in a day, we don't move more than 20 to 30 kilometers or 50 kilometers on a two-wheeler, whether it is a large segment of the two-wheelers are driven by the ladies or by the both sexes. So they also do not drive it for very large distances. All these things cannot be kept aside while moving and taking forward things in India. Other point is that our mobility patterns are different. Our usage of the public transport is also different, and we use public transport in a different way. The kind of you go to the countryside and the way people move in a three-wheeler or the tempos, the so-called tempos, it's a totally different. And there is no numeration of that. We have not yet went into it, that how many people do make travel on those vehicles and how many people need mobility needs. So that is where probably the players need to put in some effort as to how the countryside India moves and what are their requirements in terms of the mobilities. We are only focusing on a very small segment of the Indian mobility market and making our policies, whereas the potential is huge. It's a tremendous potential which is which is lying underneath with the latent demand or the latent potential, I would say, about the mobility is tremendous. So the India is certainly different from what the other countries are, and we have to have the products, the policies, and the charging infrastructure, the kind of the range anxieties which the Indian consumer has is different from the range anxiety which the US customer has. So we have to keep into mind all these things. I mean, I have raised so many issues about it which need to be handled, which need to be tackled by the stakeholders.
Thank you so much. Nikhil, if I can come to you, the jobs have become the center of attraction once again in India. So from an OEM perspective, do you think, do you have enough skilled work power for these new technologies like electric vehicles and hydrogen also coming up? That's also one of the concerns.
For the space we are operating in right now, we are building up the skills, right? We train people, we upskill them. We understand, okay, a base, if you're on an assembly line, it's no more an engine assembly, right? It's more on an electronics and electrical driven electromechanical assembly, so to say. So, and ITI peoples are upskilled internally, right, to fulfill that demand. So we are doing our part on that side. On hydrogen, on all of that, again, not my core area of expertise right now. So I am not very sure about it. But yes, for electric two-wheelers, I believe there is sufficient upskilling happening right now, either directly or indirectly by all the stakeholders, right? I believe for three-wheelers, he'll be a better person to say. In battery manufacturing, people have upskilled, people have more and more people are getting into this profession now. We don't, yes, there is a challenge, but it is not that big a challenge. It is a trainable skill. It's not something that you need some ground level shake up on the education system or anything like that. It's a trainable skill. So you just have to have people, you have to have work for them. And you have to have that mindset that, okay, we need to give them certain know-hows so that they can also learn and move on. In our last 3-4 years of journey, I believe we have more than 300 people have joined us, moved on, moved to next jobs, learned, right? So all these things are happening. We are also hiring from the different companies where they are already pre-scaled. So yes, it is an evolving ecosystem.
Mr. Jain, do you think we have enough skilled manforce for these new technologies like electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cells?
Yes, Nikhil said, this is something which is evolving. At this point of time, yes, we don't have that skilled manpower. Yeah, but it's not that difficult a technology also, but you need a very, very strong technology or probably expertise to learn it. Like largely, if I talk about the EV space, it's a two-wheeler industry, the three-wheeler industry where the transition is happening very, very fast. In three-wheeler space, rather we have reached the inflection point where everybody is transitioning from diesel and CNG to electric business. Similarly, in two-wheeler space also, if I talk about largely two-wheeler, we have to divide the categories into two categories. One is the personal travel and the second is the commercial travel. I think in two-wheeler space with the delivery companies like Zomato's and Swiggy's and Blinkits of the world, they are giving a big boost to the two-wheeler industry. That commercial adoption is happening very, very fast in the two-wheeler space. Coming to your question of understanding, here's skill manpower, there are two ways to look at it. One is the manpower who can run this, and second is the awareness about the product. The challenge, what we are seeing in the EV industry at this point of time is a lot of people are not happy with the EV product because they don't have knowledge about it. They don't know how to charge, when to charge, how much speed they should run at. People run at a speed of 60, 70, and they expect a high range coming from the product. So more challenges pertaining to the knowledge of the product, to the consumer as well. Like they've been using ICE for years together, so they are used to that. They know how to manage that.
Mr. Bhatia, government has also been pushing for hydrogen fuel cells. How do you see the future of hydrogen fuel cells, or how near or far are we? Electric mobility is already staggering at the current times. So where do you see hydrogen fuel cells?
So for any fuel to be used in any kind of electric vehicle, actually for any vehicle, actually, you have to look at 3-4 things. First, the availability, which is the first A. Second is the adaptability, whether you can use that fuel across your vehicle, all the vehicles, or it is applicable only for one set of applicables. So for example, hydrogen, since you mentioned, hydrogen has a very high density and also has a mass. So in that sense, this fuel cannot be used for a two-wheeler in the current state. It is only used for commercial vehicles. Across the world, even now, Reliance is putting a lot of money and converting all their commercial vehicles into the hydrogen fuel. They are also talking to Ashok Leyland. They are working on something. As I said, first is availability, second is adaptability or the application. The third is the affordability, whether this fuel is affordable for the category of that vehicle. So if there is a fuel which is expensive, then don't expect the three-wheeler or the two-wheeler guys to, put his money, because then the overall cost of the cost goes up. And fourth, I think this is the affluence. You may develop a fuel or you may discover a fuel, but what about the affluence? What about the discharge or the disposal of the e-waste? So therefore, when you decide on any fuel, you have to look at all these four factors, and then only you can decide whether this fuel is for the future or not, whether this fuel will be adaptable or not. So therefore, hydrogen can be used only for commercial vehicles. At this moment, no cars are running on hydrogen. People are working on it, but currently none. And two-wheelers obviously not. So therefore, you will have to have different set of fuels for different applications and different vehicles. One more point, not related to your question, but we were talking about the charging stations and also about the issues there for consumers face and stuff like that. There is also an issue related to the sustainability, So I was in one of the forums and we had proposed that if you are putting up charging stations, wherever, whether in the upcountry or in the cities, and if they are getting charged by the electrical current, which is available, and if that electric current is, for example, being produced by the coal burning, then where is the sustainability? Where is the environment? I mean, you are producing it one way, the old way, and you're putting it in the new way, then what does it mean? It actually means nothing. I'm saying from the sustainability or the renewable energy point of view. So therefore, for the charging stations, for example, if a kind of charging stations are made which run only on solars, and these are, for example, placed across all the highways and dhabas and everywhere, and this job is given to private individuals as like your pencherwalas of yesterday, for example, or these kind of people, and they put up one kiosk and they charge. I'm not saying technically how much time will it take to produce such a kiosk, but ultimately, if your charging stations can be put up, it will not only generate lots and lots of employment and business opportunity for the small guys, but also really work on the renewable part or the sustainable part, which today is somewhere missing. We are talking of EV, but we are not talking of how to charge it. Whether it is coming from the same thought process or it is coming from a traditional energy source, then the purpose is defeated or half done only.
You spoke about the purpose of having electric vehicles is to be sustainable, but the purpose is not having been fulfilled. Before we close this session, we'll take a few questions from the audience. If anybody has some question, they can raise their hand. We'll take any questions for any of the panelists. Over there, we have a few questions. Can someone pass the mic over there?
Hi, my name is Kush Malhotra. I stand as Vice President from MapMy India. So primarily, I didn't decide to ask a question, but he gave me the mic. So the query is that how much we are emphasizing on a vehicle tracking location device to get integrated with a EV vehicle, and the emphasis on the charging of a battery gets inculcated with a vehicle location tracking device, and then we are able to tell whether the battery is charged off a vehicle or not, and you cannot maybe pick up a vehicle if it goes below the 30%. So that becomes a mandate point from the vehicle location tracking device manufacturers to get integrated with the EV vehicle manufacturers.
Anybody from the panelists want to take that question?
So I'll take it up. Going forward, the way we foresee it, more or less electric vehicles, advanced automotive technologies will be integrated with the 4G SIMs, right? Fundamentally, we all plug in our Apple CarPlays and Android Autos to have maps on our screens. This will eventually get inbuilt into the vehicles. What needs to be essentially done is somebody needs to map out all the charging stations, have understanding with the protocol providers, have understanding with the OEMs so that if I put up my destination, right? Okay, I want to travel from here to Lucknow. If I put up my destination, how the trip gets planned. Right? Tesla does it very well because that's an integrated system. They have their own softwares, they have their charging station infrastructure, they have their vehicles. Uh, if I put in, okay, I am at 30% charge right now or 50% charge right now, I have to travel 400 kilometers. After 100 kilometers, I need to take a 40 minutes break at this charging station. And then after another 150 kilometers, I need to take a break at this charging station. That is what eventually it all will become into. But Tesla managed to do it because they were a vertically integrated system. In our case, maybe we'll all have to come up together, from the mapping companies to the charging infrastructure providers to the OEMs, will have to come and have a common understanding how to create this base stack. So that's how I foresee that it happening over the period of time.
Thank you, Nikhil. Any more questions? Over there.
Am I audible now? Yeah. I was saying that as we are a mapping company, we have our own competition map of Mapples to Google. So recently we saw a paradigm shift of the AIS 140 standard BIS 16833 to the GNSS toll polling, which is just happening as a POC in Jaipur Highway, and further it would go on the Bangalore-Mysore Highway. So what about once the toll plaza, boom barrier, or the GNSS polling stand comes, and there we are also able to inculcate the charging level of a vehicle into the GNSS polling, where you get to know, okay, your vehicle is going below the 30% charge and you need to go to the nearest service station to get it charged. So integration of that data from a vehicle location tracking device in the character separated value, and then the operator knowing it then and there through the mobile app makes the ecosystem work.
So see, a separate tracking device might not be required going forward because all vehicles will be inbuilt with that to have geotagging and all of the geo tolls and all of that will already be integrated. Again, it's very technically it's very straightforward. It's again stakeholders to come together and sit and come to common protocols. Every device has a MAC ID, right? Every device has a unique and an information protocol. Based on an information protocol, information from this packet can be shared to another one. But yes, it all boils down to that people need to come together to make it happen. The ecosystem needs to come together to make it happen.
We'll take one more question, just one more question. Over
Hi,
there.
should I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. My name is Jim. I'm from iTriangle Infotech. My question actually relates to a little bit regarding the telematics solution which you guys were discussing about. So I was thinking that if the ICE engines were being rolled out in the market and telematics solution can be provided by a third-party vendor, are EV OEMs planning to introduce this telematics solution on their inline fitment henceforth? Because right now third parties are already coming in the picture, and there are a couple of incidents that have happened which should not have happened because if the testing or the POCs were done with the OEM itself. So are we actually looking forward for an inline fitment of such kind of a solution so that the standardization as well as the safety measures are being taken care of?
Yes.
So maybe I could answer this. We are an
Sure, sure.
OEM. So all our electric vehicles are already fitted with devices. And currently, these are third-party devices. It could be third-party, it could be manufactured by the OEM. But I think that is also part of the requirement from the government for a Phase 2 certified vehicle. So most of the vehicles currently come with a device. So the data that you are asking for, most of that is already collected. A large part of it is already in the cloud. If that needs to be collaborated, that is again a decision of how we'll do it. But every vehicle currently comes with most of the new vehicles are coming with connected. These are all connected vehicles.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. All our panelists are available for all your questions outside the stage. I'm sure they would be happy to answer. Thank you so much all for joining us.
Big congratulations on a very productive session. Could I please request everyone to kindly come up front for a group picture? How about a big round of applause for the first panel discussion of the day? Thank you. And requesting everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Every vehicle needs fuel. If we consider our bodies as vehicles, we need fuel as well. What drives Indian auto sector's trailblazers? Success stories and conversations on how the Indian auto sector is building a new generation of industry captains and what are the challenges that they face. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are headed towards the next panel discussion of the day. Please welcome the session chair. Let's give it up for Deep Majumdar, Senior Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Welcoming our panelist, please give it up for Sushant Kumar, Founder and Managing Director, AMO Electric Bikes. Quickly on to the next one, but prior to that, तालियों पर GST नहीं लगता, तालियां tax free हैं. I must encourage everyone to offer their loudest here as we welcome our panelist. Big welcome to Sushant Kumar. Up next, let's give it up for Jeet Shankar Banerjee, Senior Manager, Public Affairs, Flix Bus India. Let's welcome Siddharth Bagri, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Praveg. And let's welcome the person who's going to complete the panel. Let's give it up for Harry Bajaj, Founder and CEO, Mobek. Before we begin, requesting the panelists to kindly reserve the final 5 minutes of the allotted time for the Q&A.
How is everyone? A bit of energy, please. This session it's special. We'll be talking about the leaders of tomorrow. Not saying that the leaders of yesteryears didn't work hard or anything, but the leaders of today and the leaders who will lead this industry into the future on the global stage are a new breed, and they'll help shape the future of this sector. India is the third largest auto market in terms of units sold. We took the third spot, way behind US and China, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We already have a name on the global stage, but the question is, what's next? On that note, let's start this session. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, speakers, for being here as well. So for the sake of this session, we have divided this into 3 parts, right? So that everyone can get the most value out of it. The first one will be the role of technology. No sector, no industry has been spared from the impact of technology, right? AI was the buzzword in 2023. The floodgates opened up with OpenAI, and it's still going on. The second part will be about the new breed of leaders. And the third one will be the next chapter. What's next for the Indian auto sector? EV is there on the table, of course, but what else? Hydrogen, ethanol, smart mobility, what? So let's start with Mr. Bajaj. The role of technology, how has it impacted the Indian auto sector? Your thoughts on this? Let's go.
So on the technology front, there have been quite a few developments with the push of EV being center point of the automobile OEMs. They are focusing on EV, futuristic cars, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers. They are trying to integrate, but given the current generation, they are very much reliant on technology as well. I mean, we started off with a geared car, and then things moved to an automatic car. Now things are getting, you don't even have to steer anymore. So we are very much technologically reliant on things, And people actually, the manufacturers, the OEMs, they're trying to obviously monetize on that part. That will actually, boost their sales. And it just looks more attractive. Technology is attractive. India is adaptive. India has the highest number of, young guys out here compared to other countries. We don't import workers from outside of India. We have enough out there. But we are very acceptable to technology as well. We do like it. I like it. It's integrated pretty well, but obviously there are not as much as other developed countries, like let's talk about China or maybe US. They just have better accessibility. And, accessibility is getting wider and wider day by day. And thus, I think we'll reach there somehow. But the acceptance and the integration of technology in automobile and in other sectors, it's day by day increasing. So that works well for us, I believe.
Siddharth, the role of technology, how has it impacted the sector? What changes have you seen? Your thoughts?
The role of technology in every sector and everything is, of course, deeply pervasive. But what I think we have the opportunity for in India is the philosophy of that particular technology. Today, if you look at most of the technologies out there, whether it's in artificial intelligence, semiconductors, or anything else, it's basically two sides of the same coin, American and Chinese. Both consume our data. In both of them, we are the end customer, we are the end product, and not the other way around. That's why you end up in places where you're paying 10 euros per month for a heated seat in a BMW, or you end up in a place where you're paying $20 extra per month in insurance because you drove your Tesla once at night and your insurance premium has shot up. So the granularity of extraction of value from customer is increasing, and it's very good for the companies, but it's in very poor taste for everyone else. And I think, and I believe India is one of the few countries who can globally shape technology, which is in the opposite direction of this. If you look at the ONDC market, if you look at UPI or the health system that is coming out, if you look at the nature of generic medicine in India, if you look at any of these sectors, those principles and that philosophy applied to AI will lead to an eventuality where AI is accessible to everyone in the world and owned by everyone in the world and not just a few companies. So I think it's upon us to build out technology steeped in those philosophies, and that will give access to 6 billion or 7 billion more people, not just the top 1 billion people, which is a huge, huge, huge opportunity in semiconductors and everything else. And I think we're in a good time to start and a good place to start on that, if not already started.
Sorry, just wanted to ask you something. Are you going to be using AI in all of your products? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, without AI, I don't think you can even sell a spoon today.
Well, we did. I mean, there was no AI long back, but would you want a chip in your car?
You already have chips in your
No,
car.
but you wouldn't want to be tracked, would you?
That's exactly my point. But every other car in the world today tracks you thoroughly.
It does. It does.
So how do you change that? And that is the opportunity that India has.
But that's a negative point as well, isn't it? As more of a security breach. I mean, if it has a chip, it's hackable, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
would you want that?
But everything does have a chip today.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
the bulbs.
It's not connected to the internet.
No, most of them are. Like you must have seen
You know what I
images
mean.
that.
We'll circle back to that. Mr. Banerjee, your thought. We'll circle back to that.
Thank you, Deep. Look, I must preface this by saying that, as Flixbus, we are in the travel tech space, right? So this is perhaps the most important question for us. We are in the intercity bus space, which in a place like India is dominated by traditional players. It's a very fragmented landscape. So technology plays a very important role, both on the supply side and the demand side. I think on the supply side, it's very, very critical for tech enablement of the bus operators who operate in the private market. It's a very large market, as you know. However, the lack of tech actually has essentially kept this market fairly limited and restrained. What FlixBus we are doing in this space is essentially empowering our partners with network planning technology that helps them increase their efficiency in their network and their operations, right? That's one of the key areas where we play a role through our technology. The next area where we help our partners who are running private buses is in terms of data and analytics that helps them increase their load factor, thereby making their business more efficient, right? And then, of course, providing a technology layer with respect to, whoever's the driver on the bus, whoever's the staff on the bus, for them to be able to kind of check in customers properly and manage the day-to-day operations of the fleets in a better manner, right? So on the supply side, I think, these are the 2 or 3 top areas where technology has played a role specific to intercity buses. And on the demand side, by and large, the story is well known. But I'll just reiterate some of the key takeaways that have come out from companies which do this in a similar space, right? Number one, customer delight, right? As you've seen with cab aggregators, etc. Increasingly, customers are used to being able to track where their vehicle is on a minute-to-minute basis. So that real-time, exposure to where your vehicle is takes away from that anxiety and stress related to any type of travel, both intra-city and intercity. Now, I think with FlixBus, customers are going to get access to that level of information on a real-time basis through our app, etc. as well. So that is a key element. Then the second one is in terms of understanding what is the exact pickup location, where to go, where to be, etc. Right? So besides punctuality, where to kind of go and meet your service providers, another area where tech plays a role in improving customer experience. And then finally, just from a business point of view and a D2C point of view, being able to book any type of ticket on an app sitting at home increases accessibility. It brings new customers to the bus space as well. We think FlixBus is going to broaden the funnel for operators in India, and this is our 43rd market for that same reason, because we think that a lot of customers are going to trains and airplanes just by default, because the e-commerce space with respect to train and airplanes is much more evolved, right? So in terms of demand aggregation for intercity buses, we think that FlixBus can play an important role through technology. So those would be some of my initial thoughts.
Thanks. Mr. Kumar, finally to you. How do you think the impact of technology in the auto sector has been? Please.
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. This is the second time I'm speaking on this from this forum. See, technology is a part of evolution, and I believe that since the inception of the human era, technology has always been part. We have to understand something about technology is that like anything new which is meaningful, okay, we call it a technology. So once it get evolved, it has to be productionized, or it has to take some shape where the person or the people or the like the community can get benefited. Now, if we talk about the role of technology in the auto segment, I think my fellow panelists have pointed out very well that like we have from the we have shifted from a manual shift cars to the automotive, and then now from the say maybe you don't need to even shift the gears, and it's all like auto pilot mode, right? So this is what is the technology. But with technology, we should also not forget about the research and development part of it, which I think we should all emphasize, that we want to avail the technology. At the same time, as industry players, it's our responsibility to invest enough on evolving or developing some technology homegrown. So my take on this is that like technology is first thing is that like it has to be meaningful. Second is it has to be customized as per the need, like my fellow panelist from the FlixBuses has said that it has created us helped you in demand side and also on the supply side. It is very, very important, right? So it has to be customized, or it has to be developed as per the ecosystem. Like two of you discuss whether it's a breach of our privacy or not. So there the customization and the control and restriction is important. My conclusion point is that it has to be useful, and it has to be meaningful for the masses to be adopted.
Mr. Bajaj, this has a ring to it, now, Mr. Bajaj. Mr. Bajaj, you mentioned a very important thing, the flip side of technology.
Yeah.
Let's explore that a bit. What did you mean? Like, what are the flip sides of the new generation technologies that we are coming across?
No, so I do agree that there should be a proper implementation of technology and it should be used for us because it's made by us, right? Although the accessibility of technology could differ from country to country, from industry to industry, and the implementation of that as well. Many factors, government, investments, your thought process, if you run a company, how's the CEO, and what is his or her thought is. But if we are talking about the flip side of it, obviously there are some dark side of it as well. So as he rightfully mentioned that there is a washing machine that sends 4 terabytes of data a day. That's the first type of a month. Still a lot. I mean, what are they sending? Just profiling, or so it's a lot of things can be used for you or against you as well. If it has a internet connection attached to it, if it has a comm system attached to it, a simple chip can actually access a lot of your data and your behavioral aspects as well. That could be a negative too, but if we actually have governance around it, if we have the right infra of the technology that we are delivering to the end customer, end user, the consumer, I think it makes a bit secure. But till the time it has internet connection and a small chip, I personally believe, because I'm really into technology, I've always been there throughout my life. I personally believe it's all exposed. So it's just going to be there. I really do not know what to do about it, but the government or the bigger bodies have to focus on that. It's new for us as well.
Right.
Yeah. So when we had lower form of technology, like let's talk about Windows 95, a small kid could hack it during that time. 15 years back, a kid could do it. Now the things have evolved in a better manner, but there are kids who are even sharper to hack it across, right? So that's something to look at. It's just not a part of the government or the whole ecosystem. It's consumers' part as well. You should know how to keep yourself secure. If you're talking about automobile, I personally wouldn't buy a car that is connected to internet. Although I am from EV ecosystem, I support it. I don't have an EV.
Okay.
For one of these reasons, yeah.
Mr. Banerjee has some.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to briefly add to that. Look, I think it's a very germane issue that my co-panelist has brought up. Data privacy, cybersecurity are extremely critical issues. Luckily, we have governments around the world, including here in India, which are trying to regulate this space in a way that doesn't stifle innovation, but at the same time protects consumers and users. Given the uniqueness of mobility space, right? Given what role automotives generally play in society, it is, I think, even more important for us to be extremely watchful of regulations and laws and compliance requirements in this space, and very much, abide by what is the evolving, regulatory landscape in this, right? However, one has to admit that computing, the next frontier of computing is going to be the car, right? The vehicle. I think laptops and mobile phones have reached a certain level of maturity in terms of the level of computerization and the level of software integration that has happened in these two devices. The next frontier has to be mobility, right?
Of course.
So with more technology, more innovation, more business, and so on, right? So striking the right balance between regulatory concerns and innovation is going to be key. And I think most of all, it will be important for companies to be very, very compliant and respectful of these emerging concerns.
Right. I see Mr. Bagri snatched the mic. He has some thoughts as well, but we have to keep it short because we have to move to the next segment. So, yeah.
I think it's too difficult problem area to keep it short, but I'll try to do that. I think what Jeet is saying, Mr. Banerjee is saying about the governance structures and the regulations around certain things around privacy and data and consumer rights outside of Indian government, I don't think any other government does that properly. If you take a look at GDPR is a derivative of the biggest 3 lobbies in Brussels, Number one, Microsoft. Number two, Google. Number three, Facebook. And that keeps changing. So those are the three guys who determine GDPR. And that is the reason why no technology company has come out of Europe in the last 20 years. Or since GDPR kicked in, I think 15 years now or
With the
something.
exception of Flix, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, there's BlaBlaCar, there's Flix, there are a few dating apps and all, but what I mean by technology company is like an American level technology company. Whether we talk like significant sized, I don't deny a size, but you know what I mean. So in fact, innovation and regulation is far, 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 far behind innovation and the ways you can use data against entire populations. And I think, except the intent of the Indian government, I don't see any other governance structure in the world doing it properly. Yeah, it's a major, major challenge.
All right. Yes, absolutely. Well put. There is no escaping technology. And of course, we'll have to deal with the flip side. Moving on to the next segment of the session, the leaders of tomorrow, the new breed of leaders. Again, not to glorify it. Mahindra is Mahindra for a reason. Tata is Tata for a reason. Aisha, Force Motors, they are there for a reason. But the new breed of leaders are different mainly because they have the help of technology by their side. They grew with that technology and their approach is different, a more hands-on approach, not getting afraid to get their hands dirty. Let's start again with Mr. Bajaj. Or you know what? No, we'll start with Mr. Kumar. Yeah.
Started a very interesting topic, or our discussion is moving, in this era. First, I would say that this is a era of startup. Okay. And you see that many first generation entrepreneurs, I can see a lot of people here, those who are first generation entrepreneurs. Okay. I mean, no background of business, but they are still in the business. Okay. So this is the era of startup. And once we talk startup and we try to, correlate, or you can say that compare with the previous generation things. Okay. I don't think it's a right comparison. I'm in respect for them, but this is a different time, much faster, much well informed. Okay, where we can use much more, a role of technology, which has made our life very easy. So I would say that in this era, I would just take the topic to the thing that which way this generation, as this generation leader, I think we should contribute to the country, because first is that, as we all know, that India has itself a very huge potential. We have been listening since ages. When I was kid, people used to say that India has a very huge potential, right? But if you looked at your economy, like in 2014 or I think 2012, it was just 2 trillion, right? Our neighbor country was 10 trillion. Nowadays, you look at it, we are around 3.4 trillion, and our neighbor is already 17 or 18 trillion, right? So 5 times that time, I mean 10 years ago, and now also the 5 times, right? Forget about the US, which is the largest, kind of GDP, 17 to 25 trillion, right? So what is our role? We need to push it. How we can push it? Once is that, we have to be very, very agile. As I said, that when we call it startup and agility are the, two faces of the same coin. Okay. You have to be very adaptive, and especially in auto segment, if we talk, like India holds, you may rightly mention that, third position in the whole automobile sector. It could be much better. You see, we have produced around 26 million vehicles last year, mostly two-wheelers. I think 19 or some odd millions were two-wheeler. Okay. Now you see that what is the scope for us? Why the two-wheelers are much more and the three-wheelers, four-wheelers are quite less? I think in the previous session, Mr. Anil Srivastava was also saying that we anticipated the adoption of four-wheeler, but it could not happen the way he wanted. Reason is very simple. You have to understand the country. This is a country of youth. 18 to 35 or 30 years population is the highest. Okay. Here they love technology, they love features, they love different kind of things they want to do, they want to know everything, right? So this is a rebel generation Z. We have to understand. So as a leader of this generation, we are trying to address these kind of challenges. So we already have, such challenges from our domestic customers. Okay. So this is what we face. We want to address them and satisfy them. This is my take on this point.
Siddharth, we'll move on to you. Yeah, you had very interesting. Sorry, you had very you had some thoughts on this that,
You want me to use the exact words?
if you want to, but but yes, you had some very some thoughts on this that uh,
No, I think,
this
you know,
sounds more of a glorification.
no, the challenges remain the same. If you look at Genghis
Okay.
Khan and the invention of the composite bow, or if you look at the, the eras bygone, the challenges are similar. It's about expectation management, people management, understanding what is the need, where the world should be driven towards, where the world is being driven towards. It's a combination thereof. And of course, the pace has increased significantly. The rate of increase and the rate of decline both have changed. Plateaus have finished to a large degree. And in India, particularly as a country, we've got a great platform. Second to almost, I mean, maybe the US has got such an equitable platform where absolutely anyone can enter the playing field and start to take up and do things and lead industries or societal changes or what have you. So I think it's a platformic change in the nature of civilization that we are in, more than us ourselves as individuals. So it's a very macro thing versus a micro thing. Micro challenges are almost similar throughout history, irrespective of the segment that you're trying to do stuff in. So, yeah.
We move on to Mr. Kumar. Yeah. Mr. Banerjee, my bad, sorry.
No, I think I'd keep it brief. Look, I think what separates young leaders from others or leaders of the previous generation are limited to two or three main points, right? Number one is that now we have all become very aware of the need for sustainability, especially in auto mobility space. A lot of young leaders are either joining or wanting to, expand their existing portfolio of work in this space, driven by this motivation to create a future which is sustainable, and we want to align ourselves with the government's vision, for example, for decarbonization, which is the need of the day, right? And I'm not saying that there were not enough initiatives on this earlier. It's just that now it has become a much more central part of a lot of business strategy, right? In FlixBus, for example, we are highly motivated to promote collective transport. We don't see a future where passenger cars are part of the solution. So we are, if I speak on behalf of my team, extremely motivated to see that future where more and more customers move towards collective transport. And in a country like India, I don't have to reiterate the need for that, right? The second is finding ways to solve problems at scale. Again, that I think a lot of young people are now coming around to understanding as the only way to do business, that you have to solve for population scale challenges in this country, and you can't do that in a piecemeal manner where you're not collaborating with the next person, and you don't have that approach where you're kind of tapping into each other's expertise and tapping into your ecosystem partners, your suppliers, and so on and so forth. And again, I think in FlixBus we try to kind of focus on that model, right, where we are not working in silos, but we have partnerships with local operators, other service providers, and we work very closely with the ecosystem to kind of deliver a scalable model. And then finally, I think there is that ambition that my fellow panelists also pointed out too. It's just a fantastic time to do business in this country, and young people are very, very aware that this is the place to be. This is the time to get into entrepreneurship, and we see that all across the value chain within automotives as well. So I'll stop there.
Mr. Bajaj, speaking of challenges, what are the kind of challenges that the leaders of today in the auto sector are facing? If you could elaborate a bit on that.
There are quite a few. Whole ecosystem is developing right now. You talk about raw material of making an EV or a battery these days, because that's the most expensive component right now. You talk about recycling. You talk about other innovations. It's just in building up right now. at least for us. It's been building up for quite many years for other developed nations like China and the US and a few European parts as well. For us, it's new. I believe there are challenges coming in. Obviously, there is a lot of support coming in from the government as well. If you talk about FAME or other schemes that promotes the whole ecosystem, and the schemes that are focusing on recycling as well, because if you don't have lithium or if you don't have other precious metal over 10 years, what are you going to do? The industry is going to die out. There are innovations as well that are coming in, like we have been hearing probably about sodium batteries coming in, and maybe it's a couple of years down the line from now. But again, there's a whole, a whole bucket of issues right now. As per my personal experience in this whole ecosystem of at least automobile and EV, which is combined now, there are people who are doing everything and anything right now, to be honest, because it's nothing bad there. It's just about acceptance. Maybe few startups are coming in, they're coming in with a new innovative solution. A lot of people are accepting it. Probably they're going to accept it later as well. A lot of people are not accepting it because they just don't like it. Simple as that. They're talking as a consumer. But this is a time where you can actually innovate. But with that innovation, with just one thought, you can't be making astronomical things because of accessibility of raw materials, government policies, and the investments, which is very important for a new industry. Although the investments in past 23 years in India, in specifically in in EV ecosystem, it's not more than 35 billion towards India. But in past 1 year, it's around 8 to 10 billion, which is the highest compared to all 23 years cumulatively. That is expected to be, going further and further in next 8 years. By 2030, the government is also forcing or implementing the whole idea of having 30% sales of EV cars in place with technology, and but it's all in process. So all of that, the government, the raw material, the know-hows of technologies, and the investments. I believe these are the main challenges. I would not comment on a leadership skill of anybody. They're all sort of people. So I wouldn't know how they're managing it. But even if it's a good leader, if you don't have all of these 4 things in place, you wouldn't be able to lead anything, right? So that's.
Mr. Kumar, you share a domain with Mr. Bajaj. You are from the EV space too. So same question, what are the challenges? If you could elaborate.
See, I would not say it as a challenge. I would say that, like every industry has 4 phases. You can know the time when the industry starts up, the time when the industry scales up, the time when the sales get started saturation, and once the time come when the industry or that particular product go for decline, right? So these are the 4 stages. And if we look very carefully towards the startup stage of EV in India, I think these were bound to happen, and these cannot be taken as like kind of a challenge category. But this was these were there, and this will be there not only with the EV. Any sort of new things coming or new technology coming, okay, that's what's perhaps it's called technology. Otherwise, it becomes commodity. Once they start getting into like from startup phase to they get into the scale up phase, okay, you will say that a lot of right now there's a lot of non-standardization in the product, right? Once basic industry starts scaling, you will see that a lot of standardization, and then once it goes towards the maturity, okay, you will see that the technology becomes commodity. That is why someone says that window now becomes a kind of a commodity, right? So my take on this is that like we have to work on all the front, starting from the research and development to making supply chain. I mean, who will produce the components, who will assemble the components, right? Who will sell the components, and who will service the component, and who will scrap the product, right? So this is what every stage at startup phase, I think we are doing good as a ecosystem. Yes, for further scaling up, we need to address some of the challenges, which is, I think, with time it will happen.
Let's move on to the final segment. Okay. The next chapter for the Indian auto sector. What's next? What are we looking forward to? So let's go around the panel and let's take your comments. Mr. Bajaj.
What is it going to be?
Yes. What is it going to be? What is the next chapter?
Well, there are a lot of promises by investors, by big companies, by governing bodies of this country as well. We're just looking forward to it. I mean, as I mentioned, that we are all trying to innovate. Like with me, with my company, we are trying to deliver energy to doorstep, as I mentioned before. And it's one of the things that we are doing. We all would want to grow further, right? The whole industry seems really promising. That's why there are investments coming in now. There are supports coming in now. The projections look good to us. And as a business owner or as a leader, I would just say of my own brand, I would just say that I would just want to grow further my own organization there. And I do see positivity there. So that's pretty much it. I don't know what's going to happen after 10 years anyway.
What
Yeah.
drives you as a leader in the sector?
Money. That's what I'm here for.
Okay.
It's a growing.
That's a valid point. Yeah, sure.
It's a growing category, and I believe as a CEO of a company, that's the right way to do. If any sector is growing, just get into it, learn about it. I'm not an engineer, but I'm almost an engineer now. So that
Okay.
works, and that makes me money. Simple. Yeah.
Siddharth.
The future?
Yes, the future.
I think we're at a very opportune moment in time where we can determine the future because the global industry is so nascent. Is this better? Yeah. I think we're at a very opportune moment in India because the global industry is so nascent, relatively, in the entire automotive industry, with digital, AI, EVs, everything kind of coming together, or hydrogen in the future, where we can really build technologies for the 7 billion people, where we can really build AI solutions, data solutions, all kinds of solutions to allow control back to the end user, which is absolutely the opposite direction of what China and the US does. So we are at a significant moment in time. It's akin to Visa, MasterCard versus UPI right now. And we can really make the UPI for the world, for automotive, and not just automotive, AI overarching as a theme, because that is with full certainty the next bastion of computing. And computing and almost no product can be disassociated today. So we are at a very, very opportune moment in time. What we need is the capacity to take risks, not just in supply chains or technology development, R&D or finances, but risks as a nation. We are a little risk averse. A little bit of risk acceptance will allow us to capture this once in a moment opportunity to change the course of the world truly, for the better, for more control of every citizen.
You made a very good point outside when we were talking that what is stopping Indian players from truly going to the global stage? We have the Tatas. We have, I mean, they're already trying to, but what's stopping them from actually going to the global stage and taking that piece of the cake?
I
Your
think
thoughts on that?
it's a myriad of cultural questions, because if you look at any company in India, there are very few companies with any significant footprint outside of the country, whether it's Reliance, Tata, Adani, or whomsoever. Sure, some ports here, there, a few assets here or there. But, today Airtel is not in the US taking away the market share, or in the UK competing against Vodafone, and so on. So they might buy a few assets here or there, but no one is in those markets competing on the consumer front. I think the moment in time where China was in a similar situation was 2005 to 2010, and then Xiaomi came out. That's when Realme, Oppo, Vivo, all these guys came out, using that as the spearhead to kind of drive BYD and all other kinds of consumer acceptance inwards. So we are probably at that moment in time, and it's a mix of shift in culture and shift in targets. And instead of looking in a very insular way towards our country, which is a huge opportunity, of course. So rightfully, you can compete in this country at scale, but also the margins in other businesses in other geographies is much higher. So maybe that can counterbalance each other, and it's a little bit of perspective shift and cultural shift that will allow us to be global citizens like we were before 600 years and take control of the world again.
Mr. Banerjee, your thoughts on this? Yeah, sure. So look, drivers for the next 10 years, right? The commercial opportunity is there. If I talk about just the bus market, India's $30 billion bus market growing at CAGR 10 to 13% every year, right? So that in itself is going to be a driver. But within that, right, if you look at the number of people who are doing tickets online, the level of digitization that's being achieved in India across sectors, thanks in great part to the wonderful initiatives by the government of India under the Digital India program. That's the type of thing that motivates businesses to invest more and more in this country, right? So that's going to be an important driver. The second area that I've already touched upon is that we want to play a role in decarbonization and decongestion in this country, right? Collective transport is a solution for a problem that is really getting out of hand at this point in our country, right? So if in 10 years we're able to play a role in that, we'd be very proud of ourselves, and that's going to be a driver. And then finally, in terms of what the future looks like for mobility, right? If we are able to innovate something here in India that we can take to our markets around the world, if we are able to create that level of customer delight, which also I referred to earlier. For example, today there is no pan-India intercity bus network. There are, players who operate in the southern region, in the northern region, and so on. But if you look at the disproportionate investment in road infrastructure today, you would wonder why are there already not enough businesses that are taking advantage of that to run buses from maybe Delhi to Bangalore. Is there a demand there? Can we draw customers into a product offering that they think is comparable to an airline, right? Why is there no Air India or Indigo for private buses? So FlixBus wants to play a role in that, and that's one of the key drivers going forward.
Right. Finally, Mr. Kumar.
So my idea is very simple that, we belong to manufacturing sector, and as we see that in GDP contribution, okay, as long as the manufacturing starts contributing more, the export orientation cannot come to the country. You will only export the products what you are producing. You can't export by, bringing product from outside and then you try to export, right? So my take on this is that, like in next 10 years, with the kind of impetus what we have put on the manufacturing, I think component manufacturing, vehicle manufacturing, steel output, okay, these kind of things will improve. And once they improve, okay, we have enough for our people for domestic consumption as well as for the consumption for the world. Till that time, I don't foresee, happening something very abruptly that our export is going to be immediately picking up, right? Especially in the manufacturing sector or the auto sector. That's my final take. Thank you.
All right, then. I guess with that, we wrap up this session. That's a wrap. Thank you so much for being a nice audience. Thank you, speakers, for being here. The stage is open for questions. Great. I think we did a good job then. All right.
Thank you very much. Could I please request everyone to kindly come up front for a group picture? And how about an enthusiastic cheer for such a lovely discussion? Let's give them a big hand. Come on, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Challenges in India's EV landscape, EV adoption, battery manufacturing, and rural market dynamics. While there's a growing interest in electric vehicles, the high upfront costs and limited charging infrastructure deter widespread adoption. Can India overcome these hurdles and revisualize a sustainable electric future? To talk about this, let's welcome our panel. First and foremost, let's give it up for the session chair. Please welcome Jayant Gupta, co-founder and Chief Commercial Officer, Alt Mobility. And as I mentioned before, all these personalities have taken out time from their busy schedule to grace the occasion to address the issues and offer solutions at hand. I must encourage everyone to welcome all our panelists and the session chair with a big round of applause. Requesting Jayant Gupta to kindly join us on the stage. Please welcome Pragya Goyal, co-founder and CEO, Berg Automobiles. Let's give it up for Prateek Kamdar, co-founder and CEO, Neuron Energy. Welcome to Prasanna Dafal, Chief Executive Officer, Recycle Karo. And completing the panel, let's give it up for Rahul Gupta, Strategy and Investor Relations Head, Magenta Mobility.
Hi, a very warm welcome to all the distinguished co-panelists and the audience. So today we are here to discuss the challenges for EV adoption, which range from various factors which involve charging infrastructure to battery technology to how to increase the ingress in the rural sector. So it is a known fact today that EVs have crossed the stage of a prototype to becoming a main flag runner in the mobility space. So that tipping point has already been crossed. To deep dive into the challenges which are relevant for scale up, it's important to understand who all are the important stakeholders of this ecosystem, and then further deep down into the challenges which are being faced by these stakeholders. So I would quickly like to summarize. The entire chain starts from the product. So the product is under the ownership of the OEM today. And of course, the product comprises of sub components like the battery pack, the motor drivetrain, etc., which are the key constituents of the product here. Then we arrive at the financiers, who are the enablers of deployment of these products. Then we have the customers eventually, who are today fleet operators, who are taking the burn of actually deploying the fleets and enabling further sub-constituents like a DCO, like an independent driver, to actually use the vehicle. And thirdly, lastly, we have the insurance companies and the infrastructure providers, which are the charging infrastructure providers, who are again the infrastructure enablers for this entire deployment. Then we have the government, who is an enabler in turn, who could be helpful for formulating the various policies which could accelerate these deployments. So I would like to now ask the co-panelists, which would be starting from Pragya here, to actually highlight what are the core problems which an OEM faces in, first of all, scale up in terms of technology, and actually delivering a product which is answering the requirements of the customer.
Thank you, Jayan. When we talk as an OEM, what are the challenges we face in terms of product, technology, and customer? I would like to summarize it into 3 points. Why to buy, what to buy, and how to buy. When we talk about why to buy, there is still a perception in the customer's mindset about EV, range anxieties, charging infrastructure, the technologies. And this perception specifically pertains in the rural market. So it's very important as an OEM today to work on the education aspect, the educational aspect of the technology as well, apart from the regular services of creating a product and providing the services. So that will solve the question of why to buy. What to buy? What to buy is the core duty of an OEM to make products according to the Indian infrastructure. Today, EVs are perceived as suitable for the tier 1 infrastructure and not too suitable for the tier 2 or tier 3 infrastructure. That may be in terms of the build, the body design, or the range. In rural markets, if we see today, People still have to go to the city level markets to purchase their daily stuff or their daily earnings. That kind of range they need in their product. The tier 2, tier 3 do not have a charging infrastructure today. Their roads are not well furnished. We need to make products to convince them that this is the right thing to buy. So OEM needs to focus to make the products in those lines. That's all the question of what to buy. And we talk about how to buy. When we talk about how to buy, the major role in this comes about the finance. For the rural markets, it's very important for them to get their product at an affordable total cost of ownership. They do not have an upfront, say 70,000 to 1 lakh rupees to pay. Today, even we see the upfront cost of EVs is quite higher than the ICs. Easy financing solutions, easy interest rates, and quick financing solution, what will solve the problem of how to buy in the rural market. So these are the three challenges we as an OEM face today in the early adoption of EVs.
Thanks for enlightening us on this, Pragya. So just a follow-on question here. It's important to understand the role of the financiers in enabling, like the last point which you mentioned, how to buy. So, and of course, the customer's perspective also, that what to buy. So I would understand that there is an interlink in between the two, which is, first of all, the financier is also today apprehensive of actually taking a risk on financing the EVs because of the apparent challenges which are there, that what is the residuary value, what would be the resale value of the vehicle, what is the degradation of the vehicle, or the critical components like a battery pack. How can an OEM address these points for the financier, which would actually help the financiers make EV financing mainstream and also reduce the total cost of interest rates, etc., which would bring the costing for the end customer down?
As the panelists in the previous panels also explained, that today we are comparing, there are two parts of the product. One is the battery and one is the product in itself. The battery is the fuel, which is the major degradation that happens over time. And where I say the finances are not able to estimate the degradation or the value, the residual value. But the product, a good quality product, still remains intact. We can compare still that product to an IC engine. So I would say we need to work more closely, the finances and the OEMs, to understand the battery degradation. The product still remains intact. So we need to work out and formulate something related to that the battery remains as an additional fuel and the product is seen for the financing. So coming up with the battery swapping stations, the external charging infrastructure, do we have a financing solution today for only the product without the battery? I would say no. When battery is a fuel, why do not we have a solution for financing only the product and let battery be used as a swapping center or a external fuel, I would say? Why are we going on financing the battery when we already have solutions upcoming in the market on that? So I would say financiers need to work on those lines, obviously closely with the OEMs. I need to find out a solution because this is a major challenge in the adoption of EVs, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 market. One of the factors is also these tier 2 and tier 3 markets do not have enough income level, or I would say enough documentation as compared to a person in NCR. So that is where we need relaxation in terms of financing solutions to these customers as well. And of course, all this together will help to accelerate the EV adoption and the EV ecosystem.
Fair enough. Thank you, Pragya. I think we'll touch base upon the relevance of warranties in a subsequent position right now. So I would actually get to Mr. Kamdar right now, who is joining us remotely, to understand, I think, one of the points which you highlighted right now, that what are the relevant constituents to understand degradation of the battery packs, and what are the critical constituents which would help in elongating the life of the battery packs. So over to you, Mr. Kamdar.
When we talk about elongating the life of the battery pack, the question goes back to the design itself, the raw materials used, the type of cells that we use in the battery pack, in terms of its quality, in terms of how we choose the correct cell for the correct application. That is also very important. You don't need to use a 7,000 cycle cell for a low-speed e-rickshaw, or same way you don't need to use or you need to use a 12C cell for a drone, so on and so forth. So keeping that in mind, choosing the correct cell for the correct application is one. Ensuring that you are using the right BMS with the protections in place that ensure that overcharge, over discharge do not happen. Third is that you are keeping your depth of discharge of the battery at 80% or 85%, and ensuring that it doesn't go from 100 to 0 consistently. That ensures that the degradation of the battery pack is controlled. If the cells are managed and the DOD is managed, you will see the battery pack degrading at around 3 to 4% year on year, versus in many packs that you see the degradation being greater than 10 to 15% year on year. So these three aspects should control the degradation in a significant manner and should allow you to utilize the life of the battery. Having said that, maintenance and regular upkeep is also important on the battery.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamdar. So a following question to you on this. So are the battery manufacturers comfortable in providing an annualized degradation warranty? For example, you mentioned that the degradation in a year would be 3 to 4% of the usable capacity. So would the battery manufacturers be comfortable? I think that will comfort the OEMs also to provide a warranty, which is that if the usable capacity degrades below 95%, considering a factor of 3 to 4%, then the battery pack would be replaced, it would be repaired, it would be refurbished. What will happen? And second of all, what will be the bankability of this warranty, which would be provided by you as a battery manufacturer? So tomorrow, for example, apart from the contractual obligation, would there be any other bankability aspect on which the OEM can rely and then further on pass it on to the financiers and the end customer as a comfortable factor?
Two things. We are already giving this warranty in the market as a brand. Neuron is. We don't know if it is a market norm or everyone is following that. That would not be my place to comment. But our company is giving degradation warranties to many clients. We are working with a couple of leasing players who are buying the batteries from us and leasing out on a pay-per-use model in the market today. Their entire model depends on the fact that the batteries will work over 5 years. Luckily, in the leasing model, they don't swap it. It's just that the user pays on a daily basis or weekly basis or monthly basis based on their model that they have created. So for that use, yes, we give a warranty. We give a degradation warranty. In fact, we have given for rickshaws at around 4%, 5% year on year. And in case the degradation is beyond that, we definitely support and honor. We even replace the battery packs if required. That is one. Having said that, the degradation, the reasons for degradation should be found out. So these packs are built with IoT and they collect data. So keeping that data is available to us on a regular basis. So it is very important to know the reason for degradation. If the reason for degradation is misuse or inappropriate handling, if those cases are leading to degradation, then it will not form part of the warranty. But if it is
what are the misuses and abuse cases?
It could be, the battery pack is opened. Someone has worked on the battery pack, opening the battery pack, something has been done there. Battery pack is physically damaged or it's dropped multiple times. Something of this sort of physical impact has been done. So these kind of things, then they will not. We give warranty for manufacturing defect. We cover the defect. If on a genuine basis the battery is not working and not giving the range, then we are happy to give the warranty for it. There is no problem.
Thank you. So Pragya, follow-on question to you: that are these degradation warranties passed on by the OEMs to the customers? For example, if my battery is today at 100% usable capacity, if the degradation happens in the usable capacity by 3%, 4%, then will the OEMs help me out with sorting this issue?
Yes, definitely. The beauty of this EV industry's warranties are we provide warranties in a different kind of statements or different levels here. Not only the manufacturing defect on the component level is covered, but this degradation warranty is passed on to the customers, and that are clearly documented in the owner manuals and the service manuals they have. There is a fixed degradation that happens at the battery level, that happens year on year and that is well stated to the customer. Anything beyond that is definitely covered under warranty for 3 years.
Fair enough. So I think if the OEMs are giving these comfort, then of course the financiers also could rely on a back-to-back basis and try to bring down the cost of financing, and that could effectively make the EVs more affordable and thereby increasing the deployment. So now I would like to ask Rahul that Rahul, we would be questioning you on two grounds today, actually. So you wear two hats. One is like as an ecosystem provider in terms of setting up the charging infrastructure, and of course, as one of the largest deployers of electric vehicles today. So first, we'll get to you with respect to what are the challenges which you face as a user of electric vehicles in deployment, that what impact your total cost of ownership. So firstly, if you could highlight on this aspect.
Sure. And I think learnings came from our deployment. I think we are close to around 1,500 vehicles that we have deployed all over India and more than 7 to 8 cities as of now. One of the critical challenge, and that is also a challenge to be solved for the EV adoption, right? So this is a charging infrastructure. It's known to everyone, but how we are solving it is we are creating hubs with respect to the requirement of our customers, which is Amazon, Flipkart. What is their coordinates for the charging infrastructure requirement? Where exactly we can place that charging infrastructure hub best to solve that requirement so that it can be solved for multiple customers, not just for the one, right? Bringing down the cost of charging infrastructure. Second challenge is basically the cost of financing. Now it is an individual challenge also because it depends upon your balance sheet also, what kind of balance sheet you have. But what we are doing is basically we are collaborating with the different financiers at this point of time, both for loan and the lease part. You are obviously one of those players who are solving this challenge along with us. So bringing down the cost of capital, because we are looking at from an unit economics perspective, how driver can make money, because driver is another big challenge into our ecosystem because they have to stay and they have to drive the vehicles. That retention of the driver has to be important. And also considering the case that customers like Flipkart, Amazon will be demanding each year to reduce their logistic cost.
Correct.
So I think charging infrastructure, financing cost, and driver retention are the three problem statements that we are trying to focus upon at this point of time.
So any particular factors which you think contribute towards the downtime of the vehicles specifically when we talk about, like what are the core challenges in operating the vehicles? Any factors which are common to electric vehicles? For example, you operate a fleet of 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers. So is it the quality of the assets today? It has to stabilize. So what are the asset related challenges which specifically you face today?
I think thanks, James, for asking this question. It's a very important point. And a point, if you solve this challenge, it will also relate to your sustainability and sustenance for the business model. So what we are doing is basically we have a separate asset team who is focusing on, the kind of asset being absorbed into the fleet. We do the trials with almost all the OEMs, and there's a proper diligence checklist which is checked before absorbing that vehicle. That is point number one, initial stage. Second is basically the platform and the thing that is getting developed. More and more data is coming from the vehicles, right? It is important to analyze, to determine in advance, that your vehicle can break down. Predictive maintenance and all of those things are getting incorporated. So this is another angle that we are trying to focus through tech. As of now, OEMs are providing their own telematics device, but the problem and the challenge that we have seen is that not a lot of this data is correct at this point of time. And I'm being blunt, very blunt over here, because this is one of the critical problems that we face. But we are trying to solve it through our own tech integration. And I think this is going to the biggest differentiator between the fleet operators, as you see on ground right now, and the fleet operators 5 years down the line who will be making money into this business model.
Fair enough. Rahul, I think as alt, we resonate with this problem which you have mentioned right now. So the problem is twofold. One is that the access to data is also restricted. And the second is, of course, the accuracy and correctness of data.
Absolutely.
So I fail to understand what is the reason for this blocking of access to data by the OEMs today. Because what we also believe in alt mobility as a company is that if we have transparent access to the vehicle data points, that would be very relevant for the key stakeholders who are depending on that particular vehicle to increase the uptime of the asset. So it's important for us to evaluate the various data points to actually do a preventive maintenance also, or a transparent insight into what is the exact health of my vehicle. So if that insight is evaluated by anyone, like for example, we also have a platform which completely evaluates the millions of data points of each and every single vehicle. We have developed the logics which also help in understanding the battery degradation rates and causes and factors, and estimate the balance usable life of the battery. So if that kind of confidence is reposed in us as financiers, and then in turn to our debt lenders, then that will actually help in unlocking lower cost capital and increasing the deployment. So this access would actually benefit the OEMs itself, because that will help in increasing the volumes and numbers, which is a very critical factor for the OEMs as a business case. And of course, for the fleet operators, the benefit would be, and for the drivers, the benefit would be that the downtime of the vehicles would be restricted to the bare minimum, and they would not lose out onto the precious revenue which they lose out today, even when the vehicle breaks down for a single day also. Because we all are aware that the end customers are also squeezed in for the margins. So the monthly payouts which are paid by the end customers are also quite limited, and they also put in a continuous stress that you have to bring down the monthly payout cost, of course, which you would be facing as a fleet operator today.
Right.
So that is one of the points. Now, we would like to also touch base on the charging infrastructure. So I understand that, first of all, your company is setting up charging infrastructure for the captive consumption. But our large players like yourself are also open to set up the charging infrastructure, which is an open source for the outside fleets also. And if so, what is the largest pain point in investment in charging infrastructure? So to my knowledge, best what I can think of is that no customer is today willing to provide a take or pay on the charging infrastructure. So if the charging infrastructure is unutilized, no one is paying a minimum monthly amount for that particular charging infrastructure. So that again, in turn, discourages the financiers from financing the chargers. So if you could evaluate a little bit more on that.
Sure. Again, a very important point, Jayant. So charging infrastructure, okay, so the way we are solving it is basically we are not just dependent as of now on our own charging infrastructure. We are open to somebody else's setting up the charging infrastructure for us, because our main investment goes. So as long as we are getting the right set of charging infrastructure at our own terms and condition and uptime, we are open to using third-party CPO charging stations also. And for that, we are also doing a lot of strategic partnerships presently. Coming to the question of utilization, and again, I think utilization is one of the important parameter with respect to the vehicles and with respect to the charging infrastructure as well. The way I look at it, initially, I think it will, see, fleet demands is different from, public usage of the charging infrastructure. That will be kind of an intermittent usage. What is happening in fleet is, as of now, there is a one shift operation, and because of which a lot of these vehicles are getting charged overnight and also parked at the charging hub. And in the morning time, driver is coming for picking those vehicles and going for their duties and delivering goods from one place to another. So I think, again, that question comes to the right set of data, how well we are analyzing it. Is there a window open for me where I can open my public, where I can open my charging network to the public for increased utilization? So that is those kind of questions I have to answer. But I think the market is also changing, and these things will eventually come with time, where fleet operators or any CPO will be saying, hey, I am using only 8%, I'm only getting 8% utilization with one charging cycle for my charging station over a month. Why not open it from 2 to 6 p.m. for public charging also, or why not associate with some other fleet operator for that kind of duration? But for that to happen, I think a lot of these applications will also have to develop over a period of time. Two-shift operation, daytime usage, nighttime usage, and all of that has to happen. So that is where you can get into the efficiency of utilization.
course. Increasing the charging utilization is one of the very key points which will actually give comfort to anyone. But today, in this stage, when you go in for the deployments, do you face challenges in getting capital for investing on deployment of chargers?
See, as of now, I think we initially invested a lot of equity capital, very frankly, but that is when, a lot of financials were also not open into the investment of the charging infrastructure. So definitely this is one of the area which also concerns financials, that how to get a right kind of utilization on the charging asset and how the person who is setting up the charging infrastructure will be able to pay him, right? So as of now, what I can understand is that I was in touch with IREDA, SIDBI, and all these players. So they have a scheme available for funding of the charging infrastructure, specifically IREDA, if you look at their document, right? So now it has become much more open, much more easier to get a financing for charging infrastructure. If you have the right set of business model, if you can assure the right kind of utilization on your charging infrastructure to the financiers. If you can show that, I think that the financing is available. But I would not say that it's a system as of now which is completely open to, you will not be getting huge amount of funding for your charging infrastructure at this place. Problem is even more worse for a public charging infrastructure as compared to fleet charging, because fleet charging, you are still able to justify the utilization as compared to the public charging. And that is where you see that public charging infrastructure has been set up, but there is no maintenance for that.
I think, yes, you have highlighted a very, very key point. So until and unless we have adequate access to finance for investment onto charging infrastructure, the core problem of the charger deployment would not be solved. And the only challenge which the financiers today face is that no one is ready to provide a take or pay or a minimum utilization guarantee on the charging infrastructure. So it's kind of become like a chicken or egg situation. So what my company is doing to solve this problem is also something that we are aggregating the demand. So with aggregating the demand, we are able to actually give contracts to the charge point operators and give them minimum offtake guarantees. So the moment we issue these minimum offtake guarantees to the charge point operators, their charging infrastructure becomes financeable from any debt financing institution. So that is a kind of change which we are trying to bring right now in this space.
That's a good concept.
Yeah, absolutely. So now I think I would also request Prasan to help us understand that we, in order to increase the deployment or adoption, it's also important to understand the full life cycle management of an electric vehicle. So what is your thought, or what is your suggestion on how to increase or how to make the end of life management more efficient?
Hi, this is Prasan from Recycle Karo. Yeah, so everyone is talking today about like deploying the technology or implementing more EV vehicles on the road or providing a finance to it. But he rightly said that end of the life vehicles, what will happen to them? Because today, as per 2023 data of Vahan, there are more than 35 lakh electric vehicles on road, which are up and running. While within few years, like let's say within 7 years, that is the battery life cycle which we say today for electric vehicles, 5 to 7 years. Within 7 years, those much batteries will be coming. There will be ocean of batteries which needs to be recycled. So vehicles, government has implemented policies, different policies. There were no battery waste management rules till 2022. Everything was categorized under e-waste, electronic waste. While these rules have helped to understand in a better way how the battery waste needs to be managed. So everyone can go and look up on the Central Pollution Board portal. They have clearly mentioned differentiated rules for battery management. While today, the collection, when the batteries or the vehicles come to end of life, the people today, they don't have the proper guidelines or knowledge. There needs to be an awareness done around it, like where it need to go. As Recycle Karo today, we get a lot of mobile batteries laptop batteries or the batteries which are used in storage towers. And while EV vehicles are just started coming, like warranty replacements or let's say the manufacturing defect batteries, whoever are manufacturing, there is almost 7 to 8% battery rejects at the manufacturing itself. So that is what we have observed when we receive the batteries. So starting from the manufacturing part till the end of the life vehicles, recycling would play an important role, I feel, because most of the critical metals which are used in the batteries, those are today imported, uh, or the batteries are imported itself. Today, big players are thinking about manufacturing batteries in India, like anode grade or cathode grade material, and using the critical metals. But again, there is also a news that we have found mines for lithium in Jammu and nickel in Gujarat and all. So it is still like a way forward, and it will take a little bit time to mine these metals. Today, what we need is urban mining, I would say. Like these batteries, pool of batteries which will be coming in for recycling, there need to be more players like us who would be actually extracting these critical metals like cobalt, lithium, manganese, and nickel. And this can be supplied back to the battery manufacturers, which will close the loop. And we don't like we would not have to depend on imports anymore. So yeah.
Thanks, Prasan, for highlighting the importance of recycling and reharnessing and reusing the material, which is critical. And I think with the government's push towards the PLI and domestic cell manufacturing as well, so Indian supply of these materials, which has been reharnessed, would be an important ingredient now. So, but I would just like to also add one more point. So, apart from battery recycling, there is one more step just before that. So, some emphasis also should be given towards battery refurbishment, because right after the first life of the battery, there could be use cases for second life, third life before it's eventually recycled. The second life, third life use cases could be either in automotive, either in energy storage. So refurbishment is also a critical aspect. So if we are able to extract the entire revenue from the complete life cycle, then that will eventually help in bringing the cost down.
Correct. So yeah, refurbishment is also one of the stage where you need to test the cells who have a good life, because battery pack is made out of different bunch of cells, group of cells, and when we test it out, mostly almost 25 to 30% would be like a good amount of cells which can be used to make a new battery packs. Like you rightly said, secondary usage can be done, and rest of the things can be recycled.
Nice. So, Mr. Kamdar, one question to you. Do you think that good quality battery packs, when you innovate in the design, when you innovate on the power electronics, when you innovate on the quality of cells and grouping, sorting, and of course, like working with tier one cells, then lots of costs are involved. So today, India being a cost-sensitive market, when we talk about the larger set of OEMs in the e-rickshaw space, two-wheeler space, and when you offer the battery packs which are engineered to last longer, is there a pushback on the price point and acceptability of the costs which are relevant for the market? So, do you think that is there a trade-off in between the cost expectation and the technology product which is required for increasing the life, safety, etc.?
Yes, there is. There is a definite pressure from the OEM in terms of the price at which they want the pack. The pressure that the OEM gives to the battery pack manufacturer is coming from the fact that the OEM also has to compete in the market at a certain price with the other OEMs. And the EV OEM is not only competing with other EV OEMs, they're also competing with the ICE players. So keeping that in mind, there will be a pressure. However, we see that in the last 2-3 years, there has been significant improvement from the OEM side in terms of understanding the product, in terms of the type of cell. There is significant amount of awareness that has come with the OEMs itself in terms of their R&D division sitting with us and understanding the type of cell they want to use, the type of BMS they want to use, what features they want in the BMS, how the design should be. So it has become a very inclusive approach, which earlier was not there. So that change has come in. Secondly, we are seeing that lithium carbonate pricing has been falling significantly in the last 1.5 years. That has also helped us find some kind of margin balance or parity in terms of what price at which we should give the OEM and at what price the demand is available in the market. If there is a further correction of 20-25%, you will see lithium and lead being almost similar in terms of the price per kilowatt hour. So once we reach there, I think there'll be mass consumption available. If you see the rickshaw segment, which was predominantly lead acid till now, has started moving to lithium significantly. We are getting distributor demands, dealer demands for vehicles which are using lead acid and want to change to lithium in the second year, third year. So we are seeing that demand also coming in. So yes, there is some kind of pressure from the OEM that I think will remain, that exists today. The lead acid play also with Exide Amron supplying to the top auto OEMs in the country. But I think there is some form of margin parity that is coming in, and we expect the margins to improve over the next 2-3 years significantly.
Very well said. I think it's a relevant point today that it's a known fact that the prices of lithium have come down significantly. Earlier, when the peak had reached to $140 per kilowatt hours, today we are even sitting at like prices of 70 to 80 per kilowatt hour. So this significantly would also help in increasing the deployments and making the products more affordable. So with this, I think we should wrap up and would be happy to take up any questions from the audience.
The floor is now open for questions and answers. In case you have a question, kindly put up your hand and we shall pass on a mic.
See, in India, in the passenger vehicle, electric vehicle market, we are not even 1% of the consumption that we do right now. The charging, this CPOs, charge point operating, it's a very asset-driven investment, you know. You need large players to get into it. There's a fear that what I read is that with the recent accidents that has happened in the last 8 or 9 months, there's been a little skepticism that whether investment should come into it or not. So what is panel's view on this? What is your thoughts? How this catch-22 situation is going to take forward?
So if I understand your question correctly, you are asking that whether the finance or funds should come for the charging infrastructure, right?
Yeah, because effectively CPOs, they don't turn out to be non-performing asset, right? So it's a very asset-driven, all country-wise, you have to invest, right? So it will come phase-wise. How are you going to deal with it?
Right. So and I tell you this, I will try to answer this question from my experience, because Magenta was earlier also one of the leading charge point operator. We were also running close to around 100 charging points across India, and most of these were across the petrol pump stations. So see, one of the important thing that we had done, you need to look at the cost points of setting up the charging station, right? There's a real estate cost, there's a electricity cost, electricity infrastructure cost, there's a operational cost, right? What is happening is operationally it is being run on the app, so there's no need of the manpower as such. Only the manpower has to go to the charging station to look into if there is certain maintenance to be done for the charging station on a regular basis. So that is how you bring down the cost. So there is no manpower cost in that unit economics. Second part is basically with respect to the real estate. You need to have a tie-up with a lot of these petrol pump station, food outlets, petrol pump stations on a revenue sharing basis. You cannot pay a fixed rental to these landowners. If you do fixed rentals, I think your unit economics goes for a toss. Third part is basically the electricity infrastructure. You need to look for a places where the load is already available, or if you can set up a charging station which is within the load that is already available. If you look at Tata, right, most of the places that I have seen is Tata Motors is setting up 25 kilowatt DC charger because that kind of load is already available. They're not setting up 50 kilowatt or 100 kilowatt kind of chargers, right? So you need to look into all these factors and bring down your cost because it's a challenging market for sure, as you have said.
See, the investments in this, the variable cost here is very less as compared to the fixed
Right.
costs. The fixed costs are very heavy. Any one DC charger unit you put is not less than 25 to 40 lakhs. One unit.
That's not the case.
So-
Like chargers.
So if you need to set up a charging facility, say you have a tie-up with Indian Oil, for example, or the
Right.
BPs, or it could be any network, Tata Power, whatever. So they need to put say 5 stations or 10 stations, right?
Right.
Very, very capital intensive. You need to put quite frequently. The miles that we need to cover, the points is very, very
So I would
long.
just like to correct you on the 25 lakhs figure, right? If you look at DC001 charger, it's around 2 lakhs. If you look at CCS2 kind of charger, 50 kilowatt, it's around 8 lakhs. Cost of the charger only, right? What I'm saying is you have to invest into the charger cost, no doubt about it. But beyond that charger cost, you downgrade your investment, right? By tying up at the right points where the load is already available, real estate cost is not there. So you decrease all that cost and only the only cost that you have to pay is the initial cost and that you limit to only the charger and probably, slight investment for connecting the wires and all of that. So this is where you can bring that economics and also you can put up your charger onto multiple network because you also have to solve the revenue side of it. That is where the unit economics is going to be viable. So there are now the OCPI is also into play. So it's not that you only have to operate your charger on your own network, right? You can also tie up, for an example, Magenta can tie up with ChargeZone or some other CPU provider on an OCPI network. So their customer can also use our charger if they are nearby, and we can do the sharing of the revenue.
The grid setup in
I
Europe and
must
US.
offer my sincerest apologies for interjecting, but this is now more of a conversation rather than a question and answer. I would humbly request you to kindly continue this conversation over lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Could I please request everyone to kindly come forward? Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Pratik Kanda, for taking our time and joining us virtually. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now taking a 30-minute lunch break, requesting everyone to kindly join us for lunch and to be kindly seated in exactly 30 minutes for the next session. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed the lunch. Requesting everyone to kindly start settling down as shortly we shall resume the program. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here's hoping that everybody enjoyed their lunch. But before we can begin with the next panel discussion, could I please request everyone to kindly empty out their hands and stand? Could I please request everyone to kindly stand? Now, for my lovely audience, for those who attend these events, these summits, they know that post-lunch sessions can be a little bit boring due to we've just had lunch and we just want to take a quick nap. So we're going to get that out of our systems. How about we clap our hands together for the next 30 seconds? That prompts blood circulation and helps you focus better. A little bit louder, please. Come on, everybody. A little bit louder. I promise, I assure you that this is not a rules for me to get an applause for myself. So feel free. Take a deep breath. Relax and settle down. With this, we are now moving on to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is navigating the road ahead, opportunities and trends in the Indian automotive sector, from integration to AI in connected, autonomous and shared vehicles to electrification, the big picture. And to take a look at the big picture, joining us on stage is the session chair. Please give it up for Ravi Chandrana, co-founder and CEO, Quick Fix Auto. Let's welcome our panelists. Let's give it up for Arindam Mehri, CEO, Automotive Skills Development Council, ASDC. Let's welcome Sankalp Sinha, Business Development Executive, Automotive Industry, IBM. Riti Nageshri, Head of Product and Strategy, Electric SUVs, Mahindra and Mahindra. Well, I just gave the token for my new Thar, so maybe that is something. And completing the panel, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Amit S. Kumar, Senior Director, Marketing, Metrodyne Technology. Requesting the moderator to kindly make sure that the last 5 minutes are spared for the... Yes, thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you. So the important topic we are discussing today, opportunity and trends in the automotive industry. So but before I start this session, I will have to prove someone wrong that after lunch, we are all energetic. Okay, so are you with me on that? Yes. So I always say that every entrepreneur or any leader or anyone after lunch, he has to get the double work done because he gets a lot of sugar in his body so that the energy comes more. Yeah. So we'll start with our topic today. So thank you everyone for joining on this session. And I would like to thank BW for giving me an opportunity to host this session. So there are two aspects on this one, opportunity and trends in Indian automotive industry. So opportunity, when we say, obviously, a lot of AI is coming, a lot of IoT is happening, a lot of different technologies are coming, a lot of EVs are happening. And second is trends. So trend we say is a product market fit, so that we can see that this trend is happening, this trend is accepted by people. So we'll break this into two parts. So one is opportunity and second is trends. So first, I'll like to ask one question to Arindam sir. So Arindam sir is the CEO of Automotive Skills Development Council, which is a backbone for, you can say, for automotive industry, because they give those skill set to labor, and without labor, we can't grow, right? So the first question to you is the opportunity when we see in Indian markets. So are we having that much of competency skill set to fulfill those gaps of labor wise, you can say, or you can say technology wise? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, BW, for having me as part of this panel. as today technology changes and changes very fast, one of the huge catch up that the training and education side of the world always struggles with is how do you catch up with this constant change, and which ones, are the trends which actually are going to need more manpower. So, for example, since everyone talks about EV, and I was hearing about the last panel when we were discussing about EVs, around 2019, when I became part of this organization, one of the key focus that was talked to us was about providing manpower for electric vehicles, but there was very little adoption at that point in time. And we were kind of debating whether to offer this kind of program or not. But we started a little bit. Then, of course, COVID came, and then, obviously training in these kind of disruptions, training always suffers a lot. But post-COVID, we've seen a tremendous trajectory in terms of adoption of electric vehicles. And suddenly we've also seen that there is a lot of requirement of skilled manpower required for that kind of a change. Thankfully, because we had already worked on the back end in terms of getting ourselves prepared, today we've been ready with 10 different courses in different elements of the different parts of the value chain of EV, where we are offering training. But when it comes to training, especially when we talk about new technology, the biggest challenge comes in terms of the infrastructure, both the hard infrastructure for training and the soft infrastructure of training in terms of trainers. So the two key challenges that we have before us, and it's a real challenge, is how can you provide infrastructure opportunities at various training centers to conduct this training? And B, how do you get the right qualified trainer to skill people? And this is where the industry and the academia needs to work hand in hand, because the academia has the students or the learners from their side, which is the supply side, and industry has the demand side or the knowledge side in terms of knowing exactly what is required out of these people whom they want to hire. Now, the key challenge that we have in existing in our system today is that the closeness with which these two entities work together is not that great. And one of the key tasks that we have as a council is how do we come in and ensure a seamless meeting of the two entities, because the language spoken by the two sides are always little different. And we need to ensure that we become like an interpreter to two different language speakers to ensure that both achieve their goals. And that's the purpose that we work.
So I think we have Riti from Mahindra. So I think we can connect with Riti for that, because she can start, like, as a Mahindra, I can say they can start training.
Mahindra is a great example. Mahindra and Tata, I mean, are some of these organizations which invest a lot in terms of training
quality,
and opening up that training for even learners for an overall ecosystem impact. But more and more organizations need to be really part of it, actually.
So, like second panelist we have, which is Sankal from IBM. So, thank you, Sankal, for joining us here. So, like, would you say what opportunity in terms of AI and IoT we have from the IBM? Like, obviously, IBM is one of the a biggest player in ecosystem. So, your thought on opportunities in terms of connecting automotive with AI and ML and IoT and other stuff.
Okay, firstly, thanks for calling us one of the biggest players. Let me first, I mean, for the larger audience here, as well as people online, the beauty of technology lies in the simplicity of the terms, yet they sound to be too tough, okay? So I'll quickly break into what do we mean by big data, what do we mean by AI, and how technology players are coming into picture in the ecosystem, okay? So when an uncontrolled volume of data, be it structured, unstructured, comes at a very high velocity, that is something which we know as big data. data sets. Now, how organizations tap into this data? And by the way, I personally believe data is the digital gold in today's era. I mean, from gold to liquid gold and to the digital gold, we have seen a transformation over decades, right? So the sources of data in the automotive industry, I mean, the vehicle itself, a typical connected vehicle in today's era, roughly around 25 terabytes of data is generated every day. Okay, that's the volume of data we are speaking about. In the shop floor, if you see manufacturing, okay, be it the operator, be it the machines, or be it the entire factory itself, that generates multiples of terabytes of data. Now, how we tap this data, utilize these raw data to generate actionable insights that brings value add to the organization is something where players like IBM pitch into. Okay. So the crux lies in how we get the data first. Okay. And that is where the terminology Internet of Things comes into picture. Okay. So we spoke about big data, which is the volume of data. Now tapping that data, getting it from these sources is through the Internet of Things, wherein you have sensors, devices, your multiple sources to pull in the data. The data is stored in cloud, wherein it's handled and analyzed. On top of it are built the AI-enabled analytics. Okay, that is how insights are drawn and then suggested back as an improvement. It would be more simpler if I take an example. So as a product, we have something which is known as Intelligent Automotive Manufacturing Advisor. So a lame person, a shop floor operator, maybe skilled, semi-skilled, we spoke just about skilling. How do we empower a person enough so that he can operate on any machine uninterrupted? Okay. When we say uninterrupted, get the crux. What we are trying to say is your efficiency and production optimization are at the peak. The machines do not stop. So the operators are trained through virtual assistants. There are things like virtual assist where operators can directly connect to a chatbot or a voice bot, get to know whether the machine is functioning right or wrong, any parameters that have to be changed. The intelligent advisor itself detects if there is any malfunctioning, provides those inputs and prevents things like catastrophic stoppage in between, safety to the worker. At the same time, preventive maintenance, okay, predictive and preventive maintenance. So it's just an example for one of the elements of the entire value chain of the automotive industry. Right from your sourcing of material up to the consumer, technology is shaping it in a way that we now call vehicles as software-defined vehicles. Right. Right. Yeah. So I take a pause on the technology part here and looking forward if there are any questions.
Yeah. So thank you very much for sharing these insights. Obviously, these technology differences will create a good manpower, good technology will create a affordability also for OEMs. It'll reduce the costs of machines and everything. So going to Riti, Riti is from Mahindra and Mahindra. So Riti, I would want to know, like Mahindra has been a pioneer in making SUV vehicle. Now they shifted their gears towards electric vehicles. So where do you see Mahindra going, and what do you think opportunities in coming into EV industries? Please, your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, everyone. Afternoon, and thanks for having me. Yeah, we have been pioneers and in especially various new technologies, and we always strive to innovate and bring new innovations to the automotive industry. And that's one reason like why we can't keep calm as a team, because 2025 is when we bring this totally new category of SUVs, or propulsion can be electric for sure, but it's definitely a new category creating set of vehicles. And they're just not, mobility piece. They are these bold and beautiful piece of technology that take you places. So on your next part of where we are seeing EVs and how consumers are reacting to that. While planning our vehicles, we observed 4 key consumer psyche. So starting with, actually, we all represent today's consumers and some of us are consumers for tomorrow as well. And we all know that we are super tech obsessed. And because of that, we are consuming a lot of information. We have holistic perspectives on various topics. So we are much more globally aware. And because of that, we are environmentally conscious as well. We have this passion for planet. I think second piece was that we all have now become bold in our aspirations. We are ambitious. If you look at the India story itself, we are so proud about it. We have this faith in the future, and the third part, of course, is that we've got totally accustomed to individualized lifestyle experiences. So looking at these trends as the EV world evolves and as our consumers evolve, I think AI definitely has a role to play. And there are various aspects apart from what Sankalp mentioned. I'll add that for consumers, it kind of helps build that personalization. So no more it's just, memory seats. Now the car evolves with you. So it's like, you got a car today, but tomorrow it's a new car. Or if you sell it, it's another car for that person. So that's how it is. Total. And then obviously it helps with decoding the new market trends. So we get to know like, okay, these are the trends, these are the features people are liking. We must switch it on or, dial up or dial down on certain things. Even geography wise, we've seen like, say, heated seats. Some geographies need that, some don't. So depending on that, some consumers are willing to pay more for some features. And so AI helps with decoding these patterns and helps us set what kind of new products we want to bring. And of course, then we can talk more and more, but there's predictive maintenance and there's safety angle for sure. And ADAS, which has become so common today, it's like level 2 autonomy already and progressing towards more autonomy where, as he spoke about big data, where so many sensors gather so much data and in split second, the decisions are made. So yeah, there's totally, this is an exciting space and I am lucky to be part of this space as well.
So thank you for sharing all this information about the roadmap of EV industry. But like being an audience, I can have a couple of questions on this one because I'm sure that, my questions, you'll also have those questions in mind. So one of the questions which I have in mind is EV infrastructure. Everyone talks about EV infrastructure. So do you think all the OEMs should come together and share the platform with each other, share the battery pack, similar battery pack like in Europe, all the mobile charger has to be C. So that's why even Apple had to change it. So similarly, if we have similar battery for all the two-wheelers or probably for cars, if it's swappable battery and even the charging station and develop that sharing basis. So do you have any like knowledge, like if you are in talk with different OEM and they are sharing all that together?
Yeah, definitely. It will be beneficial for the overall industry to standardize.
So like, yeah, that is beneficial, but like, is there any talk with the government, like we should share that stage together, that charging infrastructure?
I'm not sure if it's reached that stage of scale where we are talking about
So I
at
think
least
it's the
standardization.
early stage, that's why.
I think we are talking about charging
Yeah.
standardization for sure. And because, you know, at the end, some of these elements would be commoditized, and the key differentiator would be, as he said, the software defined vehicle, which actually gives you that kind of experience. So it is okay for us to have that shared platform, powertrain platform, especially unless we want to create that piece as a differentiator.
So moving on to Mr. Amit Kumar. So Amit Kumar is our marketing director for Netradin Technologies. So obviously Netradin Technology pioneer making AI software for drivers and for their habits and all. So like what exactly do you see the future in those technology in AI? Over to you, sir.
So first of all, thank you so much for having us here, having me here and represent Netradine. We are a tech company. Now, to answer your question, we have to take a step back. India as a country is struggling with number of road accidents. No one typically talks about it, but we are losing about 800 lives every day on the road, which is a massive number, about 1.68 lakh per year. Those are the number of lives we are losing every year on the road because of road accidents. Now, what are the reasons behind these accidents? Study says that more than 90% of the accidents are the result of human error. That means if a human was alerted and could avoid that error, those accidents could be avoided. And we could save some of those lives, if not all. Now, AI plays a big role, especially in a country like India, where the skill set of drivers is so diverse. I'm not sure whether I can use the word diverse or not, because a large part of our drivers community is way below par when it comes to global driving standards. All of us see it every day ourselves. Right? Now, on top of it, we cannot have the enforcement being done by police. Right? Do we know how many traffic cops we have on the road in India? Less than 80,000. So we have got about 80,000 cops on the road managing such a large population of vehicles. Now, that is not realistically possible. So now how do you make it possible to educate these drivers as well as enforce the traffic rules? That's where we believe that technology can play a big role, right? We all are aware about ADAS, and some of us use it as well. And I know that XUV has been a pioneer in that space. But when it comes to the larger set of vehicles, it has still not reached that stage. Now, where we see this getting bigger, now, this can play a big role in monitoring the driver from two aspects. One, the external ecosystem. The ecosystem of the road where you're driving, whether it includes roads, other vehicles, objects, construction sites, cows, dogs, which become a big reason, right? AI can detect all of it. Now, the other aspect is inside the vehicle, me as a driver. I was coming to this hotel in the morning from the airport, and my cab overtook 6 DTC buses. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw 4 of them were using mobile phone while driving on the road. They were not stopped. They were driving. Now, that's the behavior that leads to an accident, right? So, plus another thing called highway hypnosis. All of us might have heard about it. Now, the highways are becoming so smooth, so good, right? You can drive for hours and hours without really applying the brake. Now, you can get into a zone where you don't realize that you're feeling drowsy, or you are in your some other zone. So now, that's another area where AI detects the human, whether you are distracted, you're fatigued, drowsy, using mobile phone, do not have the seat belt buckled up. So all these behaviors can real time be tracked and alerted in case of any probable violation that can lead to an accident. So now that's the current state that we have. Of course, vehicle health itself, exactly, that's a beautiful point, right? Now, where do we see it can go? So for AI to work, data is the real gold mine, as you also spoke about. Now, the data comes from the amount of hours that you feed into that system. That's number one. I think number two, where we can go and we will go, is the connected vehicle ecosystem. Now, the vehicles can talk to each other and provide data real time that, okay, this is the situation. You may want to avoid this, right? There's a construction site happening, right? There's a fog, one vehicle has hit another vehicle. You may want to slow down or maybe pull it over. So this should take the game to the next level when it comes to safety around AI and ML. And the good news is that a lot of these technologies are also available as an aftermarket solution, which can be installed in the larger part of vehicles where we may not have ADAS inbuilt as of now or driver monitoring systems.
So do you see any opportunity in terms of B2G option, like government buses should have these facilities? Like I remember going to European countries and the bus driver tapping his license before starting the vehicle. And then every 3 hours he has to take a break, or he'll be fined if police catches him. And also one system has been installed in his vehicle that how good he's driving. So is he changing lanes, or what is his average speed limit, and how harsh he's braking? Obviously, those data is coming into place. So do you see the government approving this kind of a technology and promoting to obviously into their own first, so that it comes as a RTO regulations?
So I'm sure we will get there. European Commission has mandated that all new vehicles have to have these kind of technologies installed in all new vehicles starting from middle of this year. That means driver drowsiness detection, reversing, and all those, there are a number of features that are mandated in Europe already.
Yeah, even drink and drive. Yeah, even I think the smoke detector or something is there.
I'm not aware whether it is mandated
yeah.
or not. And India, if I talk about India per se, there was a regulation, there was a guidance in the early part of last year, which went to all the transport commissioners. It says that every commercial vehicle operator has to measure the driving score of every driver. Not has to, should, because it was a guidance. And the way our government is going, the way we see MORTH, Niti Aayog, heavily focused on it, I'm sure we will have these regulations very soon, and that's when I would see that some of the new age OEMs will start providing these technologies ahead of time. But it may become a mandate at some point, like we have helmet, like we have seat belt, like we have airbags and all of that.
Thank you. So my next question to obviously Mahindra, I'll ask, because there is a lot of infrastructure getting developed on the road. So roads are widening, like you can see Samruddhi Express Highway, Mumbai, Nagpur. Many accidents are happening due to vehicle being not fit. So do you feel that the government also should, or as a OEM also should bring fitness test mandatory for each vehicle? So that obviously we are talking about opportunity, but opportunity should not come for a cost, because obviously we are enforcing all the good changes in the vehicle. Now the vehicle can run at a speed of 200 easily on those roads. Even roads are designed like that. But if vehicles are not fit, because in India, you'll agree with me that 75% of the car owners are first-time car owners. Like we have first-time entrepreneurs. So it's like a first-time car owner. Like my father never had a car, so I am having a car. So, but I don't know how to maintain those vehicles. So do you think that this opportunity also should come in that area?
Okay, so let me think about it, because with the new kind of vehicles that we are seeing, you yourself were mentioning that how PUC becomes a challenge with hybrid cars. And what we can do in such cases, especially EVs being a catalyst in terms of making a car more software driven, where we have so many sensors and information on different key components of the cars. We can understand and predict proactively what parts are going to fail, or what part needs a change, and And, there is over-the-air capabilities, which without even going to a dealership can be fixed. And even easily for especially the first-time drivers, as you were saying.
Right.
So that's one way to fix things. Another way I feel is through just how we have, ratings, credit ratings. We can have, driving behavior ratings. And basis that one can define your insurance premium. And that's a way to, fine people as well.
Right.
Or if it can be connected in some way with government database and there's certain penalty. So yeah, there are innovative ways one must think. And the OEMs were started working in this direction. So I'm sure it's not just electric is a start, as I said, and all this can happen irrespective of propulsion system, because at the end, it's the software and hardware platform architecture that can enable this kind of capabilities. So I think, yeah, there are ways to train and change behavior and avoid such kind of accidents. Yeah.
So last question before going on to question and answer sessions to Mr. Arindam sir. So obviously we see that disruption is happening in EV, but disruption, like, are we ready to repair those vehicles? Do we have that much of manpower, that skilled manpower to handle that disruption? Because now every company is selling new vehicles. But when it comes to service, obviously our aftermarket player or the new player have been equipped with those kind of knowledge. And what trend do you see in that one?
Yeah, I think that's a very key concern. Generally, and not only electric vehicles, I think even non-electric vehicles across categories have become very sophisticated.
All new vehicles are also with
Yeah. So if you look at commercial vehicles or even at the other end of the spectrum, two-wheelers, with stricter safety norms, with stricter, emission norms, etc., there have been some changes. Customer preferences have been changing, and customer is demanding more out of those vehicles. They want not only a mobility from point A to point B, but also an experience of that ride, essentially. So we are seeing adoption of, like you're saying, ADAS autonomy level 2 is becoming quite natural. All the new versions of vehicles that are now coming in are seeing that kind of an adoption. Connected vehicles was quite a fancy just about probably a year and a half back. But today, I think we see more and more of those coming in. And it's also, there is this cost element, which is kind of coming down in terms of the hardware cost, etc. So there is a big challenge that we are facing in terms of what you rightly mentioned in terms of the independent aftermarket situation. So as a council, as a skill council, one of our priority is to look at this segment, because when we talk about the authorized dealership manpower, typically the OEMs do the training, retraining and everything else. So they are much more prepared to deal with it. But a significant number of vehicles, and especially in categories like two-wheelers, three-wheelers, the vehicle goes beyond the authorized service network. So retraining of those manpower is one focus area that we have. We are trying to do it with funding available from various government initiatives as well as with CSR initiative. And I would definitely urge more and more industry to think about utilizing these, their CSR, a share of their CSR funds, to look at how do we enable existing manpower to protect their livelihood. Because if we don't help them, make that transition and that learning, they will be out of their livelihoods in some years to come, and especially the younger workforce out of that. The B part is the kind of manpower who are coming fresh into the workforce. How do we ensure that our curriculum and our training in the academic institutions or training institutions, whether it is an ITI or a diploma college or an independent training center, uh, provides the necessary wherewithal with the people. We are still pretty focused in terms of delivering the mechanical side of service training, because that's been there for ages, and a lot of trainers are available to do that, a lot of facilities available to do that. But when it comes to electrical and electronic side of things, there is a lot of and I remember, when I started early in my life with Maruti, one of the first things that I learned when I was buying my vehicle, one of my colleagues said that the moment somebody touches the electric connections in your car, please resell the car. वो तो गया, because किसी ने कोई उसको खराब ही कर देना है. So that situation about back, I don't think has substantially changed. Of course, the vehicles have become much more complex in today's case. You have so much sensors, so much electronics in it. So this is definitely one area that we need to focus and remain focused on. Otherwise, users will find car buying, post buying the car, the experience not to be very, very smooth and enjoyable, so to say.
So second part, when we say like, what are the opportunity one we see in life? So Riti, like everyone is talking about in the morning, first two session is about hydrogen vehicle being launched. I think even recently I had seen in one of the news that even like European manufacturers are also ready with that one. So do you see any R&D is being done in India with all the OEMs in place? Like especially now, I am proud to say that like we have some made in India vehicle which are owned by Indians like Tata's and Mahindras and all. So do you see that enough research is been done on to meet global leaders?
Sure. Yeah, hydrogen is touted as the fuel of future.
Yeah.
And we are seeing even the Indian government actively pushing this another alternative fuel as part of their sustainable energy solution. So sure, it's got that potential. But of course, there are certain challenges. It's pretty early in its stage today. We need to sort out the overall efficiency of hydrogen-based vehicles because there are, energy losses at various points from well to wheel. And then, of course, there is the cost effectiveness element. It's pretty expensive and deploying the right infrastructure. So I am positive about hydrogen, serving various applications, including transportation. But I think on transportation side, initially we should start off with heavy commercial vehicles, given the need of longer ranges and quicker refueling, and it can also afford to have that kind of space and size that fuel cells demand. So
so we are still early at the stage in India.
surely we should start off with that segment, and then as we innovate and invest more on this alternate fuel, I think there'll be more spaces created for other applications as well.
So thank you everyone for all the questions which you answered. Now we are open for questions. If you have any questions, please do ask and we will answer those questions. Yeah, so mic to them.
Hello. Yeah. This is Ankur from Infosys Domain Consulting Group. So my question to Riti is, there was a recent article in Times of India in European or I think US market. The resale value study was done for electric vehicles and it is pretty low as compared to ICE engine vehicles. So how we are going to address this thing? Because it is a very price sensitive market. And
I think, can you please change the mic? The voice was not clear there.
The price difference between ICE. Yeah. Are you, so I'll just articulate it again. Are you trying to ask that the price gap between IC and, no?
Hello, audible now?
Yes, better,
Yeah.
better.
Thanks. So my question is, there was a recent article in Times of India. I think some research was done, and in US and Europe, I think, because they're already in EV, like Tesla is there, for example. But the resale value, RV, it is very low. I think 30-35% what we get from IC engine. And used car market, obviously, is a very big market, right? Even 10 new cars are sold, probably 15 or 20 used cars are sold, right? Because we have to see the overall economy of the car industry, how it works. So I think this EV industry is coming. So the resale value is down, which are the initial triggers. So how Mahindra, maybe in general, not specifically Mahindra, but in general, I would like to understand the OEMs in India are looking at this, settling up the resale value of an electric vehicle. Probably this question may not be relevant today, but probably after 5 or 6 years, this may be more relevant.
Yeah, sure. So today, as you said, it's pretty new as a segment, and it's hardly been few years that it's seen such kind of volumes. And the inflection itself, we are saying that would be 2027 when EVs will start rising in volumes, and that's when we'll see how the resale part of it is coming out. So it's because of this reason. When I compare it with ICE, obviously it's been here for 100 years, and there have been logics on, okay, there are X kilometers driven, or what's the condition of the car and the engine. And so, yeah, there are these things that people look at. Now, in EVs, of course, we'll have to look at the overall battery health, because today that is, almost 50% of the overall cost. So how mal-handled or nicely handled the battery is, and what kind of health, state of health it is while the second owner is taking it up. The other pieces, as we said, OEMs are trying to give you like a piece of device, and then through subscriptions, you switch on certain things. So you are just paying for what you want. And sorry, yeah, you want to, yeah, sure. And this is another area, like, it's like a smart TV, and then you just pay for the OTTs that you want to play, right? And the new age customers are totally fine because they are, used to this kind of behavior, while there'll be certain customers say that, oh, come on, I'm paying the full price, I'm not getting all the features. So looking at these various factors, and as we were talking about the AI and the software-defined vehicles, and how we can understand the overall behavior and the overall health of the vehicle, and how abused it is. It's actually easy for insurance companies or even for resellers and owners to assess that, okay, where this vehicle stands and how long further it will live. And it will have much more accuracy today. With
I hope, hopefully in future, like acceptability will increase and a lot of people will start buying it and the prices will go up. So thank you
Yeah,
everyone
sure.
for this session. We have no more questions, so you can take it offline.
Offline? Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you. So we have time constraint. There is another panel also. So accept my apology, please.
Thanks, Ravi, for being that optimistic. Well, on EVs at the end. I must congratulate the entire panel for finishing up exactly on time. Thank you so very much for keeping in mind the paucity of time. A big round of applause. And you've managed to capture the essence and the topic. You covered the points. Thank you so much. Could I please request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture?
And now with the same, we are another step closer towards the 40 under 40 awards, ladies and gentlemen. With the same, we are now headed towards the final panel discussion of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you. Technically, all the markets, all the industries are customer driven. But when we talk about automotive industry, it is extremely customer driven. The changing dynamics of customer preferences, new technology, design, safety, and aftermarket customizations. The dynamics of a vehicle purchase behavior is changing, and customer perceptions and preferences are under the scanner. There are new trends, different expectations, and renewed push towards personal mobility. And to talk about this, to shed some light on the topic, joining us is the session chair. Please welcome Binkesh Gulati, Vice President, ASDC. Let's welcome Jay Pradeep Vasudevan, Chief Business Officer, CBO, Rapti. Let's welcome Apeksha Jain, Research Director and AMT Service Line Head, Ipsos. Joining us virtually is Heather Ali Khan, CEO, Godavari Electric Motors. Please welcome Vihan Prateek Malkan, founder of BYD Drive Your Dream and Director, Arpanna Group. Let's welcome Mohammad Zulfikar Khanu, Digital Portfolio Lead Service Expert, Mahindra and Mahindra. And completing the panel, Ravi Chandrana, co-founder and CEO, Quick Fix Auto. I hope you got a chance to grab a glass of water.
So good evening, friends. We have what, 45 minutes? Good. Let's see how can we cover the such an important topic in 45 minutes, because this is what is, I'll not say a pain in an ass for the past 3 years, but it's an opportunity too. But there are a lot of OEMs which are facing a lot of problems because of the changing customer dynamics and their response to getting a product as per customer. So as we all know, the dynamics of customer preference, which is our topic also, has been shifting rapidly. And it's been influenced by a lot of factors, starting from digital evolution, features, safety, and obviously there were peer group and friends and word of mouth and influences before. But a lot of other factors have started in the past 2-3 years, and practically some OEMs could easily sense the change. And as you know, a new product takes around 5 years to come up, and fortune telling what customer preference will change for the coming after 5 years is a tough task. But there are some OEMs who could do it. I'm lucky to have a good panel of electric vehicle two-wheelers also here, with an experience of three-wheelers and cars and research on the panel. So let's hear them out on what do they feel that things are going ahead on it. So starting with Zulfikar, what do you feel? What are the challenges and of these changes, what we are seeing in customers' preferences?
I think one of the major challenge is firstly to forecast and understand the changing customer preferences, right? The reason is it is a situation of hitting a running target. So as a OEM, understanding that becomes very important because most of the product that you design or develop is keeping in mind a midterm cycle of say 3 to 5 years. So generally the best way to actually address this challenge, right, is to rather focus on the customer pain points, right? The customer pain points and needs do not change. It only evolves. For example, say safety. So safety has always been a customer need in the past, in the present, and definitely it will also be in the future as well. So as an OEM, the way to address this pain point is what can actually evolve, with the available resources or with available technology. Similarly, say, the pain point of customer wants to know about his car. Now, traditionally, if you see, OEMs printed an owner's manual, which hardly the customer reads or goes through, but that was like a way for customer to know his car. That evolved to a digital media, and now today is, the place of generative AI, where OEMs are exploring ways to inform the customer about his own car. So that's why it becomes very important to focus on the pain points rather than, the feature or the preference. The second challenge is balancing the innovation with affordability. Indian consumers are very value conscious, right? So getting the value proposition right becomes very important for the OEM before building a product. And the last point that I would want to mention is about customer experience, right? We can give or come up with a lot of features or lot of customer preferences, but providing that feature or use case seamlessly to the customer, right? That is what the key point lies in. So I think that's also a point of challenge that needs to be addressed by the OEM to provide a good customer experience.
So add on, Zulfikar, to this, you said customer experience. You are representing Mahindra, and Mahindra would be having some 1,000 touch points, and starting from metro to tier 3 town. Don't take it personally, I'm a Mahindra dealer. But so how do you give that seamless? Because you can't expect the similar kind of experience from a metro employee to a rural employee, from a, a, a religion where the talk is not very soft, and the other religion, the talk is very akhar. So how do you?
Correct. I think, there is a popular way that projects the Indian market, like, it's United States of India. So the beauty about India is each geography itself, has its own attributes and its own needs, behavior, and a lot of things. So addressing this, it is like a country in itself, each state of India. So I think a very good question. So generally, how we do it is identification of, the customer personas. Now, customer personas are typical combination of traditional customer attributes like geography, occupation and things like that, along with qualitative attributes such as whether the customers are tech savvy, right? Whether the customers are more inclined towards the vehicle, whether for them is the vehicle commodity or whether they are enthusiastic about the vehicles. And we identify these customer personas like primary, secondary, and tertiary. And whenever we try to build a product, we always try to strike a balance so that none of these customer personas are, upset or struggling with any of the feature or any of the offering that we do. So that's the general mindset.
Thanks. Good. So we have two people here fighting for the same segment and from the same area. I'll go ahead with Ravi first. So Zulfikar actually gave it what about new car, customer experience and all that. You are basically aftermarket. This is auto car anywhere where you give tire, battery, car repair and detailing. And obviously I'll come back to Vihan also, who is also on the same platform. So as per you, why this thing, what you are doing, and what is the customer preference which initiated this idea to get into this?
So see, basically, when you design your product for customer, you have to think what customer is requiring for. Now we are living in an area of quick commerce where food is getting delivered at your home within like 10 minutes. You're getting a cab at home, you're getting a medicine at home, you're getting a grocery at home. Then why not car repair? Can company think that if vehicle is punctured in the office, can somebody go to office and repair a puncture? So as Zulfikar rightly said, we have to design a customer persona first. Understand that Gen Z, like new generation who's preferring quick commerce. So we have to design a product for them. Also, an old person who can't use an app. So obviously we have to have a call center for him as well. Or an uneducated person like a rickshaw driver or anyone, like a taxi driver. Obviously he's not familiar with the tech savvy approach. So for him, he might be requiring a personal assistance. So we are complicating a lot of things in customer behavior and all. We just have to put ourselves in customer's place and start thinking what is your requirement. If you just simply say that, okay, I am a customer, my requirement, like I need a battery replacement. If battery has a problem, battery replacement within 1 hour, 2 hours, or I wait for 3-4 days. Which one will you prefer? So being a customer, everyone wants things to happen quick. So that's why our name is Quick Fix. So we are designing all these things, and obviously industry is working. Even I know, like Mahindra, they imagine like Mahindra is my partner in terms of other supplies. So we see that 500 vehicle coming to their workshops. So they've designed the process according to that, so that 500 people gets a surety. It's a brand promise that they get the proper service. So like imagine washing 500 vehicles, getting the quality out of it. That is the customer requirement, because we have an habit. Arey, yahan pe gaadi gandi hai. So yeah, I can't accept this. So obviously, so how to handle that complaint? So this is what I say, like, you have to keep yourself in customer's shoes and start thinking as a brand what they want.
A good problem to solve, but obviously it's a competition to us, dealers actually. So coming to you, Vihan, the same question, what inspired you? You just for people in the audience, is just passed out in 2022. And the time when people should enjoy their life, he is working hard in creating a competition for Quick Fix. So additional question to you after that is, you are into detailing. So what is the aftermarket customization related to what you all do, and why are you getting into that?
So I'll answer your first question, about why this was all started in the first place. Is about 3 years back during COVID, people didn't have anything going on. We sat at home, tried to figure out the problems in the market. So we looked at what was available to the consumer as an option at that point, as a solution. So the three major players that were there were obviously the car dealers, were the aftermarket local guys on the road, and was Go Mechanic. So we figured out problems and gaps in each of them and figure out how to fix that. So if you look at a dealer, for example, the simplest fact is that you have to, if let's say you have one car, you take your car to the dealership, long wait, long queue. You have to get a car at the end of the day. You get stuck with a bill that you don't know what you're paying for. And the bill is always obscenely high. That is one of the biggest problems here. Then when you look at a simple aftermarket dealer, the biggest problem that they would have is, they're not trained that well. And the parts and, the consumables that they use are very, very suspicious at best. And when you looked at Go Mechanic, the biggest problem was that first somebody else is driving your car, and car is something that's really precious to us. And you always kind of feel weird about that. Plus you don't know where your car is going and where it's being serviced, and it's not happening in front of you. So that level of comfort is now still there. So we fixed all of those problems. So the first problem was with the dealerships. You don't have any long wait times. It's a very simple fix. All you have to do is open your phone, take out your app, book a service. We're right there at your house. We service it right there. And when it comes to the bill that you get at the end of the day, we have complete transparency. You know exactly what you're paying for. And we are obviously more price competitive. And then when you look at, the aftermarket guys, the local workshops, We use the trained technicians, the best of the best, and we use only branded and genuine parts. And for all you know, like the local guy could put olive oil in your car. You don't know what they're putting there. Here, the oil can is open in front of you. You have that level of comfort. And again, when it comes to Go Mechanic, that doorstep car servicing that was promoted, we're doing it actually at your doorstep instead of having any other issue.
Great. So on the customization thing, do you have anything?
Yeah, sure, of course. So India, started off as a very price conscious market over 20, 25 years back. And slowly it's grown to an image conscious market as well. So lately, let's take Toyota and Lexus for an easy comparison. They're part of the same, brand, right? So a lot of what I've been seeing is I'm seeing Toyota Camrys with Lexus grills because people don't want to spend that extra cash to get a Lexus. And that they do the Wellfire as well. Wellfire already a high ticket car, but they're using the regular Wellfire. They're putting the Alphard grill in it. That's not available in India. And obviously, I'm sure all of us have seen a Mercedes C-Class with a C63 AMG grill, right? So at the end of the day, people want the best at the lowest price possible. And people are willing to go lengths above and beyond in order to achieve.
So I'll come last to Apeksha because you have to sum this up if we have time. Coming to Vihan, and so Heather is online. Sir, coming to you now. You have been in RE, mass market. Now you are into electric vehicle two-wheelers. Whatever we have talked about customer perception, is it different in electric vehicle space, or is it is the same story all across? And what are their changes you are looking at?
Yeah. So in my view, actually, with respect to the customer preferences, one is from a product perspective where most of the OEMs have been able to improve in terms of the innovation and the technology advancements and all of that. So they're able to live up to customer expectation in terms of the product. But when it comes to the customer experience or the purchase and the ownership experience, so that's where the customer is already exposed to a lot of e-commerce and the new generation digital platforms, where since they are already exposed, they are expecting a similar experience in any product they are using now. So there, most of the OEMs are yet to come up. I think car industry is still trying to meet. I think two-wheeler industry, there is a lot of gap with respect to meeting that customer expectation in terms of the purchase and ownership. Now, the other aspect is with respect to EVs, the service requirement itself is less in the sense because the moving parts will be lesser than the typical ICE vehicles. So therefore, the service requirement itself will be less. Under such a scenario, when the customers are expecting doorstep service and when the product itself doesn't call for service, I think the entire business model itself needs some revisit. Because today, if you look at entire automobile, the entire business model is built around aftermarket also as a revenue stream. I think this is one of the industry where aftermarket is considered as a revenue stream, right? I think balance all other industries, the service is not a revenue stream. So therefore, here it needs to be revisited. Only then I think we can bring out change, because it has to start from the OEMs is what I feel. And EVs, definitely it will be even more significant because the number of service requirement itself will go down. So the dealerships cannot survive based on a service revenue. It needs to be fully based on the sales and other value-added services.
Okay, thank you. Heather, are you able to listen us? Yeah. So a question for you. You are handling EBLU, a two-wheeler electric vehicle from Raipur, and you had been in the three-wheeler category. What shift, with your experience in three-wheelers and in this electric vehicle two-wheelers, what shift are you seeing towards customer preference, and how is the OEMs across EV two-wheelers working on that?
See, just to give you a background, I was with the top-notch companies from Mahindra to Bajaj to Piaggio, and I have been in for 10 years in the EV space. Initially with the Kinetic Green, and now with Godavari for the last 5 years. The way the EV industry is transforming is tremendous. It's working as a 6-month changes are happening. in the way the consumers are now looking at EVs. If I look at the EV requirement for the consumer 10 years back, it was मेरी diesel गाड़ी को electric कर दो. Means he wanted everything of the IC, but just electrification. Then it was only considered to be an environment friendly thing. The lead acid was a big nuisance to cater to. And there was the only thing they would understand is the operating cost. Yes, against diesel or petrol, the operating cost is good. But in the last 4 to 3 years, the consumer preference is moving towards a new gen vehicle. They are looking at EV as a really a high-tech vehicle. They want everything of the latest technology. The screen, your cluster should be absolutely user-friendly. It should be a navigator. It should be giving exact mileage, because that range anxiety thing is still in the EV segment. They feel that range anxiety, if it goes, I think EV will be dominating the industry then. So the cluster should be so accurate that they should know that how many kilometers I can travel now, which was not earlier. Then the battery technology. The battery technology today is being looked at as something which is that it is not just an energy. It's a calculative energy where you can know at what speed, at what usage I'm going to use this battery, what is going to be the life, or what is going to be my charging time. Now, most of the companies are moving towards high-speed charger, 20 minutes, 25 minutes charging time. So there is a real growth happening. But with all this, the brand play has started to also play big, with the biggies coming in like Bajaj, TVS, Hero. That brand trust and loyalty is also playing a big role in EV, which was not playing maybe 3-4 years back, where new brands were also getting recognized. All in all, what I see today, the two main things which is being looked at in the EV, and which is all the companies are working very hard towards it, is one is reliability and second is safety. These two are the crux of the success of any EV company in the coming years.
Thank you very much. Well said. So coming back to the last but the most important panelist, Apeksha, because we are all talking about experience and you are talking about research. You must have researched every category, every EV here or every industry here. So we are talking about customer perception. So to you, whatever you think, why did it change? What does customer think before buying an EV or a car or a two-wheeler or any automobile? And what has changed in the past some 2-3 years?
Okay, so I'm going to go back. First of all, thank you for having me here. So I'm going to go back to one of your original points that you made, that, in an industry where the product life cycle, or, the product development cycle is a minimum of 4 to 5 years that we're talking about. How do we do future gazing? How do we even understand what the customers want 5 years from now? I mean, our customers, sufficient enough to be able to even articulate what they want now versus talking about what they want 5 years back from now. So, we are in the business of consumer research and, bringing the consumer voice to OEMs. And, in the last 13 or 12 odd years, we've seen like a massive shift in the way that customers are talking about automotive. So, I'm going to make it very simple for the audience here and talk about, like we talk about Maslow's hierarchical needs for the normal consumer. The same thing is applicable in the automotive space as well. From 50 to 20 years back, where the customers were focused on very basic needs of utility of, from point A to point B, I need to travel. And I want a vehicle that can help me do that. To then moving to wanting a car that is safe for their family, for their loved ones, that provide that comfort. This is where the sedan started to grow, boot space became very important. Then it moved to image, status, exterior design. People wanted cars that were stylish, that made them look aspirational in front of others. To today, where the customers still remain value conscious, but they want the best experience. And when we talk about experience, it is not just about, the service experience or the product experience. It is a holistic experience of the ownership of a vehicle. And that is where, when we talk about things like safety or new technology or services, this is where the, differentiation starts mattering. In the market today, when the market is so cluttered with so many products, all offering the same thing, it is those small things that actually start creating a differentiation. For example, a customer 10 years back used to say that, even if my car has an airbag, in case it opens, I'm going to have to spend money to put the bag in. And, I don't want a car like that. To today, where the customer, even for an entry level car, does not want to buy a product that does not have an airbag. We've seen massive changes, and that has happened purely because, again, future gazing. I mean, 10 years back, could we have told the OEMs that this is possible? Maybe not. But, it's happened because there has been a lot of product development that has happened from the experts in the OEM space. And we are seeing those, pushes actually converting into the real needs that customers have today. But I think what is very, very important for us to understand and be aware of is that this need is going to become even more experience-led as we move forward. The customers are going to become more evolved. Of course, there is enough and more information available to them at their disposal. They're more globally aware. They're aware about the advancements that are happening in the world. So it's no longer going to be just about, okay, this is the product that you have to buy it. But it's going to be a holistic experience that you're going to sell to the customer. And that is what is going to create that point of differentiation for them.
But tell me, if people like you don't help us do future gazing, how will we survive?
No, we definitely will help you do future gazing. And in fact, that's what we try to do every day. It is just that we have to be cognizant of the fact that not everything will be told expressly by the consumer. There are a lot of implicit things that you have to learn and understand about the behavior, about how customers are interacting with their environment to be able to understand what their needs could be in the future. It's not going to be a simple ask me what and I'm going to tell you what. So it's a much deeper level of understanding that we really need to do.
I hope somebody understands, because being in trade in this 35 years, I couldn't. When we started with latent desires and what all in brands, every time customer is one step ahead. He wants something more what we can't give. So it's yeah. So so basic questions are over, but I'll start with some features where anybody can pitch in, or if you. So as per me, safety, like Apeksha said, is important. Then connecting cars, connecting two-wheelers is one feature which is going important. Then autonomous driving capabilities is coming, obviously in cars, not in two-wheelers. Shift from design, so like motorcycle to scooter again is coming in India. In cars, we are seeing entry level to compact SUVs or SUVs coming in India. And then obviously the issue of online, omnipresent, digital experience, digital sales. So these are the point. I'm open if anybody wants to take one topic each, because that covers all the changes, what is happening. And I'll request you to please be specific on the topic you choose, so that that topic is close with you, so we all don't repeat any of the topic you wish.
So let me talk about connectivity, a very interesting topic. Again, let me give you an analogy comparing the uniqueness of India from the developed markets. In the developed markets, connectivity began to the customer from workstations. So they were desktops, which gradually evolved to, say, laptops, and then, the mobile phones or the smartphones. And, so there was a learning cycle for the developed markets. But if you take the case of India, it is otherwise. Smartphones and internet penetration is cheap and available all across India, right? So it is a different ball game altogether. Now, once the consumers are connected and they're always used to these kind of, having their own ecosystem, the same expectation has evolved on the car also, right? So customer always wants to stay connected to his car, right? With his smartphone, with his smart home devices. So that actually evolves the customer preference, right? So the same playlist that you listen to at home on your smartphone, you expect the same thing to be available on the infotainment system without any extra effort, right? The same navigation that you expect, you want it to be beamed onto your head unit of the car. So that kind of customization and personalization experience is something that customers started expecting because of the external availability or access to connectivity.
Zulfikar, something deeper. I know if you don't want to answer it, you are open to. This was the customer experience with the digital or the connected. If I dig you deeper towards the data you all collect from the connected cars, with the data privacy going on, and when there is a problem with a vehicle, you say as per data which you collected from the car, the customer is telling lies, but you are not able to share it with them because of this privacy and all. Then why do you collect those data if you are not able to use it when needed? Or is it allowed that you should collect those data? If you want to answer.
I think Vinkesh is asking me all tough questions now. So I think not a very straight or in detail answer to it, but to satisfy certain use cases of the consumer, right? Be it connected car features or connected services like remote control, remote check, remote vehicle health monitoring. To provide these kind of use cases to the customers, there is a set of data that we have to collect from the car, right? And we analyze that data and we provide that use case to the customer. Now, having said that, as an OEM, we take immense importance on the way the data is collected, handled, and sent back to the customer. So the entire PII, the personal identification information, is something that is always decrypted. So you will be able to recognize that some car has some kind of data, but not that X customer's car or X Y customer's car has such kind of a data. So those kind of things is something that we handle.
So every customer should know koi dekh raha hai usko.
So that also, I think, with the PDP coming in now, I think the government has taken a very good initiative. I think two things are notably to speak. One is the amendment to AIS 706 draft, right? So that talks about the detail, what is the way the OEM needs to design the connected services to the customers. So there is a guideline.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we now go towards a fun topic of customer experience from a very serious topic of data breach and privacy. So mostly now you see many brands are coming up with different activity other than the vehicle. Like you see they're building the community, like Royal Enfield are building the community. So if you own a Royal Enfield, that's a status symbol so that you go on a ride. Like Mahindra also has done something for off-roaders. So like they launched a Thar, Mahindra Thar, and they took all the enthusiasts to the mountains and the snows and all. So building this kind of a experience also, like tire companies, not just only selling tires, now they are also getting people to play golf. So this is like a building community, building love amongst the customers so that products automatically get sold. So any organization don't need to think only about their product. They also need to revolve around the customer, engage with the customer, take their feedback and create a love in their heart. That's what I feel it's very important in today's era.
Good, thanks.
So one of the things that I want to talk about is how the internet has really modified and changed the entire industry of auto over the last 20 years. Is the sheer amount of information that a customer has to their beck and call is unbelievable. If you go back 20 years, when you walk into a Hyundai dealership or you walk into a Toyota dealership or you walk into a Mahindra dealership, you know what the salesman has told you. That's it. That's all you know. But now, the second you walk in, you probably know more than the salesman, right? Because you've done like 5 weeks of research before walking into a dealership. And that has really, gotten OEMs to pull up their sleeves. Because the second the customer has that much information, you have to make sure your product is the best possible that it can be. So, for example, like she talked about safety or about, that sort of about safety, it's become a need and then it grew into a want now. So, having that information that, okay, this has 4 airbags, this car has 6 airbags, and knowing the safety and advanced features that each of the cars have, the customer can make a more informed decision. And in order for an OEM to make sure their car sells the most, they have to have access to every single one of those features. And that information has really gotten OEMs to pull up their sleeves.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about, I think one of the things that you mentioned was autonomous driving. And, that's the new buzzword today, ADAS, and, all the high-end cars are offering ADAS. So, when it comes to autonomous driving, one of the things that we observed is that, earlier back in the days, customers used to be very excited about new features, and even today they are. But at the same time, the customers have become very smart as well. They are very clear that they want, and they will pay for things that they will actually use. And when it comes to things like ADAS or autonomous driving, the first things that customers look at is, what are the things within that can I use? Can I do a lane monitoring system? Can I use it in a country like India? Will it be more deterring for me to use it, or will it be more helpful? So the customers today are actually becoming much more aware than what we actually give them credit for. And they're being very, very careful about the kind of features that they use or want in their cars. It is not just that you offer 50 things and you can be the king of the thing, but at the same time they are very careful about what they want, what they need, and how they will be using it currently and in the future. So especially when it comes to things like autonomous driving or connected cars or anything of that sort, today's customer needs value and practicality more than anything else. And the functional differences are what actually, things that they really look at too. So
Yeah, so automobiles a decade back used to be completely about mechanical aspects. But today, if you look at with technology advancements, any automobile today is more about software and electronics. When it comes to EVs, it's almost 90%, I would say, software and electronics, because even the mechanical components have sensors and chips and all of that. So therefore, it is moved from a mechanical to more of a software and electronics oriented product now. Therefore, the front end, which is completely on the mechanical skill level, needs to transform to this side of requirement, and that transformation needs to happen now, because I think the industry is moving towards all this advanced technology and EVs. So therefore, and skilling up is not as easy as mechanical upskilling. So therefore, that's another challenge that as an industry we need to start working on, because it's a completely different ballgame upskilling this front end team to software and electronics.
Thanks. I feel Arindam is there somewhere around. It's a challenge to both of us, skilling. Okay. So you want to add something?
Yeah, I
sure.
wanted to actually, you had mentioned design and how it has changed. So one of the most important things that I've seen is, see, nowadays I would like to compare a car to fashion, right? Because cars have become a way to express yourself more than anything. And fashion changes every 5 years, and a product cycle is about, let's say, 5 years, right? And at the end of the day, a consumer is looking at a car as a way to express themselves. So when you have a car that's very bland, basic, and you keep changing it over time, along with how fashion keeps changing, cars also need to keep changing, and they need to keep evolving.
So basically now we'll have to have LV seat covers or
Yes,
Gucci.
definitely. They've made an Hermes Rolls
steering.
Royce.
in fact, something that I would like to add is that when it comes to design, it is no longer just about the exterior appearances. Today's customer actually want better interiors than better exteriors, because exterior looks have become hygiene. Most products are good looking. It's not like one product is uglier than the other. So, interior looks, premiumness, style, design, all of those aspects have actually become a top priority for, most customers, and they want that a holistic experience when they're actually
They
inside.
want Rolls Royce at 10 lakhs.
Yeah.
Just because Heather is online, I feel let him also complete on this, so then we can.
Yeah. So I would really bring in one point which is very critical from the EV perspective, is safety. Today, safety is not just good brakes, good balancing, or a vehicle with a perfect aerodynamics. Today, the battery of a EV has got more than 10 safety features. A customer has got an app. He can see every cell, what is the charge point of every cell. And for overheating, there are 4 triggers. There are 4 temperature sensors. The moment the vehicle, the battery temperature crosses 65, the whole battery goes in sleep mode. There is a buzzer which starts buzzing. And if about there's a gas accumulation, there is a pressure switch which bursts and the gas is released. So a complete safety features have been built in. Even there are companies I know who are coming up with self-balancing scooters. You don't have to, on a traffic light, you don't have to put your seat down. The vehicle will automatically be in the standing mode. So there is a huge amount of requirement for safety in EV. If you are able to convince the customer that yes, it is 100% safe vehicle, you have done 80% of the job. So most of the new companies are working extensively on increasing the safety features, not on brakes and other things. That is hygiene. That has to be there on the overall performance safety of the vehicle.
Thanks, Heather. One point I will want to add in the whole, we haven't discussed anything about sustainability. Maybe somebody puts in or whatever you want to say, Ravi, and then we can ask somebody to talk about sustainability also.
See, sustainability is like Coca-Cola saying that we had a glass bottle and now we came to plastic bottles. Now we are sustainable because we have those plastic bottle which is recyclable. But see, sustainability, every company is doing a commitment. Every tire company is manufacturing a tire which is low carbon prints. Even BS6 vehicles are coming. Again, upgradation is happening. Even the aftermarket players like battery players, so they are also working on towards the recycle of batteries. Also, like you can see, accessories and all. So they are also working towards sustainability that they are using material which is made from easily, which can be like, recycled and all. So every company is working on towards that one. Every companies have their own promises towards their segment. But looking at a larger part of customer like expectations, he says that I have to have that in a price conscious way. So I really don't care about sustainability. I really need to pay less.
So as per you, sustainability is not a priority for a customer.
Government is putting pressure. Like
I'm talking from the customer side.
Yeah, customer side there is no, because customer is,
because we are fighting that customer doesn't agree to dry wash.
So that's
they
what I'm
want
saying.
A normal wet wash.
You
Always.
see a tire which is 3,000 rupees, which has a carbon based tire, and which is a like 4,000 for a which is an environmentally friendly tire. So customer is saying, I want the 3,001 tire. So
that is where we'll all have to work towards.
So government has to come up with the policy where they force those things to go away, like they did it before, like after COVID.
Government को छोड़ दो sir, बहुत कुछ कर रही हो. Let us do something on that. I feel because as dealers we are really in a we
as I said,
want to move out of wet wash, but we are not able to.
As I said, like he was mentioning that I should have a Rolls Royce in 10 lakhs, but we still have like if you want ambient lighting, which comes in BMW, you want infotainment system. Like many customer, they bought 10 years back one Mercedes, which still has a cassette player, but now they want to put a touch screen, so which is possible in today's era because all the things which are available in aftermarket.
So, but Jan doesn't know that we have a 15 lakh Wrangler also in India.
Yeah,
we have it.
Yes,
we sell
yes,
it
yes,
regularly.
yes.
So even someday 10 lakh Rolls Royce will also come. That's what I'm saying.
But if I ask you one question, saying if you coming in 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs Wrangler and 1 lakh rupees Mercedes, which one will you have more look for? So see, these are all debatable things.
So I feel I have gone through two types of questions and I've covered everything. Anything from the audience? We have still some time. You're all important people from the field, if anything, or else then I'll ask them to summarize. Or good. So we had actually given quite a detailed answer. So coming closing remarks to me, because I'm the moderator, but Apeksha, being the research head and you've really done a lot of research. You won't be able to do future gaze, but 5 years from today, a two-wheeler OEM or a car OEM, what should they work on? Don't say EV, because EV is one thing which we are fighting for the past 10 years and we'll fight for another 10 years. So on the customer perceptions or preferences.
So I think I said this before, but I'm going to reiterate that, EV is happening right now. So I'm not going to talk about EV. Sustainability, as you spoke about, it's a mindset change. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time for the customers to understand what exactly will make a difference. And, when it comes 5 years later, one thing that we can be sure of is that the customers will be more evolved, more aware about what they're buying. So I think when it comes to, I'm going to go back to that word, experience. And when I say experience, it's not just the product experience, it's the service experience, it is the ownership experience, it is the association experience that the customers have with the brand. That is going to become more and more important as we move forward. And irrespective of what else may become important. See, it may be difficult for me to predict what 5 years later, what new technology may come up. That may remain or may not remain, but experience is going to be important, and that will remain key for today's customer as well as the customers 5 years later.
So end of the day, it's a problem for the dealers only because experience, they are the touch end for the experience for anything. Yeah, so I'm accepting the the challenge for going further. So I feel thanks to all the panelists. You have really spilled the beans, given the inputs, whatever you have experienced, and added to a lot of knowledge in the audience and to me personally also. What I feel there is no conclusion on customer preference because it's an ever changing dynamic world and every day it changes. So, how to be ahead of it, I feel there is no rocket science or no fixed process to do it. It's depending on which city, which location, what type of customers you are. Like I said, we'll have to upgrade and support the front end team, maybe dealers, maybe people like QuickFix or Vihan is doing, their team who is on the ground dealing with the customers for service or selling vehicle to upgrade themselves. So our basic role as OEM or dealers are to give them all the resources or whatever we can support them so that they can deliver the seamless experience to the customers and a feedback mechanism where we are able to get how it is changing. It doesn't happen that we are aware after 6 months or a year. Even if one customer expects something and the consultant is able to give the feedback to managers and OEM, I feel that will help us reach. So thank you, Business World, for such a good opportunity for us also to learn, and thank you all the panelists for
Now,
a great answer.
if we try to understand this relationship between the automotive industry and the customer, the consumer, in the layman's terms, it's much like a husband-wife relationship. All you can do is try to understand, try to do the best thing on your part, but then again, you don't know how your spouse will react to that.
You know how many wives or husband I'll have?
Well, I must congratulate you all for this very productive session. Thank you so very much. How about I request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for our panelists. And on that note, I must request everyone to be kindly seated. I am now headed towards a very special segment, ladies and gentlemen. A special segment. When we talk about this special segment, we're talking about Harish Kuller's renowned collection of 20th century Indian art and sculptures that reflects a deep passion for the country's modern masters. Personally curated by the Kuller family from around the world, the collection boasts exceptional quality and prestigious provenance. Kuller's keen eye for art history is evident in every piece, from Teb Mehta's sculptures to M.F. Hussein's canvases, creating a harmonious blend of grandeur and comfort in their home. This publication celebrates Kuller's legacy, showcasing his princely taste in profound love for Indian art. And I like to build up the anticipation a little more than it's needed. So in that sense, I would like to cue the community, legacy, and the event AV for you all, and then move on to the much anticipated segment.
If you live an interesting life, you write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall. Learning can never stop. There is always something to do, and I learn from my patients. And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first thing that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. मानी तब का युद्ध पढ़ कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है. A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one knows what's happening within. It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that, we are still very much in the pilot stage.
Now, I'm guessing that most of you saw me walking by with a cup of coffee, and I would hate that if you wanted to have your coffee, and I would deny you of that pleasure. With the same, it's a 10-minute allotted tea and coffee break. I must request everyone to kindly join us back for the next anticipated segment in exactly 10 minutes. Please pick your poison, tea or coffee, and kindly join me back in exactly 10 minutes. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Requesting everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Well, here's hoping that everybody enjoyed their quick coffee tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, as I promised, we are now headed towards the much anticipated segment. We are talking about gems of Indian art. Harish Kuller's renowned collection of 20th century Indian art and sculptures reflect a deep passion for the country's modern masters. Personally curated by the Kuller family and written, edited, and forwarded by renowned art critics, Mr. Vinod Bhardwaj and Ms. Uma Nair, from around the world, the collection boasts exceptional quality and prestigious provenance. Kuller's keen eye for artistry is evident in every piece, from Taib Mehta sculptures to M.F. Hussein's canvases, creating a harmonious blend of grandeur and comfort in their home. This publication celebrates Kuller's legacy, showcasing his princely taste and profound love for Indian art. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage, aged 50 years, is a multifaceted professional with a diverse range of expertise and passion for art. He played a crucial role in privatization of power sector, where he established himself as a top performer in the field. With an exceptional academic ability and drive for excellence, he worked with USAID and was a part of Indo-US relations for bring IPPs in India. For bringing IPPs in India, Gaurav has worked with Congentrix, developing one of the first fast-track power projects in India. He then worked with the US multinational formerly Unocal, now Chevron Texaco, as Director Marketing, played a crucial role for pitching natural gas pipeline project Indo-Bangladesh gas pipeline. With a comprehensive knowledge and experience in these domains, Mr. Gaurav Kuller has also worked very closely with ONGC, GAIL, and IOC in the natural gas and LNG sector. His company later collaborated with ONGC and Reliance for deep water drilling while working Unocal. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Gaurav is an avid art collector. His love for art extends beyond mere appreciation as he actively seeks out and acquires pieces that resonate with him. Wouldn't that be a treat to take a quick stroll around his living room, I believe? Ladies and gentlemen, as an art collector, Mr. Gaurav Kullar is a strong promoter of Indian art and culture. He has successfully combined his diverse skill set to offer a wide range of services. At present, he is investing and promoting young Indian artists and is an active social worker. And quickly, with a big round of applause, let's welcome on stage Mr. Gaurav Kullar and his son, Mr. Sanat Kullar. Requesting Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group, to also kindly join us on the stage. Could I please request the team to kindly hand over the books now? All right, gentlemen, on the count of three, presenting gems of Indian art in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome this with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this moment. This is the legacy that we are celebrating. Well, Mr. Kullar, Mr. Kullar, since the beginning, we have been told to not to judge a book by its cover. So I'm going to request you to kindly come to the podium, say a few words, and set a context for the same.
Well, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be here. We have this collection which goes almost 100 years back. My grandfather started, and now my son is in the 4th generation who is taken to collecting and promoting Indian artists. I have dedicated this book for my father. We lost him last year in February, and so I wanted to do something for him. So what we did was we had the entire collection in this book. It's first of its kind, very comprehensive, of Indian masters worldwide. And the Indian art market is about maybe 1,500 crores comparative to $14 billion art market globally. So our endeavor is to promote Indian art so we can at least get 20 or 30% of that level along with other collectors. And I'm in the process of also setting up a family museum for this. So everybody's welcome to come and look at the art. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kullar. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebrations. I welcome you all to the 2nd edition of BW Auto World 40 Under 40 Awards. BW Auto World 40 Under 40 Awards celebrate outstanding achievements of future auto leaders for their leadership skills, impact on workplace, contribution to the community, future potential, innovation, problem-solving skills, achievements, and effectively implementing game-changing strategies. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwautoworld.com. Join the celebration. We all know the power of social media. And throughout the celebration, in case you're planning to post any pictures, videos, or any comments related to this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag BWAuto40 under 40. Before I move forward, I would like to take a moment and express our deepest gratitude to our partners who helped us in turning our vision into reality. Event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. We would like to thank our jury panel who helped us arrive to this power list after an intensive jury deliberation. How about a quick look at what jury has to say? Requesting everyone's attention towards the big beautiful screen.
BW Auto 40 under 40 this year. At the jury presentations, we got to know some very exciting young talent. Some were from tech side, some were entrepreneurs, and some were from OEMs. We heard some very interesting life stories from all the young participants. I'm sure all my jury members, just like me, had a great time interacting with them. I want to thank all my jury members. I want to also congratulate all the participants, but finally, I want to congratulate all the winners.
Recently, I had the privilege of being a jury member at the BW Auto World 40 under 40 jury meet. It was an incredibly inspiring experience, witnessing the true innovation and business spirit in India. Throughout this process, I was impressed by the high quality of entrepreneurs who participated. Their passion and dedication truly stood out. It was clear that our nation is a home of remarkable talents shaping the future. Heartiest congratulations to the winner. Your achievements are the testament to the brilliance and dedication driving our business landscape. I look forward to witnessing even greater milestone ahead. Keep innovating, keep leading. Congratulations once again, and thanks a lot.
Jury members of Businessworld Auto World 40 under 40 this year. The innovative pitch followed by a quick Q&A session made abundantly clear that the entire evaluation process was to a high degree and highlighted the astounding impact which made upon both the organization and the larger society through the leadership, team building, and problem-solving abilities. Promise was displayed in candidates from both startups to individuals leading various organizations in different roles, all of which use the unique and innovative methods to bring about business growth and changes in society at large. Finally, I want to wish all the candidates
the best in all their future endeavors and to keep pushing their boundaries in order to build a better tomorrow for the generations to come by.
I'm very thankful to Businessworld for having me as a jury for BW Auto World 40 under 40. My experience was really great. I really came to know about the hidden talent in Auto World, where these startups and young minds are coming up with great ideas. I'm happy that BW could have such a good quality of people applying for this. I congratulate each and every one who are going to win this award and give my best wishes to others because this award will go on every year and you have an option. It's just not the end. It shows that you are on the right track and you can have more in the coming year. Thank you.
And now to formally open the award ceremony and to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the man of the hour. Please give it up for the visionary Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder, Exchange for Media.
My eyesight is becoming weaker and weaker. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the second edition of the BW Auto World 40 under 40. Please bring some energy in the house. Please give yourself a bigger round of applause, and clapping is good for heart muscle. It's my duty and honor to welcome Mr. Sethuratnam Raviji, who's the managing partner, Ravi Rajan and Company. He's the chairman of the Tourism Finance Corporation of India, and he served as the chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange for 3 years. Welcome, Mr. Ravi Rajan, for being here. He's our guest of honor. Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who's our chief guest, will also come in some time. And Mr. Gadkari, as Mr. Kullar was saying, is always on time or ahead 5 minutes ahead of time. So he will also be here in some time. My gratitude to Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, who's the managing director of Volvo Car India and who was the jury chair and gave a lot of time to the jury meet and the pre-screening process and the screening process to arrive at the winners tonight. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, who's the Vice President ASDC. You saw him on the jury AV, Ms. Rashmi Urdu Varishi. She is the immediate past president of SAI India, Society of Automobile Engineers India. Mr. Anil Srivastava, who's a professor of practice at IIT Kanpur. He's also the director of the Epsilon Advanced Materials and a former principal advisor and director general of Niti Ayog. My gratitude to Mr. Vikas Agarwal, founder and MD, iPower Batteries, to Mr. Balaji Pandya Raj, country service line leader and executive director, customer experience at Ipsos. These are the jury members who really took out time and were very involved in selecting tonight's winners. I want to keep my speech below 3 minutes. I'd only like to say that in a world where everything almost can be influenced or bought, Businessworld Awards are run through a process, are run by a jury, and the jury is so eminent and so knowledgeable, have domain expertise, that mostly the winners that the jury arrives at are representative of the excellent work that is happening in the domain. I must say that the jury led by Mr. Jyoti Malhotra has not chosen 40 winners. They've chosen 35 winners. I'm told 33 of them are here today. And I do want to say that no jury process is perfect. Every jury process is close to perfect. Our process is close to perfect. It is in the second year. By third, fourth year, the number of entries goes to a level, and the experience we have of running the initiative in this domain will help us improve. But it's absolutely 100% integrity-based process. I don't even know the winners till I ask for them 1 or 2 days before the event, and my colleagues write in congratulatory mail from my mail ID. But really, we at BW Businessworld are only custodians of the process. We do not have a brief for the jury, who to select, who not to select. Mr. S. Ravi has been chair of our fintech jury. He knows this, that what I'm telling him is what we follow. In fact, I'm not even, they put my photo there. I look like a serious guy. but really I did not participate in the jury process. So I just want to say that tonight, when you're being recognized, you're being applauded by an editorial product that has been around for 44 years, to a jury process from leaders who know this domain, and most importantly, because of the quality of presentation that you made on the jury day. Those who were shortlisted but couldn't win, I would only say to them that Virat Kohli is a great cricketer. So is Rohit Sharma and any other cricketer that you like. But someday they get out on 10, 20, 30. They don't make a half century or a century. But that doesn't make them less cricketers than what they are. So really, maybe on that day you didn't present well. Good luck. Those of you who are much below 40, you can apply next year. I want to end by saying that for the winners tonight, you must embrace the 3 H's and do away with the 3 C's. I keep talking about them. The 3 C's that you should do away with are comparison. We live in a world where we compare everything: social media likes, followers, valuations of our companies, revenue, how we look, how we act. But all of us are unique and we are blessed in our unique way. So don't compare. Second is criticism. We in the media have a license, but I keep telling our journalists, our job is to go deeper and find something positive. If not, at least find the facts to support the story. So criticism, I posted a video a couple of days back where a Sikh gentleman is talking in the video. He's talking how he saw another Sikh guy who had lots of tattoos on his body, and he judged him, saying, "What a bad guy!" Unless, and then he went to a gurdwara and he saw the same tattooed Sikh guy serving langar to everyone, serving free meals to everyone, and he posted this video saying, "We judge too quickly, too early, without knowing. I'm the one sitting there and eating food. He's the one serving all of us. So I clearly judged him wrongly." So don't judge too easily. Don't criticize. And last but not the complaint. After COVID, 3 years of COVID, almost 4 years, we are happy, alive, doing well. So we have only gratitude to offer. So stay away from these 3 C's. The 3 H's. First is hard work. There's no shortcut to hard work. Whatever you focus on grows. Second is humility. As you're getting applauded today, I'm sure you're doing great work and you'll grow. Your companies will grow. Become more humble. And in the morning, I talked about this Israeli gentleman called Nadav Ben Yehuda. You can Google him. And the reason I talked about him, because he almost climbed the Mount Everest. And that's him. I said almost because he was in 2012, he became the youngest Israeli to climb the mountains. He would have become, till he discovered that two of his friends just below the Mount Everest, somewhere between the base camp and Mount Everest, were not doing well. One of them died. So he had a choice either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or to save someone's life, his friend's life. He saved his friend's life, and he had frostbites, his 2 fingers were amputated. So be kind, do things for others. I'm sure you do, whether it's with your time, money, energy, attention, blessings. So humility and gratitude go hand in hand. And last but not the least, hope. I'm sure you every day get up hoping that we'll make India better. We'll do solutions, ideas, companies that impact the 1.4+ billion people in India, and you'll have an impact that is positive. I get up every day hoping and praying that today will be better than yesterday. So embrace these 3 H's. God bless you. Sustainability is a real issue. I know some of you are doing great work in the ecosystem of mobility, which adds to our goals of being net zero and also having a more sustainable business ecosystem. So good luck to you. God bless you. Do applaud for the winners tonight. Clapping is good for heart muscles. Plus, clapping is karmic. When you're here, you'll need the applause. So build your goodwill bank. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. And as he mentioned, we all must take pride in the fact that we are all seated in this hall under one roof, charting the discourse of a better, greener, sustainable India. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor for me to welcome our next speaker, who managed to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the occasion to be here with us. With a big round of applause, please welcome our guest of honor, Shri Setu Ratnam Ravi, Managing Partner, Ravi and Rajan and Company, Chairman, TFCI and former chairman, Bombay Stock Exchange.
Good evening to everybody. First of all, thank BW for inviting me. So as I go through the list, I see some of them are founders and with varied experience and with a lot of achievements. The winners list is impressive. And as Anurag very clearly articulated and informed that the process of BW awards is always transparent, may have to improve on certain aspects, like we can always improve, but it's always transparent. And the jury members, I must tell you, I have been jury in the CFO world, so I can tell you that the jury is absolutely unbiased. We get a lot of freedom, and I think the jury would have certainly selected the very best. Now, coming to this whole ecosystem of auto, you know that 4 crore people are employed in this sector, and it's a sector which contributes to 9% of India's GDP and about 7 to 8% of India's export. So this sector is a very significant sector, and you are in the right sector. And this sector is going through a change, which you know, the energy 2047, which we are envisaging, Viksit Bharat. That's what Viksit India. What we are going to see is a change in this sector, where we'll see sustainability take a lot of importance, and that is what is going to be the change that you will see. That means lot of founders will come in, lot of new companies will come in. They will be ancillary to many autos. They can be direct manufacturers. So there is a lot of scope for all of the founders. I was part of the energy summit, and today also there is an energy summit that is going on in Goa. But last week I was part of the energy summit 2047, and what we see and what we have seen is independence in the energy sector, and even the auto sector becomes a part of it, a very integral part of it in the whole ecosystem of independent energy. So I think the automobile sector also is is very importantly poised. And you can recollect about 2 days ago, Prime Minister Modi also spoke about the importance that it will be for the Indian economy if we have to become the third largest economy. He has said that auto sector is going to play a pivotal role in the in these sectors in the economy that we are foreseeing in the next couple of years. And I see that, I personally feel that there is a lot of room for entrepreneurship. There is a lot of room for founders. There is a lot of room for people who can add value, small, big, and large companies. So capital is going to be one thing. A lot of capital will chase this. There is a lot of capital available also. Let me tell you, because of the sustainability, there is a lot of capital that is available. So 2 C's that Anurag mentioned, 3 C's that should not be done, but I said 2 C's that are required for every entrepreneur is capital and compliance. And you have seen the cost of compliance. Just now, a big company, 1,000 crores, I need not make that very obvious, but 1,000 crore is the cost paid for compliance. And there is a joke around, you can see in the WhatsApp, that the cost for compliance can be very, very high. So compliance is the key. Then this is a message for all the founders. See, people, we think that there are goals to be achieved. We look at the bottom line and the top line, but there is one more important thing. If you do not comply, so even in the auto sector, there are huge amount of compliances apart from statutory and financial compliance. There are a lot of compliances in technical terms. So I think what is important is compliance. Founders must be aware of what they want to do. Most founders must plan more I see who are successful amongst the founders who plan the 5 year. When is the capital to be raised? When is the resource required? Who are you partnering with as a capital? Means who are you taking money from? So if you see the type of capital that one gets is also equally important, because what we have also observed that most of the founders have got out of the company because the capital infusion that has come in is not the best type of capital or aggressive investors. So I think it's any founder, any person in any sector, especially in a capex sector, that is auto sector, you require people with deep pockets who can plan the next few years together, the capital infusion, the cash burn that happens, the compliance that happens, and also at what time we need capital is very important. Plus the last and not the least, I would say the arrangement between partners. What is the blue book you have when we have multiple shareholders? When you are co-founders, I see there are a few co-founders too. So what happens is when there are multiple co-founders, how do you make the blue book and how do you go on to do and execute a company's projection? So everybody has their skill sets and importance. And I think amongst the founders also, there should be clarity who is going to raise capital, who is going to do the compliance, who is going to look after the marketing, who is going to bring business, who is going to look at production. So I think there are various aspects, and lack of clarity is what, if you look at another 30% of the companies have folded up because there is lack of clarity amongst the promoters. And you see, we have to be very careful while we choose our partners. But on the other hand, our co-founders and the founders must have a blue book of what they have to deliver. So this is all I have to say. I don't want to, you had a long day. I don't want to further emphasize on anything, but I wish all the winners the very best. And those who have been part of the journey, I wish them the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to welcome the jury chair, Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Car India, requesting everyone to bring up a very enthusiastic chair as the jury chair joins us on the stage for his address.
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, dear Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman Editor of Chief, I think this is a fantastic forum that you have created. 40 under 40, a recognition to auto industry. I have been part of this industry for a long time, and this is something I wish it was there when I was under 40. But good that you have this fantastic thing, and also member of jury. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's my pleasure to be here today. Actually, I would say it's an honor to be here because I consider auto industry as my fraternity, as my family, and I think it is always an honor to be here. And especially when you are interacting with young people, I think it always passes on the energy back to you. It's always a pleasure to do that. I think first of all, I would like to sort of thank all the jury members, my co-jury members, who I think with their hard work, dedication, I think it was not an easy task to, I think, look at each and every candidate and then look at their profile, look at their the pitch that they came up with, and then to shortlist to the winners. And it was a very, I would say, taxing but very interesting thing, because you learn how the auto sector is also evolving. I think the way we imagine auto sector, I think when I started was just okay selling cars, and now I think the auto industry, if you look at the larger thing, software is also becoming part of auto, and I think that is why we saw a few days back this whole global mobility expo, where Prime Minister also addressed. I think the auto fraternity is expanding, and it is really good that we have a lot of people who are enthusiastic and came forward with their entries, and those who sort of qualified and were shortlisted was really good. And I would say that in my view, this represents the passion that all of our young customer or young colleagues are showing to be part of the auto industry. And I think this bodes well for industry as we grow from, I think, becoming one of the biggest auto sort of player in the world. I think we are already there in many sectors, and I think in passenger cars also, I think our ambition is to, and if you remember some of them, you may have heard our Prime Minister talking that his vision is that wherever you go in the world, in every street, we should see a car made in India going. I think that is, I think this whole fraternity here, I think has to convert that vision into a reality. And I think I was very happy to see the sort of enthusiastic participation that we say. So again, I think really thanking on behalf of the organizers of this conference and this award, which is really fantastic for us to go forward. I think our auto industry has bounced back after the pandemic. I think probably one of those sectors who has bounced back really fantastically well, and we are poised to even higher heights. I don't know if you look at the cars. I think last calendar year more than 4 million cars have been sold, which is really a big number, 4 million cars. But still, our penetration is quite low. Still, we have a huge opportunity, and I think same applies for all other, whether it's two-wheelers or commercial vehicles. I think we have a huge opportunity lying ahead with us, and I'm sure people in this room and all the participants, all the winners will ensure that this opportunity is really encashed and converted into reality as we move forward. And I think people say that every industry, a time comes when it sort of goes through a disruption. I think our industry, especially, I would talk more from a passenger vehicle perspective, and that I think applies to the larger industry as well. We are going through a big disruption. People say one big change brings in a big disruption, but I think we are going through, I think, many things coming together. On one side, all of us are looking at the digital transformation. So as I said, I think cars are becoming moving away from being just a mechanical device, or all the automobiles are moving away from just being a mechanical device to being more software, more connected. That's the journey that we are ongoing. And then I think everybody's talking about alternative fuels. I think IC engines have been there for 100 years, and now I think whether it's going to be electric cars or electric vehicles, or it's going to be other alternative fuel which will come through. We hear so many things going through. So it's a big disruption that is coming through. And the young generation has to now, I think, create a way forward. And I think all of you have done a fantastic job, and I'm sure winners will make it work for us and ensure that we sort of get our rightful place. So in conclusion, I would just say that 40 under 40 awards are not just recognition of individual accomplishments, but actually a celebration of collective spirit that propels the whole auto industry in India. And I think we should actually change it from auto industry now to, I think, mobility. I really got fascinated by that mobility concept. I think it's a mobility industry we should talk about. And as I can tell you, it was very little difference between sort of all the entries, especially the top ones. It was a hard task for us, but finally we had to choose some winners. So first of all, I would like to congratulate all the participants, and then all the shortlisted ones, and finally the winners. And today we will, I think, reveal the winners today. 40 under 40, it is a prestige, and you go here as winners, but also carry a responsibility on your shoulder to take the auto industry forward. So with those words, thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malhotra. I believe that everybody here is excited to meet the entire jury. Ladies and gentlemen, as I call them on stage, I request everyone to offer them your loudest cheer. Please welcome our esteemed jury. Please give it up for Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Vice President, ASDC. Please welcome Rashmi Udvarishi, Immediate Past President, SAE India, Society of Automotive Engineers India. Please welcome Anil Srivastav, Professor of Practice, IIT Kanpur, Director, Epsilon Advanced Materials, and former Principal Advisor and Director General, Niti Aayog. Please give it up for Vikas Agarwal, Founder and Managing Director, iPower Batteries. Let's welcome Balaji Pandyaraj, Country Service Line Leader and Executive Director, Customer Experience, Ipsos, India. Well, I believe the entire jury deserves a bigger, better, bolder round of applause.
Can I have our jury chair also on the stage?
Well, at the stake of reputation, and with the same, I now request the entire jury to kindly take the podium one by one to address the audience. Requesting Mr. Gulati to kindly do the honors.
Good evening, everybody. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor Chief, BW Businessworld. Mr. Ravi, Guest of Honor, and to be expected, the Chief Guest, Jyoti Boss. Jyoti Boss, I feel you are still under 40 and you don't need an award for that because you are the jury chair. So automatically all the awards for you is given. So you don't need an award for a recognition. And as a dealer who has been working under you, you have already always achieved a very high podium for us. So coming back to this awards, BW 40 under 40, Anurag ji was very, very clear on the transparency and the clarity on it. But I'll tell you, we juror also don't know who have won the awards. So by seeing people here, we are able to recognize, yes, this was the person who gave us an online pitch and he's here, it means he's getting an award. So that's how we are deducing the awards as of today. No doubt we know that whom we have given yes or no or maybe or whatever, but we don't know how he had fared after on the full list. But I'll tell you my experience of this is I've been in auto industry for 35 years, President Federation of Automobile Dealer Association, now in the skilling side also. I still don't know the automobile industry as whole. The Bharat Mobility, what happened under Piyush Goyal ji and Modi ji, we could see here in this because we saw the entries coming from all different gambit. People who are recycling, people who are talking auto as a different thing, where startup working is there and people working in a good company, leaving for their ideas to implement, solve the problems. Practically, even being a juror, I feel I had learned a lot from those 50 odd sessions or pitches what we have seen, and most of them has helped me also to improve my working as an association or as a dealer. So I'll thank Business World for that, and hope this inspires other people to go out of the way, do something good for the environment, for the industry, and earn awards from there. So best of luck for all. I know you all already got the emails that you have won the award. So congratulations, and hope the people who haven't got the awards, they'll regularly be working more hard to get this award, as this is becoming the epitome award in the industry. So thank you, BW.
Respected ladies and gentlemen, this is my first experience as being a jury member here. I'll probably want to start with a small story which I heard recently about an architect way back in 1800s who said that purpose is very important in life actually. So what he did essentially was he was actually building the famous church way back in 1800s, and he kept asking the mason who actually was doing it first in the row, basically saying that, what are you trying to do? He was actually irritated and saying that, don't you see, I'm actually laying the bricks here. To the second gentleman who he walked up to, he asked the same question and saying, what are you doing? He again said, don't you see, I'm actually building something which is, I don't know what it is, but basically I'm building it. The third gentleman who we met basically said, what are you doing? He said, I'm building decent vesicle. That's the kind of purpose that people, once you know what you are actually building for, then it becomes much easier in life. So purpose, is something that we should always look up to. And that's exactly what we have actually as jury members seen in terms of all the people who had actually participated. In terms of leadership skills, in terms of what they're bringing to the table, more importantly, the purpose, because I think all of us in this auditorium actually have a purpose. We have come here with a purpose in the society. And I think from what I've seen, I think there has been a great experience that I've had, especially in my first year as a jury member. And I want to kind of take this opportunity to congratulate all the people who had participated, and special congratulations to people who are there here. And like everyone said, this is, we don't know who the winners are. And we actually figured out that some of the people who are very familiar and who I interviewed are actually here. So I presume those are the winners. Congratulations once again. It's been a great experience here. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking BW for, first of all, including me on the panel of juries, and also very nicely articulating this kind of awards. But this was always a pleasure to work on this panel. I heartily congratulate all the winners, and as was already highlighted, we saw aspiring young leaders who would really shape up the future for all of us. I was the director of Automotive Research Association of India, and 40 years with the industry has given me kind of vision to look for the technology that shapes up the future. And I, as a jury member, looked with that, in my eye. I also looked what easily reflected on many type of the award applications. We saw business potential. We also saw the technology penetration that is relevant for the country, not just copy and paste, but also what gets developed here and its relevance to us. We also looked at the leadership impact on the economic development and such. I was personally enthralled to interact with those young and dynamic group of shortlisted candidates. And those interactions, to our surprise, were very short, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. We felt as if, we should continue more and more. And that was a success. So we would like to interact more after the event is over, or whenever that gives us an opportunity to talk to all the winners. Getting down to the number 40 was a challenge in multiple ways, but we did a good job at arriving at a respectable number. And personally, for me, I would have loved to see more women being in that winning position. Perhaps later in coming years, we would see the number increasing. India has welcome policies for diversity and inclusion, and I think women should take advantage of it, come forward, show and demonstrate their leadership. And I'm happy that the list includes some such women, but the number should grow up. That's my expectation. I once again extend my heartiest congratulations to all the winners, and best of my wishes to everyone here. Thank you.
Requesting you to please keep it short, due to the positive.
I understand that, yes. Good evening, everybody, and big thank to my fellow jury members. Transformative mobility or electric vehicle is my passion, and a lot of people do know it in the industry. When we started this narrative in 2017, and now what I see is the narrative has changed. There was a lot of skepticism when we started 2017. I remember I used to hold large meetings where the industry was represented and people used to come. But when I used to say that the writing is on the wall, there was a lot of blank faces. Used to be a lot of blank faces in the meeting hall. But now the writing is coming true. What I find as a different while evaluating those 40 or the candidates for these prizes was that the focus is now changing. It's coming to the smaller issues, to the very minor grassroots things in which the people are getting involved. And that is really heartening. The people who have participated, those who made the presentations to us, the contents were different and they were moving in a direction from where the country not just adopting the electric vehicle, but planning or moving forward to take a pole position in the global scenario. And that's really very, very heartening. This process, the entire process was very exciting. It was, after a few years, it was a great change. I remember that 2018 when we organized Move Summit in Vigyan Bhavan and the Prime Minister was there to inaugurate it. And the global leaders of the industry, the word is global industry, were there. Most of the bigger companies were represented there, those who are in the automobile sector. And from there we started the journey. And now it's moving forward where being the largest automobile manufacturer, we should be in a position to move to the leadership role in the electric vehicles. I must congratulate Businessworld for taking it up at the right moment. This is the second edition of these awards, I understand, but this is the right time. And these leaders, those people who are selected, the way they have presented, I found a lot of energy in those youngsters. And I also remember in 2019, when we had a meeting, big meeting of the industry representatives from the automobile sector, there was a clear divide between the youngsters, the people who have the startups, and the established industry, big industry players. And the kind of energy which was displayed even way back, 3 years, 4 years back, it is still I find that these youngsters represented a lot of energy in moving forward with that. I must thank the Businessworld and also being given this opportunity to assess the winners or among the large number of participation. And I could also see that it had tremendous participation. A lot of known faces, a lot of known people were there from the industry, those who have been meeting me earlier, and now they have gone up to the bigger position. They have developed their companies. They have grown in the entire sector. So it's all very, very, very heart stimulating. And I must congratulate to all of them. And I must thank the Businessworld once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Ravi, fellow jury members, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vikas Agarwal, a team member of High Power Batteries Private Limited, a leading manufacturer of lithium-ion based batteries for all type of application, primarily electric vehicles. I had a privilege of being jury member at the great event, and it was incredibly inspiring experience witnessing the true innovation and business spirit in India. Throughout the process, I was impressed by the high quality of entrepreneurship who participated. Their passion and dedication truly stood out. It's clear that our nation is a home of remarkable talent shaping in future. Heartiest congratulations to the winner. Your achievements are a testimony to the brilliance and dedication driving our business landscape. I'm looking forward to witnessing even higher, greater milestone ahead. Thanks a lot.
I must thank you all. Thank you very much. Requesting everyone to be kindly seated. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed towards the award ceremony. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwautoworld.com. Join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag BWAuto40under40. Before we start, With the award ceremony, I would like to request all the winners to kindly get down from the left side of the stage for an individual photo, and would like to request all our winners to kindly stay back till the end of the ceremony for a group picture and a celebratory dinner at 7. And now the time is here to reveal the winners of BW Auto World 40 Under 40. To felicitate the first set of winners, I would now like to invite the presenters. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media. Please welcome our guest of honor, Sithuratnam Ravi, Managing Partner, Ravi Rajan and Company, Chairman, TFCI and former Chairman, Bombay Stock Exchange. Also requesting Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, our jury chair, Managing Director, Volvo Car India. And ladies and gentlemen, the first name to join the elite club of BW Auto 40 Under 40 is Jatin Ahuja, CEO, Big Boy Toys Limited. Let's welcome the gentleman with a big round of applause. Can we get on this one?
So this award means a lot. And hi guys, my name is Jatin Ahuja. I am the managing director of Big Boy Toys. I hope you've heard our brand. We've worked very, very hard to build the brand. It's been 19 years. We started this organization. I started the organization at 17. So now I'm 37. So this means a lot. And we are a team of 175 people working really, really hard. And this is for all of us, Team Big Boy Toys. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Business World, for everything.
Well, I must request you to kindly exit the stage from the left side for an individual picture and requesting you to stay back till the end of the ceremony. And ladies and gentlemen, with the same, the next name to join the elite club of BW Auto World 40 Under 40 is Founder and CEO, Service Club Technology Private Limited. Well, we are all winners here tonight, and from winners, we expect the best. And this perhaps wasn't the best applause that this lovely audience has to offer. So I must encourage everyone to offer their loudest cheer.
Where are you coming from?
Yeah, I'm Sridhar. I'm a founder and CEO of Service Plug Technology Private Limited from Bangalore. So we are the one who building a digital platform for the aftermarket industry. We are trying to bring aftermarket local garages people to in the digital platform where they don't get a support from the OEMs. So be it the punch shops or anything in the automobile, we are bringing them the digital platform. We have about 3,000 plus partners across the country, and they have been happy with us. Thank you.
Congratulations. From the left side, please. And with the same, the next name to join the list of 40 Under 40 is we're expecting a bigger, better, bolder round of applause. Number Ajit Patil, CEO of Motors India Private Limited.
All right. Good evening, everyone. About 12 years back, I was working for a company here in Delhi as an IT guy. I quit the company and moved back to my hometown called Belgavi and started a company there. It took me about 10 years to reach the stage here. We manufacture electric vehicle. We haven't started yet, but we started the company in 2018. We're trying to build an electric vehicle which can go as far as 300 kilometers. It's a two-wheeler. Thank you, BW, and thank you, the jury members. I really had a great time presenting my startup pitch to all you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations and all the very best for future endeavors. And the next winner is recognizing future masters of Indian automotive industry. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Rajni Mahar Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, HOP Electric Mobility.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rajneesh, and I am part of HOP Electric Mobility. I am taking care of entire marketing and branding of the entire HOP Electric Mobility. And this award goes to my entire team of HOP Electric, and especially thanks to Ketan, Nikhil, and Rahil, who is a co-founder and co-founder for HOP Electric Mobility. And lastly, thanks to the BW. And I am really very happy and honored that I'm part of BW 40 under 40 category. Thank you.
And the next winner is Heartiest congratulations to Gambhir Singh, CEO of 4C Advisors Private Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Singh. How about a bigger, better, bolder round of applause?
Hi. First of all, thank you, jury. Thank you, Business World, for selecting me for this award. I'm honored. In fact, some time back, I think in June, and when I left Neeti, I had a couple of options. What should I do? Should I join somebody? Should I start my own company? And I think the best way, after discussing with several people, is like, why don't I engage in the entire value chain? Finally, this is where I worked around. And I think right now I'm working around the same thing. I worked for some time with sir also. He's also here. I'm quite delighted. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And yeah, that's what I'm doing right now in the entire value chain with the four main focus: charging infra, battery side, anode and cathode, and recycling, plus the vehicles are there. Thank you very much.
And with the same, I must thank Mr. Malhotra for joining us on the stage. And I must request these two gentlemen to stay back to present the next set of awards. And to join these gentlemen in presenting the next set of awards, please welcome Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Vice President, ASDC. And continuing the saga of winners, the next winner is
Recognizing people after that, industrial
Private Limited. सालों की मेहनत, रातों की नींद गवाकर, बर्थडे पार्टीज मिस कर वाइफ के साथ शॉपिंग मिस करके लोग यहाँ इस मंच तक पहुंचते हैं, तो मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करना चाहूंगी कि अपनी जोरदार तालियों के साथ जरूर दें।
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, BW, and thanks the jury for recognizing this. I think this is very important recognition for all the youngsters, especially the youngsters who is working as an employee for the organizations. I work for the Pribo. Pribo is a joint venture of Bosch with one of the German family-owned company called Brittle. So I started this company, and this company is a very good success case story how German companies can come to India, small or medium size of companies, and can become a successful venture. That's what we've proven. Our case story even is now considered by IQFM and Indo-German Chamber of Commerce and many other organizations to take as a reference for other German companies, German medium-sized companies to come to India and work in India. Thank you. Once again, thank you. I am honored. Thank you.
Well, once again, I'd like to request all our awardees, all the guests to kindly stay back and join us for a celebratory dinner at the end. And the next winner is Mahaka, Managing Director, Exicom. Yes, congratulations. बचपन में कभी किसी की मम्मी ने डांट कर च्यवनप्राश खिलाया किसी को? च्यवनप्राश हमारी बॉडी के लिए विटामिन सी का काम करता है। उसी तरह से तालियां एक कलाकार के लिए, एक प्रेजेंटर के लिए विटामिन सी का काम करती हैं। All right, thank you, congratulations. And with the same, I would like to thank Mr. Ravi for joining us on the stage. Thank you. Requesting Mr. Gulati to kindly stay back. And now to present the next set of awards, once again, I would like to welcome Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Cars India. As we wait for the gentleman to arrive, let's quickly take a look at the name of the next winner. And the winner is... A lot of thought and a lot of creativity has gone into deciding the name of this work. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Aditya Oza.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I think it's been 4 years that I came back to India, leaving a residentship in a Western country. Little did I know that, I'll reach this stage. Of course, honored to be here. Thank you so much, BW, and thank you so much, everyone. I think it's been 3 years of journey with Team Otrat, 3.5 years. We've grown bits and pieces every time. We are fortunate to now reach a stage where we represent India in the countries like Japan, Europe, Australia, and UAE. I think little is known about us, and we always complain that the industry doesn't recognize the startups of this country. But I think this is an honor today and a real privilege that three of our founding team members are here. So this one goes out to Nupur, Anisha, Rajiv, Kunal, Sumed, and Asmita. Cheers, everyone. Thank you so much.
Making sure none of your friends are left behind. Thank you very much. And with the same, I would like to thank Mr. Gulati for asking both the gentlemen to stay back and to present the next set of awards. Please welcome Rashmi Udva Rishi, Immediate Past President, SAE India, Society of Automotive Engineers India. And the next winner is well, Mr. Jain couldn't be here, but his father is joining us on the stage to accept the award on his behalf. A proud moment for a father. Join us on the stage to accept the award for his son. I must request everyone to offer their loudest round of applause. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you.
So collecting this on behalf of Naman, as she said, and as rightly she said, these youngsters miss a lot in life, and Naman missed this ceremony. But thank you very much. I'm sure if he was here, he would have thanked the jury, the BW, for organizing this event and appreciating his work. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you. Requesting everyone to kindly exit from the left side. And the next winner is recognizing intermasters of Indian automobile sector. Let's welcome Private Limited. Well, the wondrous thing is, Rajni ma'am was just talking how she wished that there were more women on the list, and she's here to bring one to a brilliant lady.
So I always also wish there are more women. So I'll echo that. PMI is an electric bus OEM. We have more than 1,300 electric buses running across 28 cities in the country, making us one of the biggest EV bus manufacturer in the country. This award is actually for my dad, whose vision for both his daughters and PMI has led us to be where we are today. So thank you. And thank you, BW, for organizing this wonderful event.
What are we without the support of our family, after all? Congratulations. And quickly on to the next name. The winner is
Ladies and gentlemen, the big congratulations to Shana, the baby managing director of his construction India and Sideways
Construction Equipment India Private Limited.
How about a bigger, better go to round of applause for Mr. Chandra Reddy?
it's not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent. It is the one who are most adaptable to change. Born in the Himalayas, son of an archaeologist, I spent most of my non-school time exploring ancient ruins, and I learned the lessons on adaptability early on. Moving from Himalayas to populace of New Delhi, and now I joined CNH in 2006. In the last 17 years, I've been through 13 roles, exploring almost all functions in the company, except HR and finance, through which I work, but never directly. CNH is a large conglomerate, is a part of Fiat Stellantis group. We are close to, within the overall family, we are close to $300 billion. In India, we are present in agriculture and construction equipment sector. I am currently managing director for the construction equipment business in India. And we are making earth movers, road rollers. We are the market leaders on road rollers in India, backhoe loaders, graders, etc. And I'm very proud to lead a 2,000 strong team in India through our factories, and very, very happy to be here on behalf of entire CNH. Thank you so much.
If you need a brand ambassador, I have a brand ambassador recommendation. Guess who should be your brand ambassador? The Chief Minister of UP should be your brand ambassador.
Thank you. Requesting Mr. Chaturvedi to kindly exit from the left side. And the next winner is
You find your hands occupied with thank you, Mr. Kudet. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Thank you.
Just giving you some unpaid branding advice. Women are a large buyer of automobiles. So I just gave him an advice to rebrand himself and call it Women, Boys and Machines. Whether he'll follow or not, it's up to him. But women are big buyers of 4 vehicles and, and 2-wheelers. They're bike riders. So you may want to be more equal opportunity seller. Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to receive this award, hoping that we are doing good. So this is something for not only for me, for my team. Because we, as sir said, that girls should also be added into the name. I must tell you, sir, we are always working on delivering smiles to our customer. So that's the only motive what we do daily, just to deliver smiles. And I think we are doing good in the right direction. So thank you, Business World, for recognizing our good work. And congratulations to everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you for being so gracious. Thank you.
And once again, requesting all the winners to kindly stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for a group picture, as we love to commemorate celebratory moments much like this one, and for the dinner as well. Quickly on to the next one, and the winner is
recognizing future masters of Indian automobile sector. Let's give it up for Nirmal and our CEO, BW Businessworld, Reed Electric Mobility.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
First of all, thank you, Business World, and the members of the jury for considering me deserving for this honor. It's a great honor. I'm humbled. I'm sure most of the people who have won today awards, who have won awards, as well as Dr. Batra mentioned, what we are is not what I did or some of us did alone, right? It's all about people who made us and the circumstances that we went through. So being kind, honest to what we are doing, I think that's one of the most important things. So I try my best on that. But I also want to thank each of those people who have contributed, starting from maybe from when I was in school, or my parents. And many times I don't get enough time at home because I spend a lot of time outside of with work. I want to thank my family for that. And all the colleagues that I've worked with, starting with Ashok Leyland when I was young GET, then with Zoomcar, DuPont, as well as my current team at Greaves Electric. I'm really thankful to each and every one of them, as well as my friends who have worked with me. Some of them are also awardees today. In fact, Shalab and I are from the same class at ISB. I'm so thankful to all of them to have contributed to what I am today. Thank you very much for that.
And with the same, I would like to thank Rashmiji for joining us on the stage. To present the next set of awards, I request Anil Srivastav, Professor of Practice, IIT Kanpur, Director, Epsilon, Advanced Materials, and former Principal Advisor and Director General, Niti Aayog, to kindly join us on the stage. And continuing the saga of celebrations, the next winner is
Congratulations.
Thank you, BW, first of all. E-Motorrad basically means electric motorcycles, so we put a lot of thought behind it. It's a German word. We are the largest manufacturer and exporter of electric bikes, and I'll not leave this stage without pitching my product. So yeah, we are a young company, 200 odd people in the company, around 26-year average age. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I think everyone will agree that a CEO is nothing without its team. So I think this is for the team back there in Pune. Also for my wife who keeps complaining about the time that I don't give her. So this is for you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. One very important announcement, ladies and gentlemen. As I'm sure everybody is aware of the fact that our chief guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, will be shortly joining us. And keeping in mind the paucity of time, I must request all the award winners to kindly keep their acceptance speeches short and crisp. And quickly on to the next one. The next winner is
Adios, congratulations to the future young founder of the Raspberries, if that's the pronunciation you go for.
Thank you, Business World and the jury members. This one is for the team and the family who have supported us in building Garage Works.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. And quickly on to the next one. The winner is
Audience, congratulations to the Sean, of innovation and the application of massive technologies and services continental automotive components in Southwide Limited.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for this great recognition. I'm sure you'll all agree with me when I say that mobility of today is a playground for innovation to take center stage. And I think we are all privileged to be a part of it. And I'm pretty sure that with our collective efforts, we'll be able to shape the future of mobility as one automotive family. And speaking of families, I don't want to miss this. We do miss a lot of birthdays and many other occasions, but I am lucky to have a family which is always there behind my back, just like today. They're right there, keeping me grounded, keeping me who I am. So thank you so much for that. Once again.
too much to say, too less time. Congratulations from the left side, please. And the next winner is
Recognizing future masters of Intel automobile sector. Congratulations to Kushal, Vice President, Assistant Map My India and Empire.
Myself, Kush Malhotra, stand as Vice President of C Info Systems Limited. So I'll just very quickly brief over the company. The company expertise in the mapping engine, GIS service into the IoT sensing. So we do a lot of contribution to the PVT data, which applies from the different type of manufacturing components. And those are the IoT sensors. And then we transfer this data into different type of web and mobile applications. Basically, I expertise as a AIDC expert. That's automatic identification and data capturing component. So I've been doing this from last 2 decades. And I am highly thankful to my family and to all of my connects, teammates, and every of the communication which has happened in last 2 decades, which has made me to stand here and take this award. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to the jury.
Congratulations. And with the same, I would like to thank Anilji for joining us on the stage. Thank you. And to present the next set of awards, I would like to welcome Mr. Gaurav Kullar. And with the same, the next name to join the elite club of BW 40, under 40 is
Have a gentleman accepting the award on Mr. Sikaria's behalf. But that doesn't mean that Mr. Sikaria doesn't deserve a round of applause. This is his achievement.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And the next winner is
Get ready to give a very enthusiastic video for today. So Krishna, business handling, all together, a product of this mind solution private limited. I just want to have for 40 and 40. What achievement? As Dr. Batra is saying,
There's a camera. If you don't clap, you don't get drinks. Looks like we may save money on drinks. People, if you do yoga, that's the only thing I do in terms of physical exercise. They get you to clap and do that. Clapping is very good for your heart muscle. So do it for yourself. Clap for Shreyas. He's 26 years old.
Good evening, all. Firstly, I would like to thank BW Auto World and the entire team. Thanks to the jury panel for selecting me and my company for this esteemed prestigious award. We at Auto Sherpas, we create awesome solutions for automotive dealers and OEMs for optimizing their process, and which in turns drive in more workshop and insurance renewals. And I would like to dedicate this award to my mentor, my guru, Naveen Sharma, who has been with me on each and every step that I've taken care. Also, I would like to dedicate this award to the entire team of Auto Sherpas and all the automotive dealers who have used this CRM software and who have adapted the CRM software. Thanks to Sachin sir and Nidhi ma'am who have joined me. And I think that definitely this award will help us reach our dream of connecting with 100 million customers very, very soon. I will look forward for that. Thank you all. Thanks.
All the very best. Thank you. From the left side, please. And the next winner is.
Get ready, service. Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. I must request all our awardees. I must request all our awardees, since we are under the paucity of time, to kindly keep their acceptance speeches.
So firstly, thank you. Thank you everyone for this recognition. Also, I'm glad to represent, an OEM in this winners of startups and CEOs, right? So really happy to know that, and grateful to the Almighty, and also to the BW team and the jury. Thank you. Thanks.
Modi ji ko thank you nahi bola aapne. Not a serious one. You can thank Mr. Modi, because all said and done, the enabling environment, this government has done a lot of work on digital public infrastructure, on auto mobility, so green hydrogen. Mr. Gadkari will talk about that, I'm sure. But give Mr. Khan a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Kulla, for joining us on stage. Thank you very much. And to present the next set of awards, please welcome Balaji Pandyaraj, Country Service Line Leader and Executive Director, Customer Experience, Ipsos, India. I'm loving this print, though. Final few awards for the evening, expecting more energy from the entire audience. And the next winner is.
Recognizing future masters of Indian automobile sector. Please welcome Sri Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, India, Khan Consult Group, India. Let's not shy away from applause. Come on, everyone.
Thank you, Business World, for this recognition. It gives me immense pleasure to be among the all talented automotive professional. This award is a testament of all the great efforts from amazing team, our supportive family, and inspiring mentors. Let's continue to drive innovation, excellence, and sustainability in automotive industry. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And quickly on to the next one. The winner is
Get ready to applaud for the winner. Audience, congratulations to Simha. This is the London Executive Automotive Industry IBM.
So I'll keep it short. Thank you, BW and the jury especially for this. It's an honor. A big thanks to IBM. The vehicle is now changing to software-defined vehicle. So thanks for inculcating the being essential. Big thanks to parents, my wife Divya, and the family for the support. Thank you.
From the left side, please.
and the next winner is
Highest congratulations to
Software Technologies Private Limited.
Let's give y'all one hand for the other one too. And I'm also people that congratulate you. What do you say?
Thank you so much. This also, thank you. So thank you all. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you, each one of you here. So Bosch India, being the main software hub for Bosch Global, it's been a constant strive for us to achieve the software excellence, to help all the OEMs here. And to all the young minds who would shape the future of our country, I would just leave you with one quote, that is, "Stay hungry, stay foolish," by Steve Jobs. And on behalf of Bosch, thank you, BW. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. And the next winner is
Recognizing future masters of India. Center, Organised, co-founder and CEO Well, I'm taken by all by the all the creative we got people written with the names there. Marius, congratulations, Mr. Sharma.
Oh God, this is extremely awkward for me. Two reasons. One, of course, this belongs to everyone back at the offices of Electric Pay. So, here's for you guys cheering you up. Second, there's so much more to do. I believe that at the moment there is a achievement being celebrated. The fear of complacency sets in. But thanks a lot, Jury and BW World. Our company is Electric Pay. Our tagline is India Chalega Electric Pay. What we do is very simple. We provide everything you need to switch to an electric vehicle. We sell multiple brands of EVs under one shop, like a Tata Chroma. We also set up chargers wherever you need them, at your home, at your office. We also take care of servicing. Thank you.
From the left side, please. And the next winner is
recognizing future masters of Indian automobile sector. Congratulations to the second advantage with John Deere India Private.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored and humbled to stand in front of you and as a recipient of this award. I believe this award is not a recognition for my individual efforts, and it's a testament to a collective dedication and passion of everyone who supported me in this journey, especially mentors who guided and inspired me, and the colleagues who collaborated with me, and the family who stood behind. So this achievement is as high as it's something like as good as. So this. Thank you.
heartiest congratulations to you. Big congratulations. And the next winner is
I give congratulations to the Executive Director. But I was hoping when I said that we are heading towards the final few awards of the evening, the energy would get a little bit better.
Thank you. So thank you so much, and thanks a lot to BW for these awards. I think it's really encouraging for all of us and motivating, because this enables us to perform and deliver more and more and give back to the industry. I'm a third generation from Spark Minda, so definitely a lot of expectations that we have to deliver. So we are, of course, working to transform the industry and invest more and more into the new led technologies. Thank you. Thank you.
And with the same, I'd like to thank Balaji for joining us on stage to present the awards. And heading towards the final set of awards, and to present them, I now request Mr. Vikas Agrawal, Founder and Managing Director, iPower Batteries, to kindly join us on the stage. Continuing the saga of celebrations, and the next winner is
recognizing future masters of Indian automobile sector. Yes, congratulations. Manish Kalama, Director, Greenwood Systems Private Limited, and Clear Industries Private Limited. I'm not entirely sure if I pronounced 3F correctly.
Thank you so much, BW and jury members. This is a real honor. I would like to thank my co-founder, Peter Wokner. This would not have been possible without you. Suman Mishra as well. As a first generation serial entrepreneur, my family has been very supportive of me. We are
the India's largest three-wheel EV logistic company today. We want to be the world's most efficient last mile logistics company in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Now that's ambition, but do not forget the achievement you're celebrating here. Adios, congratulations. Quickly on to the next one. And the winner is. Tech Private Limited.
We're sitting in a room full of intellectuals, about 5 years, and I'm expecting everyone to boost the morale of all the winners. This is the new era of trailblazers. Let's welcome them in a good round of applause.
Hi, I'm Shankari. I'm a first generation entrepreneur. We are focusing on conversion of all kind of petrol vehicles into electric vehicle and not stopping to the limitations. We are also empowering the rural women. We are providing training for the rural women. Now they are enabled to convert a vehicle within 2 hours period of time. Our kit is being designed in such a way that they are capable of converting this vehicle into 2 hours period time. And not only that, our vehicles goes along with the sodium ion batteries, which is first of in India. We are going to launch it. Thank you very much for listening.
And the next name to join the elite club of BW Auto World 40 under 40 is.
Recognizing future masters of Indian automobile sector, here's congratulations to BW head of profits and strategy of electric SUVs, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. Well, the women do not have to worry about the quantity, they're all about quality.
Wow, 40 under 40. Guess all my obsession about cars since I was 4 wasn't for nothing after all. I'm grateful. Thank you, BW. And especially grateful for all the support of my colleagues, my family, my mentors. And I wouldn't feel odd woman out here because, you know, with the advent of EVs, we all have embraced the startup mentality, so to say. Thanks again, and here's 2 more miles. Congratulations.
By the way, Raju.
Quickly on to the next one. And the next winner is.
Audience, congratulations to the student parties, the ground, direct customer services, and digital ecosystem.
Quantron AG.
Well, I believe you're a big Marvel fan. That's what I get from the name of the book. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a very enthusiastic chair.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you, BW and jury, for this honor, and it's a great privilege. I work as a director for customer service and
digital ecosystem for Quantron AG, and we are one of the Europe's leading electric and hydrogen fuel cell manufacturer for commercial vehicles. And additionally, we are building a joint venture with Indian software company to build a future of AI-driven fleet management solution to bring efficiency in logistics sector. So, and then that entity is Rocket. So the vision is clear: bring European technology and knowledge to India to speed up the transition to zero emission. Thank you so much.
And the next winner is
recognizing the future masters of international and CTO, Electric Vehicles Private Limited. Sir Agarwal came ready to accept the award. Looking very sharp, Mr. Agarwal.
So thank you, BW, for this award, and I would like to thank the jury members as well for selecting me for this award. Open Electric is basically an electric two-wheeler organization which is developing an entirely designed, developed, and manufactured vehicle in India with an entire technology stack vertically integrated with battery, motor, charger, and the display. So the entire tech stack belongs to us, and that's what we are building. It's in a high performance segment. Thank you very much.
Mr. Agarwal, should I take this? Congratulations. Of course it is. Heartiest congratulations to you. Final 3 awards for the night. And the next winner is
recognizing future masters of India of the green sector. Heartiest congratulations to Rajiv, Parker, and Director. Now, the criteria, the procedure to clap. I'll show you. One final time. That's your one hand. That's the other one. You bring them together and that's an applause. How easy is that? Just like that.
Warm greetings to everyone. Ma'am, the company's name is eMotorrad. Yes, it's. Thank you. We are not that famous, probably. We are probably not that famous, but we will be there for sure. I would like to thank the 217 members of eMotorrad, the family members, my parents, sister, my beautiful wife, and the co-founders, and Sumedh, who is not here, our 4th co-founder. Thank you, everyone, for tolerating me, my craziness, and believing in our vision altogether, and bringing this family out, making EM proud as an internal team, as well as making India proud in the global stage. eMotorrad is the largest consumer e-bike brand in the domestic market as well as in the export segment. And we are a 3.5 years old company who has generated around 300 crores till today, and we're the fastest moving out in the Europe and US landscape as well. So thank you so much for this unbelievable recognition, the jury member and the beautiful platform of BW. I hope you guys all the very best for your shape to come across and recognize the leaders of auto segment. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, Mr. Gangopadhyay. Thank you. And thank you, Agrawalji, for joining us on stage. And to present the final set of awards, I now request Mr. Gaurav Kullar to kindly join us on the stage one more time. Well, it is a customary to clap when somebody joins us on the stage. Thank you. And the next winner is
Technology Private Limited. How about a big event of closure round of applause?
Thank you, Business World, for the recognition. This has been possible because of the auto team who is working dedicatedly, making two-wheeler ownership seamless, affordable, and flexible for the consumers. Looking forward to more and more such contribution towards the sector. And thanks again for the recognition.
आपको ठंड नहीं लग रही है
Rajasthan.
राजस्थान से
Rajasthan.
चलो, ठीक है सरुप्रिया तो राजस्थान से ही होते हैं मारवाड़ी होते हैं ना second Sarupriya I've met in my life, so anyway, give Mr. Sarupriya a big round of applause. And since that gentleman who used to work for Niti Aayog said I've left Niti, I'm sweating. You know, guess why? My wife's name is Niti.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for lightening the mood. And the final award for the evening. And the winner is
recognizing future masters of Indian Organized Sector Agarwal, founder and CEO of Organised Electric Vehicles Private Limited.
So I'll start with, I think, with the question that what oben means. It's a German word at the top. And also our company logo has a bird, big bird, that is eagle, at the top, quietly doing its work. And that's the philosophy we believe in. So Oben is a R&D driven organization, and it's an electric motorcycle company. First of all, I would say, I'll take just 2 minutes. As an entrepreneur, it takes a lot of courage to come up, build something, a dream, and also in an auto industry where, you know, I will take the liberty to say that there are big daddies, right? And you kind of aspire to become one of them. So this is a very big initiative by BW that acknowledging players like us who are dreaming, aspiring to be among all the big, daddies sitting here. So that is a very big recognition. I think, thank you so much. And it's just started. The journey has just started, I would say. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We want more women. The lingo has to represent. I write chairman. I started to write chairperson. Okay, my old cards are chairman, but second is you should say big mamas. If you say keep big daddies, there'll only be big daddies. You need big mama. So that, our lingo reflects, boys and whatever, right? And sons. And so it has to be daughters and sons. Don't leave the sons out, but do include. And I want to tell you, some of you keep calling us BW. We're BW Businessworld and BW Auto World. And I want to tell you a story. Some of you heard this. My colleagues have heard this maybe 5-6 times. So Karthike, you'll have, but Mr. Malhotra, I know you've not heard it. Mr. Kullar, who's my friend, whom I met after 2 years, and he's a big auto buyer. I will leave that at that. He's a big aficionado of cars. I once went to his home. I thought it was a car showroom and not a home. But yes, you know what I'm talking of. But we are BW Businessworld, and I acquired Businessworld 10 years back. I was lucky enough to build a company called Exchange for Media by God's grace, my parents' blessings, and my wife's good luck, because it does rub off on me. And what 3 years into it, I went to a social engagement. Don't go to too many, but went to one, and I met a young girl, and she asked me, "What do I do?" So I said, "I work at BW." So I said, "BW." I didn't say BW Businessworld. She said, "But I come there every day. I've never seen you." He didn't say you're too well dressed to work at BW, but she meant that. I got that like, "You really come to BW?" So I said, "But I have never seen you at BW." I go, whenever I'm in Delhi, I go there every day. Whenever I'm in Delhi, and 3 days I'm not in Delhi. So maybe you come at different time. So then I asked, "Which BW do you go to?" The same in Surya Crown Plaza, New Friends Club, New Friends Colony, the nightclub called Black and White, BW. So clearly she won't see me there. So we are BW Businessworld, and clearly I won't see there. So we are BW Businessworld. Some people call us BMW, but that's also okay. There's nothing, all auto brands are good. So we are BW Businessworld, and we're grateful. I think when I keep saying this story that we do our awards through a process. I don't know who won. I don't ask, except in some in which we have participated. And one of the jury members said they didn't know. The list would have gone to Mr. Malhotra. He would have approved. That's when it would have gone. And one of the key things, Mr. Srivastava, and all is the discussion between the jury members. Why somebody won, why not? And before COVID used to do physically, so it used to be even, we believe that physical processes are still very important, face to face. Hence, we would have done this on Zoom, but you can collaborate with each other. You may have met some of your industry colleagues for the first time. So when we see the young people, and there are lots of young people applying for awards, I genuinely believe we have a lot to learn. I tell jury members mostly, some ask me, "So what's in it for us?" They're very American. Some ask it. So I said, learning and meeting people who are building the future. And I really mean it, having been part of some of our entrepreneurship juries. So all the best. Good luck to you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kulla, Mr. Malhotra, and Dr. Batra. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, now I'm expecting a big round of applause for all the winners in the house. Heartiest congratulations. And the moment that we all have been waiting for is finally here. In the next couple of minutes, our chief guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, will be here. I request everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. And also a quick suggestion, well, this happened to me once. Please do not forget to lower the video volume as well, because some of us have a habit of checking the TikToks and the Instagram while we are listening to people or having a conversation. I must request everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. And before we do that, let's quickly take a look at the AV.
to live an interesting life, you write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall. Learning can never stop. There's always something new, and I learned from my patients. And each one of us will use the choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first thing that we sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानी सबका युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है. A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, extremely successful and happy. But now what's happening within it is not going to improve the supply chain, it is to impact the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident. Because of the state of our cities, we have more option than to build smart and resilient cities. Digital India is more for the poor, but we the privilege and the right.
BW Auto 40 under 40 this year. At the jury presentations, we got to know some very exciting young talent. Some were from tech side, some were entrepreneurs, and some were from OEMs. We heard some very interesting life stories from all the young participants. I'm sure all my jury members, just like me, had a great time interacting with them. I want to thank all my jury members. I want to also congratulate all the participants, but finally, I want to congratulate all the winners.
Recently, I had the privilege of being a jury member at the BW Auto World 40 under 40 jury meet. It was incredibly inspiring experience witnessing the true innovation and business spirit in India. Throughout this process, I was impressed by the high quality of entrepreneurs who participated, their passion and dedication
truly stood out. It was clear that our nation is a home of remarkable talents shaping the future. Heartiest congratulations to the winner. Your achievements are the testament to the brilliance and dedication driving our business landscape. I look forward to witnessing even greater milestone ahead. Keep innovating, keep leading. Congratulations once again, and thanks a lot.
Jury members for Business World, Auto World 40 under 40 this year. The elevator pitch followed by a quick Q&A session made abundantly clear that the entire evaluation process was to a high degree and highlighted the astounding impact which made upon both the organization and the larger society through the leadership, team building, and problem-solving abilities. Promise was displayed in candidates from both startups to individuals leading various organizations in different roles, all of which use the unique and innovative methods to bring about business growth and changes in society at large. Finally, I want to wish all the candidates the best in all their future endeavors and to keep pushing their boundaries in order to build a better tomorrow for the generations to come by.
I'm very thankful to Business World for having me as a jury for BW Auto World 40 under 40. My experience was really great. I really came to know about the hidden talent in Auto World, where these startups and young minds are coming up with great ideas. I'm happy that BW could have such a good quality of people applying for this. I congratulate each and every one who are going to win this award and give my best wishes to others, because this award will go on every year and you have an option. It's just not the end. It shows that you are on the right track and you can have more in the coming year. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank everyone for their kind patience, requesting everyone to kindly stick around with us for a couple of more minutes. We have some security protocols that we need to follow first and foremost, and post that, our chief guest will join us shortly. Let's continue the video. While it was one-sided, avoid it completely.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall. Learning can never stop. There's always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us,
Ladies and gentlemen,
a choice based on
the moment that we all have been waiting for. Once again, requesting everyone to be kindly seated. Requesting everyone to kindly stand and welcome our chief guest, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Indian Government, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Requesting everyone to be kindly seated. Requesting everyone to be kindly seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and an absolute privilege for us to have our chief guest, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Road, Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Gadkari ji is a multifaceted career rooted in politics and social work. Born in Nagpur in 1957, he entered politics in 1980 and quickly ascended to become BJP's national president in 2009. Known for his commitment to alternative fuels, Gadkari ji has spearheaded projects promoting bio-CNG, bioethanol, LNG, and hydrogen-powered vehicles. Under his guidance, over 70,000 kilometers of national highways have been constructed, including iconic projects like Bandra-Worli Sea Link and Delhi-Meerut Expressway. Emphasizing socio-economic development, Gadkari ji's leadership extends to remote areas through greenfield expressway projects. Simultaneously, he focuses on environmental initiatives, introducing policies like motor vehicle scrapping and advocating for eco-friendly practices in road construction. Gadkari ji's influence also extends to water resources, where he led the Namami Gange project, resolving interstate disputes and initiating India's first inland waterway. His commitment to sustainable and world-class infrastructure underscores his significant impact on India's development. And now, without any further ado, requesting Honorable Union Cabinet Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji to kindly join us on the stage to address the audience.
Dr. Anurag Batra, editor, BW Businessworld, Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, MD, Volvo Car India, Mr. Sanjay Gopal Krishnan, Vice President, BYD India, Mr. Vinkesh Gulati, Vice President, ASDC, Mr. Anil Srivastav, Professor, IIT Kanpur, all respectable dignitaries and dear friends. India is the fastest growing economy in the world. The dream of our Prime Minister to make Indian economy of $5 trillion. At the same time, the aim is to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat. The true meaning of Atmanirbhar Bharat is we need to increase our export and reduce our import. And the most important thing related with the society, the three important pillars of our society is ethics, economy, ecology, and environment. Regarding ecology and environment, we are facing serious problem. And our Prime Minister dream is in the Paris Award, already it is to be decided that we want to make our country as carbon neutral country in the world. And for that reason, today, the 40% of air pollution is because of transport sector, where I am responsible as a minister for that. So I'm really happy that today Indian automobile industry is doing excellent job. At the time when I taken charge as the minister, the size of industry was 7.5 lakh crore. But now the size of the industry is 12.5 lakh crore. Just 3 months before, our number was 7. But 3 months before, we have just surpassed Japan. And now our number is 3rd. The first is China, second is USA, and third is India, and Japan number is 4. Our dream is to make Indian automobile industry as the number 1 in the world automobile manufacturing hub. All reputed automobile brand in the world are present in the country. And now actually, the most important thing is, when I was talking about the electric vehicle, the majority of the journalists was asking me, if suppose exactly on the road, if we lose that, there will be no electricity, no charging is there, then what will happen to us? It's not going to happen to anybody. Now the electric auto rickshaw, electric scooter, electric car, and electric buses are very popular. I am sure that within 5 years, you will see everywhere electric buses, electric double-decker buses. And even in the truck, also, now people are ready to launch their product and they are on 100% on electric. Regarding the battery chemistry also, it is really a great thing for India that we have got a lot of new startups who are doing excellent job. I am always telling to people that the 2 important philosophies. One is knowledge to wealth. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices, we name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. The other important theory is conversion of waste into wealth. And these 2 things are related with the automobile industry. Now the finance minister has already declared the circulation economy. So the waste tire, that rubber powder we are using in road construction, adding 15% of rubber powder in bitumen. Then everywhere car scrapping policy is started. You can get aluminum, copper, rubber, plastic, and by which we can again make it recycling of it and making components by which we can reduce the cost of the final product at least by 25 to 30%. So we will be more competitive in international market. And the most important thing is, regarding technology, really it is a great thing for India that our startup and people who are just passed from IIT, the young talented engineers are doing excellent job. We are working already on lithium-ion battery. At the same time, aluminum ion, zinc ion, sodium ion, the research is going on. The aluminum air technology is also one of the alternatives, is also already developed. And the way in which the battery chemistry is going to develop, it is to be create huge opportunity for Indian people. At the time when we start talking about electric vehicle, the electric batteries cost was, lithium-ion batteries cost was $150 per kilowatt per hour. But now the cost is coming to $115 per kilowatt per hour. And I am confident within a 1 year, 100% it is going to come up to $100. Then the price of petrol diesel vehicle and electric vehicle will be the same. So I feel that there is a huge potential. And now we have just taken a decision to start make electric cable highway. Our plan is, our first project is from Delhi to Jaipur on express highway. And distance from Delhi to Jaipur will be only with the 2 hours. And with the electric trolley bus, 3 buses will be there. I got able to visit in Skoda factory in Prague. And I just impressed by that idea, because already many of the European countries, the system is going on. So that by electric cable, we will run that buses. And there will be a facility like aviation sector. In the aeroplane, you have got air hostess, food, everything is there. On the same manner, and the cost of Delhi to Jaipur will be 30% less than the cost of diesel buses. So there is a huge potential for public-private investment as an operator to invest in this electric public transport on electricity. We have already going to start 10 projects on ropeway, cable car and funicular railway. And also we are planning for, already we received 200 projects for ropeway, cable car, funicular railway. And now we are planning for sky bus. The idea is 250 or 200 people in double-decker bus, like we can take it from one point to other point. And that will be really a mass rapid transport on electricity, which is going to resolve the traffic jam problem in the city like Bangalore. So 100% the huge potential in the automobile industry, good market, good export, creating good jobs, and also giving good revenue to the government. The most important thing is, as a government in G20, we have already have an alliance in G20 countries for biofuel. We are making ethanol from sugarcane juice, ethanol from molasses, B molasses, C molasses, ethanol from corn, ethanol from food grain, rice. And there is a huge potential in India that we will be in position that we will get ample ethanol. I'm giving you just example. In the Numaligarh, we have a big, petroleum plant, refinery is there. And from Numaligarh, there is a pipeline to Bangladesh, where we are giving petrol and diesel to Bangladesh from Numaligarh. I just suggest them to MD, when he meet me, that you can do one thing, because they have a project, they are making bioethanol from bamboo. So by that ethanol, they can add 20% into petrol, which petrol is going to Bangladesh, by which we will reduce the cost of petrol in Bangladesh. There will be a market for ethanol from Numaligarh, and the young people in Assam and Northeast, they will get the job opportunity for cutting bamboo and transport of bamboo to the refinery. So the agriculture economy is going to be beneficial for that. I always tell you to people that because I am related with the agriculture. So first of all, Kisan, we name it as Annadata. But now we have successfully making from biobitumen from rice straw. In the Panipat, Indian Oil has successfully implemented a plant having 1 lakh liter of bioethanol per day from Parali rice straw, 150 ton of biobitumen, and yearly 76,000 ton of bio-aviation fuel. That is sustainable aviation fuel. And now in Davos, there was a big discussion, adding of 5% this bio-aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel in the petroleum fuel. So 100% from biomass, energy crops, rice straw, wheat straw, bagasse, we can make bio-aviation fuel, and that is to be a great thing for the country. It is going to develop our rural, agriculture and tribal area, creating more jobs and increase the growth. So today, it is the time for India that we are working on all alternative fuel and biofuel. I got appointed to launch double-decker bus on electric from Leyland in Mumbai. Then in Bangalore, we have successfully implemented the project, adding 20% methanol in diesel. And Karnataka State Corporation has successfully implemented this project. And at that time, Ashok Leyland has launched truck on 100% methanol. We will get methanol from coal. And we have got ample stock available of low quality coal in India, where we can make methanol. Then DME, that DME we can add up to 40% in LPG, and we will reduce the price of the gas cylinder. At the same time, we can make ammonium nitrate and urea from that by coal gasification. In Nagpur, just we have a big program with the Advantage Vidarbha. The Coal Secretary and Coal India Chairman was with me, and I suggest them that you should have all your equipment, particularly truck and everything, on methanol. The methanol rate is 22 rupees per liter, and the diesel rate is 110 rupees per liter. We have 186 plants, majority plants in Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP, and they are making bio CNG and bio LNG from rice straw. So here is an opportunity for the people, and the government is giving the priority for making alternative fuel and biofuel. So ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio LNG, electric, and hydrogen is the futuristic fuel. Hydrogen is the most important fuel as far as the future of our country is concerned. अब हम लोग ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश है, अब हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बने. I have got the car from Toyota. The name of the car is Mirai. In Japanese word, the meaning of Mirai is future, Bhavishya. So we can make hydrogen from water, from biomass. But problem is that by electrolyzer process, the cost of the hydrogen is coming at least $5 per kg. But today we have got a lot of technology by which we can get hydrogen with $1 1 kg. We need to develop the storage system, transport system, and particularly distribution centers for hydrogen. There is a huge potential. And I feel that this is going to resolve our problem of pollution and import. Presently, we have the import of 16 lakh crore. And after 5 years, it will go up to 25 lakh crores. By this alternative fuel, electric, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio LNG, bio CNG, and electric, everywhere, all fuel has got a huge potential in India. Don't bother about anything. And by which we can reduce the logistic cost, we will reduce our imports, and at the same time, we will reduce our pollution. So that is the reason that automobile industry is very important. Today, I am really happy that BW Auto World has 40 under this summit. We are recognizing the companies who are doing excellent jobs. Lot of people doing good research. Competition is there. In two-wheeler industry, our majority big industries, they have 50% of their two-wheelers export is there. So in the world market, there is a huge potential. I got opportunity to launch electric Mercedes in Chakan. And the chairman of the Mercedes was telling me that after that we have decided we will make only electric Mercedes. We will not go for diesel and petrol. So even I got opportunity to launch truck from Blue Energy in Chakan. And a truck having the capacity of 1600 kilometer once you take the gas, LNG, 1600 kilometer. And as compared with diesel, the LNG is 50% cheaper. So CNG, LNG, by bio CNG and bio LNG, we will create jobs into agriculture and rural India. I'm really happy that with technology and with this new innovation, I am trying to always talking to the construction equipment manufacturers that they should start on alternative fuel and biofuel. I remember the story of JCB. Or my insist, they make JCB, hybrid JCB on CNG and diesel. They get 1,000 JCB order from Russia. Now they have JCB on hydrogen. Now we have got the trucks on hydrogen. Even Tata and Leyland, in their IC engine, we can use hydrogen. So I feel that the technology is developing day by day, and it is to be most important thing which related with our country, that any cost we need to reduce our import and reduce pollution. I don't need to convince Delhi people about the pollution because same problem I'm facing because of pollution. So this is the time that 100% we will achieve the goal is to import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. I'm really happy that all manufacturing giants are here. I'm giving all my best wishes to all of them. Government with you. We will support you. And we are decided already that we need to stop the import of petrol and diesel. So you be cautious, immediately change the policy and go on alternative fuel. I remember a big giant in automobile sector. I was telling him the future is for electric, you do it, you change it. But their process was lengthy. And now when I meet him, he was telling me that what argument you are telling to me was absolutely correct. But now because of delay, we miss the bus. And the people who are manufacturing electric cars, their market share is now going to increase. So if you are going to change, you will be beneficial. If you don't want to change because presently you are getting good orders, but you are not going to change, then you have to give the price for that. The people will come, and when alternative thing will be available, people will select that product. So again, on the policy on alternative fuel and biofuel with the best technology, the future is very bright. And this industry, our mission is to make industry number one. So I'm really happy that the way in which industry is working 100% will be succeed in this mission. Once again, I'm giving my all best wishes to all of the successful people who are receiving awards, and giving thanks to BW Auto for organizing this event. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. I must request you to kindly stay back on the stage with us for a couple of more moments. Requesting Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, to kindly join us on the stage.
I just want to compliment Mr. Gadkari for implementing. There are three countries are out there. First is scale. Whatever he does at a scale that changes and impacts the country and the globe. You know, if India becomes the net exporter of the things that he's talking about, net exporter of energies in auto. Second is he's futuristic. As an entrepreneur, you're always told, I tell my mentee companies, that what you're doing today is great, but plan for the future. There should be a 10, 25 people team that also think about. So he's always, one is scale, second is future. But the most important part about Mr. Gadkari, guess what? The word starts with I. It's not innovation, that is a given with Mr. Gadkari. Is implementation. He implements whatever he said over the last, in his public life, in all his roles. So I think if we all implement all our business plans, there are lots of entrepreneurs, your valuations will be right. So if you can learn something from Mr. Gadkari, that is implementation. Thank you, Mr. Gadkari. You're making an impact. And he's come in a Innova. He was explaining to me that it has
first Innova with Euro 6 emission norms on 100% bioethanol, and it's from Toyota. And as far as average of Innova, it generates 60% power, running on power, electricity, and 40% on ethanol. As compared with cost of the petrol, the cost of the petrol is coming 25 rupees per liter and no pollution. That is to be the thing is going to happen in the country. I feel that you should be select Don't select petrol and diesel vehicle. Any alternative, you are free for making selection for that.
I wish my wife had met you last year, but I'm sure I'll carry your message. And last point is, he just come back. He's come from an event where he launched Luna, Shell electric Luna, and he just shared about the fact that you can mix methanol in petrol, diesel.
Government has taken a decision. Already, government has taken decision adding 20% ethanol in petrol and 15% methanol in diesel. And Indian Oil has taken a decision to establish 400 pumps on 100% ethanol in the country, by which already Bajaj, TVS, then Honda and Hero already manufacture flex engine two-wheelers. So it will be easy now for the people that they will get 100% ethanol on the petrol pump. So today it is the future for the biofuel and alternative fuel with your support. Thank you.
And it is for the bottom of the pyramid. He was explaining to me how somebody will say has a 25,000, 30,000 rupees salary, his EMI would be insignificant.
मेरे पास लूना थी, तो मैं जब कॉलेज में जाता था तो बड़े इससे मुझे माँ ने लूना दिलाई थी, लॉ कॉलेज में जाता था और उसमें कभी कभी दूसरों को भी बिठाता था, बहुत नाजुक थी। तो उसका कॉस्ट उस समय 40 रुपए पेट्रोल का भाव था, तो लूना की कॉस्ट 30 पैसे पर किलोमीटर आती थी। आज मैंने उस लूना को लॉन्च किया इतने सालों के बाद, तो उसकी कॉस्ट है 100 किलोमीटर 10 रुपए में, यानी 10 पैसा पर किलोमीटर। और उसका प्राइस है 69,000। यानी कोई भी छोटा आदमी जो 15,000 रुपए 10,000 रुपए महीना कमाता है, वेटर है, सफाई कामगार है, मजदूर है, वो भी 2,000 रुपए महीने से कम ईएमआई है और चलाने का खर्चा महीने का मैक्सिमम 300 रुपए। तो मुझे लगता है वो इलेक्ट्रिक का खर्चा और वो पकड़ के 2,000 के अंदर है, तो 10,000 रुपए वाला भी कल गाड़ी खरीद सकता है। इसका मतलब हिंदुस्तान का कोई भी गरीब व्यक्ति अब टू व्हीलर खरीद सकता है, ये संभव है।
आपको बहुत दुआएं मिलेंगी एंड प्लीज गिव मिस गडकरी अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. We'll just do a quick photo op with him.
Requesting Dr. Anurag Batra to kindly present a memento to our chief guest, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji. Also requesting Mr. Gaurav Khullar to kindly join us on the stage and present a token of appreciation to the chief guest. And immediately post this, I request all the winners to get ready, only the winners to get ready and line up for a group picture along with their trophies. Without any delays, requesting all the winners to kindly join us on the stage along with their trophies for a group picture. And now for the final segment of today's summit and awards, requesting Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, Dr. Batra to kindly settle down for a final group picture. Requesting our esteemed jury to kindly join us and to kindly settle down on chairs. Requesting jury chair, our esteemed jury to kindly join us on the stage. And once the jury is settled, I request all our
Requesting everyone to kindly enter from the either sides of the stage and not the front. Requesting everyone, all the awardees, to kindly enter from either side of the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heartiest congratulations to everyone. Let's smile and have a big picture. Heartiest congratulations to everybody. I would like to request all the awardees to kindly stay back while the chief guest shall exit. Please do not exit the stage when he does. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Big congratulations. Requesting everyone to kindly stay back. Requesting ladies and gentlemen, I request all the awardees to kindly maintain the decorum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Kindly exit the way. Thank you very much. Thank you. No selfies are allowed. Thank you very much. And with the same, requesting everyone to kindly join us for a celebratory dinner. With the same, heartiest congratulations to all the winners for BW Auto World 40 under 40. Well, I believe, I'm certain to say that this has been quite the productive day. And with the same, this is your host, Sahibjeet Kaur, on behalf of BW Businessworld and BW Auto World, saying goodbye and good night. And on a more celebratory note, a big shout out to Team BW Auto World and BW Business World for a successful event, requesting the entire team to kindly join us on the stage for a happy family picture.